Chapter 201 Accompany. As soon as he sat on the toilet, Xiao Feng felt the joy of flying down. With the excrement discharged from the body, his stomach finally felt a lot better. At the same time, Xiao Feng also secretly made up his mind. Eating indiscriminately in India. If it doesn't work, change the ticket and leave tomorrow. He really doesn't dare to stay longer in this place. The food here is toxic. People with weak intestines and stomachs can't handle it. Before coming, he thought that the Chinese could eat the periodic table of chemical elements all over, and it could be listed as the top of the food chain of the earth. But when he arrived in India, he found that he was wrong. Indian talents are really the top of the food chain. That stomach is definitely tempered. Xiao Feng sat for a long time before he was cleaned up and his stomach was not so painful, but he couldn't help but want to yell at the tissue box. What a bastard! The toilet in the mall didn't even give paper. Fortunately, he took the space with him again. There were a lot of living supplies in the space. He took paper from the space and completed the final steps. He got up and just wanted to leave, but he heard a knock on the toilet wall. Sir, do you have paper over there? Can you give me some? She was still a female voice, very pure American English. Xiao Feng felt his head buzzing. Could it be that he entered the wrong bathroom? It should be right. After all, as soon as you open the door and go out, you can see the urinal outside. That should be the woman who entered the wrong bathroom. Xiao Feng breathed a sigh of relief when he thought of this, and then stuffed a pack of tissues to the person next to him from under the partition. Thank you. The female voice next door seemed to be crying. Xiao Feng couldn't help but feel funny. The woman next to her didn't know how long she had been squatting inside. Without him, she wouldn't know when she would come out. Can sacrifice. At pants up. It's okay, welcome. Xiao Feng really didn't know what to say, so he escaped as if out of the bathroom. After washing his hands in the sink several times, Xiao Feng was still uneasy. He simply took a bottle of hand sanitizer out of the space and washed it carefully again. At this time, there was a fragrant breeze around him, and then he was familiar again. English with an American accent. Can I use some hand sanitizer? Xiao Feng turned his head. It turned out that she was a very dominant Western beauty, with a height of 1.75 meters, wide shoulders, long legs and a thin waist. The two ripe peaches in the front seemed to be squeezed out of the clothes. The curve in the back. Don't mention too much sex. What's even more unbearable is that this beauty only wore a pink camisole. Underneath she wore a full B-short. A large area of white and flowery figure was exposed. Her figure alone was a crime. Look at the face again, not to mention the long golden hair with a ponytail, the dark blue eyes glowing green. The features are deep, delicate, and beautiful like a Barbie doll. Just this face and this figure, if she wants to, definitely becoming a supermodel. Xiao Feng secretly sighed. When the beauty saw Xiao Feng's turning gaze, she couldn't help but blushed and lowered her head. The woman's bathroom was full just now. I couldn't help it, so I went to the men's bathroom. Thank you for your paper just now. It turned out that she was next door just now. Xiao Feng smiled secretly. It was really embarrassing. Such a beautiful beauty suddenly became anxious. She went to the toilet and found that there was no paper. This scene felt funny when she thought of it. There are times when the goddess is embarrassed. Xiao Feng handed out the hand sanitizer, and the beauty was not welcome. Squeezing a lot on her hands, and washing her hands carefully, it was obvious that her previous experience made her very unhappy. After making such a fuss, Xiao Feng didn't have any thoughts to go shopping, and immediately went back to the hotel. What he didn't expect was that as soon as he entered the hotel elevator, a person rushed in behind him and bumped his head on his back. A soft touch on his back made him a little irritable. Looking back, it turned out that it was the girl who had just met in the mall. I'm so sorry, I was just afraid that I would miss the elevator, so I rushed a bit too quickly. I'm really sorry. Since it was a beautiful girl, Xiao Feng didn't care anymore. Just after that, the touch was quite comfortable. It's okay, it's okay. Do you live here too? Yes, I live on the 18th floor. Oh, I happen to live on the 16th floor. Xiao Feng said that he helped the beauty press the elevator on the 18th floor, and when she reached the 16th floor, Xiao Feng and the beauty left the elevator. The peachy incident that was originally expected did not appear. Early the next morning, Xiao Feng went to the hotel's restaurant for breakfast. At the same time, he wondered whether it was time to change the ticket and go to another place earlier. But as soon as he took the breakfast to find a place to sit down, the opposite side floated for a while. Xiang Feng looked up again and turned out to be the beauty of yesterday again. "Hello, can I sit here?" The beauty pulled the chair across from Xiao Feng's table. What else could he say? Novel.com. Of course she welcomed it. "Hello, my name is Helen, American, and I'm from Washington." "Hello, my name is Xiao Feng, Chinese, and I come to benching." "Benching? It's a beautiful city. Where did I go to play for a week?" Helen has an American style of generosity, and a familiar temperament. A typical careless and enthusiastic American girl. Xiao Feng was very happy to hear that she said that he had actually been to benching. "Oh, really? When did you go?" The two chatted together. It turned out that Helen had really followed her father to benching 10 years ago. With the beginning, young people will always get to know each other very quickly. After breakfast, the two are basically familiar with each other. "By the way, we are going to stay in Mumbai for one day today. We plan to go out and stroll. Do you want to be together?" Helen pointed to Xiao Feng's left front. Xiao Feng looked up and saw that there were 5 or 6 men and women sitting over there eating breakfast. Seeing him look over, all of them raised their heads. He raised the coffee cup in his hand as he gestured. "Well, why not?" Xiao Feng, who originally planned to change his sign and leave today, immediately changed his mind. He certainly didn't want to waste the opportunity to have the opportunity to travel with beautiful women. What's more, looking at Helen's open attitude, he was more likely to succeed. What's more, even if there is no Yanatu, it is not bad to be able to visit Mumbai with a few American college students. Before he came to India this time, he mainly investigated the situation of Sutra. He mainly knew where the diamond business environment was. He didn't check much about tourism and didn't have any strategy. If he went out alone, he would still. "I really don't know where to go." But Helen and the others obviously did the raiders. Of course, it is much more convenient to have them lead the way. 8. Chapter 202 Mumbai Night Market. Helen and her friends are both college students. This time a few good friends came to India for a vacation. They looked pretty good in their outfits, and they all came from wealthy families in the United States. Moreover, they had done the strategy before they came, and they were really familiar with the Mumbai travel route. On this day, Xiao Feng took Xiao Feng to India Gate, grottos and other scenic spots. To be honest, in Xiao Feng's opinion, these attractions are actually very dull. Mumbai, as a famous seaport city in India, can actually develop thanks to the early Portuguese and British colonists. There are indeed many places in this city that are very similar to Puhai. There are many buildings with a strong colonial style. For example, the Gate of India they boasted looks very similar to the Arc de Triomphe in Paris, and what they really have a deep sense of history is the grotto, which is said to have been excavated in the 2nd century AD, and is very similar to many Buddhist statues in the domestic grottos. But although the domestic grottos were dug later than here, in terms of exquisiteness and artistry, they are much more exquisite than the grottos here. Let's talk about the famous 3-km-long coastal avenue in Mumbai. To be honest, it has a richer tropical atmosphere. To tell the truth about the scenery, Xiao Feng even feels that it is not as good as the coastal avenue in the summer. Anyway, after walking down one day, Xiao Feng felt a little dull, and Helen and her friends also felt the same, but out of education and politeness, no one said anything. After swaying for a day, everyone was very careful this time. They didn't dare to eat anything outside. Xiao Feng brought a lot of instant noodles, but he was welcomed by this small team. After all, these convenience foods are much more reliable than unclean Indian food. Even if they don't taste right, they are better than stomach troubles. At night, it becomes the busiest time in Mumbai. Mumbai has the title of India that never sleeps. The Portuguese colonized Mumbai at first, and later changed to the British. When the textile industry in Britain developed and began to import a large amount of cotton from India, the main port was Mumbai, and Mumbai began to prosper from that time. The Western nightlife habits have been passed on from when and until now. A few young people were very excited about the arrival of the night. They were greatly disappointed during the daytime tour. In the evening, a few people rushed to the nightclub where they had prepared their strategy. Mumbai can be said to be the place with the most nightclubs in India. The streets are brightly lit at night and there are busy traffic. Xiao Feng followed a few Americans to an unknown street. This street is very prosperous, and the road is not too wide. All kinds of bars and nightclubs are very similar to Lan Kwai Fong in Xiangjiang. A few young people first found a clean bar, and drank a few bottles of beer. The bar is full of foreigners from all over the world, and there are also many locals. James led the way and went to a nightclub. According to Helen, this James is a rich second generation, known as the Little Prince of nightclubs. According to his bragging during the day, regardless of his young age, he has visited nightclubs in 50% of the world's nightclubs. And his life, the ultimate dream, is to visit nightclubs in all countries in the world, and then open a superb by yourself. Today he brought Xiao Feng and the others to this nightclub, which is the largest and most luxurious in Mumbai. It is said that he has also appeared in a magazine in the United States. It is very famous. It is called Harker Mountain. It doesn't look very eye-catching outside, but when I got there, Xiao Feng was really stunned. The store was so big. It was 3 stories high, with a big stage in the middle, for the lead dancer and DJ, and the first and second floors. 2 floors are for the customers. The third floor is said to be a leisure and rest area and also a VIP area. The decoration has a strong industrial style, self-leveling the ground, and the wall is the original cement wall, but it is decorated with a lot of crafts and it looks cool. To be honest, before entering, Xiao Feng really didn't think India could have any good nightclubs, but after entering, he was really convinced. This store is really awesome. No wonder it can be featured in American fashion magazines. He used to go to overnight shops when he was in Beijing, but he didn't go to many nightclubs, so he didn't know much about this aspect. This time he was an eye-opener. The nightclub is full of voices. There are many locals, but there are more foreigners. At this time, many people are on the dance floor, frantically twisting their bodies to the rhythm of the lead dancer and DJ. Xiao Feng is also a young man. He also drank 2 bottles of beer just now. Seeing that there are very few clothes in this place, but the hot girls with extremely hot bodies, they immediately became enthusiastic. www.mentalnovel.com. Although the nightclub is famous, not very good. But how many young people don't like to go? Why? There are so many nice little brothers and little sisters inside. Although Xiao Feng didn't go to many places before, the only few experiences left him with an indelible impression. The nightclubs are so special and fun. There are too many beautiful ladies. He really wants to go every night. To go, it's a pity that strength doesn't allow it. There are so many tickets in your pocket. You have to eat a month's buns every time you go. If you go several times a month, you really have to rely on borrowing. So when Xiao Feng realized the depth of his pockets, he basically said goodbye to nightclub life. Recently, he has become rich, but his busy life has been so busy that he didn't even think of going to this place to be chic. Following Helen and the others today can be regarded as a sudden awakening of his love for nightclub life. First, he followed Helen and the others, jumped on the dance floor, and then came back to buy a few cocktails, ice drinks, and sit slowly on the deck, sipping slowly, and then continue to jump on the dance floor after drinking, finally sweeping away all the fatigue and stress accumulated during this period of time. What makes him most happy is that when he jumps, he is next to Helen. Of course, he has a provocative mind, so when he jumps, he is very close to Helen. It is inevitable that there will be some physical contact when he jumps. Such a temptation made him even more happy that Helen seemed not to reject his teasing. and even gave him a few winks during the dance. With the strong capital of the American girl, coupled with her deliberately coquettish attitude, Xiao Feng saw a fire in her lower abdomen. In order not to get embarrassed, she had to go to the toilet to soak in urine. But when he came back, he found out that a few Indians were standing next to their deck, and one of them sneakily poured medicine into their glass. Chapter 203. Fed up seeing the two young men who were putting medicine on their drinks, the first thought that came to Xiao Feng's mind was, could it be that it was a killer sent by that fellow Calabi? After all, he and Calabi have just done a business of more than 50 million yuan. It is impossible to say that the guy has no evil intentions. When he was trading at his house that day, especially when the guy saw that he took it out at the time of the diamond, Xiao Feng clearly saw a fierce light in his eyes. Xiao Feng had already quietly taken out a pistol and a grenade from the space at that time, and thanks to Calabi's failure to stun him later, a crime was avoided. But he always worried that this guy would send someone over to make trouble for him afterwards. After all, $52 million is not a small sum, and the wealth is moving. However, when he noticed these young people, after taking the medicine, he looked at the eyes of Helen and the others on the dance floor, like evil wolves. Xiao Feng knew that he might be thinking too much. Before coming to India, he didn't know much about India, but what impressed him the most was that the law and order here are very problematic, especially the problem of, which is especially serious. Now seeing such a few wretched guys and what they did, Xiao Feng knew that these guys should be local gangsters. As for why they were drugged by this group of people, it was obviously unkind. Xiao Feng wanted to go forward to expose it on the spot, but he stopped when he was about to take a step. This is Mumbai. Looking at the dressing of those guys, they are obviously local snakes. Maybe there is some gang behind them. If he rushed forward rashly, it might lead to an on-spot fighting, or even a gun battle. Although Xiao Feng was not afraid of the sky, but this is India after all. If there is a homicide case in public, he will have a big head. But when he was wondering how to deal with it, Helen and the others jumped off the dance floor and returned to the air deck. The girls even picked up the wine on the table and drank it, apparently just getting hot. Can't thirst them out. Xiao Feng didn't have time to stop him. A few young Americans drank the drinks on the table, and then planned to buy some more drinks back. At this time, Xiao Feng couldn't take care of that much, and went straight back to the booth. Xiao, where did you go just now? Let's go and dance for a while. Helen didn't notice Xiao Feng's strange expression, and instead greeted him enthusiastically to continue playing. Several of her friends also obviously noticed the ambiguity between the two, so they all smiled and did not speak, but Xiao Feng was cold. The expression on their faces stunned them. Don't jump, hurry up. Ah, what's the matter? I'm having fun playing. Helen and his friends were taken aback. The young Americans were relatively simple and didn't know the sinisterness here. We are being watched. Hurry up. Xiao Feng saw that the young Indians hadn't gone far, just wandering around their deck, and ignored them, and directly told a few people about the situation here. Upon hearing this, Helen's expressions became serious. James and another boy even kept looking up and looking around. Obviously they also knew that the law and order in India was not very good. Xiao Feng didn't dare to tell them that the wine they had just drunk was drugged, so he just wanted to take them out of here quickly. James and another boy obviously also noticed the bad eyes of the Indians who spied on them from time to time, so they stopped talking nonsense, got up and took the female partner and walked outside the nightclub. Xiao Feng followed a few of them, and soon the group left the nightclub. The streets of Mumbai are still bustling, but these people don't feel safe. Outside the nightclub is a crowded pedestrian street. It is difficult to get a taxi. They could only walk out of the street, but they didn't go far, when suddenly a few shadows popped out of the alley on the side of the street, speaking in curry English. Beauty, so anxious, where do you want to go? I'll see you off. The Indian who took the lead was not tall, with dark skin and a wicked smile on his face. The few people next to him also had bad complexions. James and the others turned pale with fright. They just wanted to turn their heads, but found out that 5 or 6 Indians were also following him. Although there are still people passing by from time to time on the street, no one pays attention to them at all. Even if someone notices something wrong here, no one is willing to come and help. Instead, they hide from a distance to watch the excitement. Obviously such things have happened here. Once again. What are you doing? Get out of the way quickly, or we will call the police. Helen courageously shouted to the Indians who were blocking the way. But the guy who led the way gave a disdainful smile. You report it and see if the police will come. Obviously, this guy should be a member of the local gang, and the local police are also a nest of snakes and rats. Helen and the others are all college students who grow up in honeypots, and they usually live in the wealthy areas in the United States with good public security. Even if I have heard of vicious crimes, but after all I have not personally experienced it. It is inevitable to be in a hurry at this time, especially after seeing the hooligans on the opposite side directly pull out the knife. The courage of James and the other boy www.mtnovel.com disappeared immediately. Several rascals with smirks on their faces looked at the fat lamb to be slaughtered in front, and slowly approached with a knife. These generous young men have been watching for a long time, and today they not only want to try American fast food, they have to scrape a fortune from these people. Anyway, these foreigners have money. But when the leading Indian walked 3 meters away from them, a dark figure suddenly sprang out from behind Helen and the others. He lifted his leg and kicked, hitting the guy's face fiercely, and this suddenly it was Xiao Feng who was killed. Xiao Feng is 1.87 meters tall and weighs 160 kgs. During this time, the king bee has transformed him with tendon meat. In addition to slaughtering cows and killing people in other worlds, he has already developed a whole body. Courage originally didn't want to cause trouble, but it has reached the point where it is intolerable, so there is no need to bear it anymore. He grabbed a swing stick from the space. Xiao Feng, like a tiger into the flock, rushed into the front of these gangsters. It was punches and kicks. The transformed body of the Overlord Bee is not only flexible and strong, but also he has an unusually keen perception of danger. Often the opponent stabbed him. Before hitting him, he already felt the line and strength of the opponent's shot, and he was able to dodge in advance, and then hit back. All fighting movements are just like it was the same as the screen rehearsed on the computer, and the other party couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. Chapter 204 Kung Fu Master Xiao Feng didn't expect this fight to be so enjoyable. He had never practiced Kung Fu before, and he didn't even have much experience in fighting. But he did not expect that the Overlord Bee's transformation would make him so powerful. At this time, he was like a Gundam with radar on his head. Although others were in front of a few rascals, his mind directly opened up the perspective of God. Even if the gangster behind sneaked behind him and planned to attack him, he couldn't hide from the radar in his head. The guy behind stabbed him in the back with a knife, and he took advantage of the trend and grabbed the opponent's arm and moved forward. The knife in that guy's hand slammed into the thigh of the rogue who rushed up in front of him, and then the swing stick in Xiao Feng's hand hit the assailant's knife arm with a click. Smashed this guy's hand off on the spot, and the two hooligans screamed and fell to the ground and rolled into a ball. Xiao Feng became more excited as he fought, and he completely lost his initial panic. To be honest, because he didn't have much melee combat experience, and he couldn't easily move his gun in this busy city, Xiao Feng had always had a headache before, how to deal with these hooligans. But I didn't expect that after the real shortcomings, these gangsters were just a bunch of chickens and dogs, and they were totally vulnerable. They all couldn't hide the perspective of God in Xiao Feng's mind, and he was almost instinctive. The reaction of attacking or avoiding is always one step faster than these hooligans. This feeling is like a kung fu master who is suddenly beaten by a group of elementary school students. Although the other party looks scary, but he can't get a piece of his clothes at all. Xiao Feng is like a dancing bee, flashing across the flowers, and every time he punches and blows, he can knock down the opposite gangster, but the other party's teeth and claws can't hurt him at all. Vellus hair. Helen and the others grew their mouths, and Xiao Feng suddenly broke out, as if a kung fu movie was playing live in front of them. The only difference from watching a movie in a theater was that the scene before him was so real. Those fell to the ground. The screaming ended up miserably, and the screams from the guy who had broken their arms and kicked their legs were particularly stern, which greatly affected their mood of watching the movie. The spectators in the distance were also dumbfounded. They watched a lot of street fights, but it's like a tiger entering a flock. It's rare to see a scene of one enemy 10. That East Asian is so powerful. Look at that posture. It's all Bruce Lee or Jack Cheng. The spectators whistled and screamed in the distance. Some people even took out their mobile phones and filmed the fighting scenes and put them on the oil pipeline network. In such a few minutes, the gangsters on the opposite side were already lying on the ground, and few of them could stand up. Xiao Feng knocked down the last and put away the swinging stick. There were bursts of applause and whistles behind him. There were also some guys who were not too big to see the excitement, shouting at him, "Bruce Lee, Jack Cheng." Looking up at Helen and the others, the look in his eyes was completely wrong. Some of the girls had even turned into star eyes, and James' mouth could even fit a fist. "What are you doing in a daze? Hurry up. Wait for the police to come and you will be in trouble." Xiao Feng yelled at them. Only then did a few people wake up. This is Mumbai. These gangsters are local snakes. Who knows if the police have colluded with them? If they are caught, it will be troublesome to come out again. A few people followed him out of this pedestrian street and hit a car at the street. It was quite crowded for a few people to squeeze into a car, but it could only be tolerated. Xiao Feng did not directly ask the driver to take them back. The hotel, instead, went to a place with little traffic. Seeing that there were no cameras nearby, I got out of the car, then called another car, drove a few times, and finally returned to the hotel. The reason for doing this is to get rid of the camera so that the police will not come to the door. Although they have the right to do this, anything can happen in the magical country of India, so it is possible to avoid the intersection with the local law enforcement agencies. The best. As soon as they returned to the hotel, James and Helen and the others couldn't help being excited anymore. They pulled Xiao Feng to Twitter and talked. Especially James kept saying that he wanted to worship him as a master and get him done. It is dumbfounding. A group of young people who were still flustered at the beginning were all excited at this time, pulling Xiao Feng not to let go, and had to let him follow them back to their room to continue drinking and chatting. When Xiao Feng looked at them, he knew that it was the drugs that the Indians took in their wine. He didn't know what drugs the Indians used, but they were nothing more than stimulants. Originally, he wanted to recall, "I had a rest in my room, but after thinking about it, I let these guys go back on their own. Maybe something unexpected would happen, and I just bite the bullet and followed them back to their room, planning to be their nanny for the whole night." These young people are obviously in good families. They actually live in the presidential suite on the 18th floor of the hotel. It is very large, and they share several rooms. But as soon as he entered the room, Xiao Feng was dumbfounded that James actually hugged one of the girls directly, and he didn't care about the eyes of other people, so he hugged and chewed and came to the large living room of the suite. The battle started directly in front of the French window. Although I have also heard that Americans don't take this seriously. Combat with such a bold style. Xiao Feng was really the first time I saw him. Of course, he was frightened stupidly. He turned his head and another boy also rolled with a girl, and soon joined James and their battle group. "How? Haven't you seen it? Leave them alone. Let's go to the room." As soon as Xiao Feng turned his head, Helen had already come by his side. Before he knew what she was going to do, Helen pulled his collar down severely, and then Helen's red seal was already covering his mouth. Xiao Feng knew that this must be a medicinal effect. No wonder people like to use Indian medicine. The effect of this particular medicine is strong enough. Of course, Xiao Feng doesn't mind what happens with Helen. In fact, He thought about it since the second time he met this beauty in the hotel. Can something happen to her? It's just that he didn't expect that what happened tonight would go so smoothly. Of course Xiao Feng couldn't hold back at this time. A real man should survive this. This night! Exclamation mark. He raised his hand to hug Helen horizontally, and walked to the suite inside. Thanks to the sound insulation of the presidential suite of this hotel, otherwise the hotel didn't know how many complaints it would receive. Chapter 205. When Xiao Feng opened his eyes, the sky was bright outside. He was lying in bed and didn't want to get up. Although his mind was clear, his body was a bit sore, and his back was even more sore. He went to the bathroom to take a look. His back was actually full of scratches. Obviously all of them were caught by Helen, who was excited last night. Back in the room, he discovered that there was not only Helen on the big bed, but another girl was also awake at the end of the bed. This was obviously another girl who sneaked in to fight last night, but he could not remember her. When did you come in? One of the few memories in his mind is that after entering the room with Helen, he got up in the dark. It may be because the street fight that just ended caused him to secrete too much adrenaline. He seems to be like Helen and the others. Excited, James and the others actually broke in and invited him to the living room for an unobstructed meeting. After he refused to drive them out, the guys threw in several bottles of wine for them. Then Helen grabbed and took a few big mouthfuls. The two of them were fighting and drinking non-stop. And then the memory in the back was blurred, and he didn't even remember when the other girl came in. Fortunately, this girl looks good. Xiao Feng is not at disadvantage, and Helen seems to belong to him all night, which makes him very satisfied, although the Americans may not care about this aspect very much. However, a Chinese who is still quite traditional in his bones can hardly care about this aspect. Xiao Feng went out to the outside living room and saw a mess. James and the others were lying on the sofa and the carpet in the living room, surrounded by drinking bottles. The air was filled with the smell of spirits and hormones. Xiao Feng hurriedly opened the window, and then called the front desk of the hotel for brunch. 10 people, big portion. After a fierce battle last night, he was exhausted. Soon the waiter brought breakfast. The fragrant breakfast awakened James and the others. A group of people were hungry and gobbled up the food on the dining car. After James drank a large cup of coffee, his mind was much clearer, and then he lit a cigarette and gave Xiao Feng a thumbs up with a strange smile. Xiao Feng is confused. What does this mean? My buddy, are you really good? Helen is a thorny rose among our group of people. Many people in our school want to take this rose, but they didn't get blood on their faces. But you are so. I got her easily, and I really worship you as a master. You are not only fighting fiercely, but you are also good at fighting on this bed. Last night we ended the fight in half an hour, but it was so hard. After listening to the artillery battle on your side all night, you made us miserable. Otherwise, how could we drink so much yesterday and wouldn't be able to sleep if we didn't get ourselves drunk? You are such a beast. James, this jeweler, winked his eyebrows and laughed at Xiao Feng with a lewd smile, making Xiao Feng a little embarrassed. So yesterday he was so fierce? No, if I didn't let Miranda go in and help Helen, I guess Helen would really die under your stick last night. How about Buddy? 3 What's so good? Another boy, Ricky, also sat beside Xiao Feng with a nasty smile and said, while Xiao Feng was blindfolded, what? Why did you try 3 yesterday? It's a pity, I had a big drink at the time, and I don't remember the taste at all. Looking at the wretched smiles of James and Ricky, mad, the men in the world are indeed a family. And that little mess is the topic that can quickly bring men closer. Helen and the Miranda waited until the afternoon to wake up, but after waking up, they were all so seriously ill. They couldn't get out of bed at all. Xiao Feng brought the meal to the bed and fed the 2 of them. Miranda looked at Xiao Feng's eyes as if she saw honey. Obviously she was conquered by Xiao Feng last night, but Helen was also conquered. And Helen's status in this small group seems to be very high. She didn't mind that Miranda shared Xiao Feng with her last night, but she really minded that Miranda tried to have something to happen with Xiao Feng. So after staring several times and silently intimidating, Miranda reluctantly left the room and gave Xiao Feng a wink before leaving. Helen took advantage of the trend and fell into Xiao Feng's arms. For women, acting like a baby is a natural skill. Xiao Feng feeds her bite by bite, taking advantage of her hand from time to time, and is also very satisfied with this trophy. Eat a lot of Chinese food, occasionally change the taste of Western food, which tastes good. The figure is really better than the Chinese, and the attitude and enthusiasm are completely different. By the way, where are you going next? After dinner and staying together, Helen would not let Xiao Feng leave her at all. Xiao Feng could only lie on the bed with her arms around her. If her body hadn't recovered, Xiao Feng couldn't help but want to go to war again. Well, I haven't figured it out yet, but I plan to take a vacation in several nearby countries. They all met together. Both Xiao Feng and Helen knew that they had a dewy marriage, but after Helen had tasted it, he obviously wanted to extend the duration of the marriage a little bit. That's right, we are planning to go to Thailand, shall we? Okay, you are reading www.uukanzu.com also happens to be my next destination. In Xiao Feng's original plan, Thailand is really his next stop. He has heard a lot about the tropical atmosphere. He would have long wanted to appreciate it. Just leave. Xiao Feng changed the ticket, and the next day the group took the same flight to Thailand. There were rich people on the way, so they all booked the business class, which is more spacious. Feng and Helen were spreading dog food, and the other people watching rolled their eyes. Maybe Helen also knew that she and Xiao Feng were just a dewy marriage, so she also took the time to get along with Xiao Feng. After all, after getting along these days, Xiao Feng had a pretty good impression on her. If it weren't because after returning to China, the days are different, and the long-distance relationship is unrealistic, and she really wants to develop well with Xiao Feng. A few hours later, the plane landed in Manhattan. From Xiao Feng's point of view, this place is much better than Tanzu country. The atmosphere of the whole country is very harmonious because of the richer tropical atmosphere, dazzling variety of fruits, and strong Buddhist culture. In the evening, a group of people went to the night market in Manhattan. The local food tastes very happy for a few Americans, but Xiao Feng is a little unaccustomed to eating. Chapter 206 Otherworld Wine. When I returned to the place where I lived in the evening, Xiao Feng originally wanted to book a hotel, but James said number. His father had a business here, so he entrusted local employees to rent them a local holiday villa. The villa is located in a wealthy area. The environment is very good. The decoration is also very modern. They are enough for a group of 8 people. Back to the villa, Xiao Feng originally planned to rest, but a few energetic Americans did not want to, and James was arrogant, drinking and partying. The people who rented the villa for them obviously also knew the temperament of James, the second lord, so they left enough drinks in the villa, and several young people set up the barbecue grill to prepare for a barbecue party. Xiao Feng drank a few sips of Hennessy. When he first drank this foreign wine, he felt quite good, but that was the case when he drank too much. After a few sips, Xiao Feng didn't want to drink it. Suddenly he remembered that there were still a few bottles of good wine that the dark elf mages brought back to him in order to slap him, so he said to Helen, "You wait for me for a while." Then he went back to the room and took the wine out of the space. Then he returned to the yard. James and the others were a little dazed when they saw the wooden bottles he took out. They didn't know what Xiao Feng was going to do. These bottles of wine are specially brewed by Majestic. Because there is no decent container in the world, he uses handmade wooden bottles to store them. According to him, this kind of wooden bottle stores wine, and the wine will also carry a bottle over time. Planting the fragrance of wood is similar to storing high-grade wine in oak barrels. Anyway, he said it was delicious. Xiao Feng hasn't tried it since he returned to the modern world. Looking at James and the others' unidentified eyes, he smiled and said, "This is a good wine I brought from China. Please try it." "Really, it won't be a strong bar like Mao Tai, buddy," although Mao Tai is a good wine to be honest, I really can't stand the hot feeling after drinking it. It's the same as drinking alcohol directly. It's better to make a cocktail. Another boy, Ricky, winked at the side and said weirdly, with the growth of China's national strength, some of the things that Chinese people are proud of have gradually spread abroad in recent years and have been accepted by foreigners, such as Lao Ganma, Ma Yinglong, and Mao Tai. In fact, Mao Tai has long been well known in China. But before our national strength was not strong, foreigners did not take us seriously, let alone the good things of our country. But now our national strength is strong and cultural. I also exported a lot, and foreigners began to understand and accepted some of the characteristics of China. Mao Tai was introduced to foreign countries in recent years. Of course, foreigners still can't accept the taste of this sauce-flavored liquor, but they still drink it as a cocktail. Xiao Feng smiled and shook his head. It's not Mao Tai, but some fruit wine brewed by my own winery. It's very good. Helen and the others have been in contact with Xiao Feng for a few days. Seeing that this guy is also a big spender, they know that this guy is also a rich man. Probably also a rich second generation of China, so they have always been very polite to him. After all, if Xiao Feng is a poor ghost, they may not play with him long ago. There is no way this is class. Society is such a reality. As long as you have money, you have status, regardless of skin color. Hearing what Xiao Feng said, everyone knows that this guy is really a rich second generation. After all, he can have his own winery in China. Can he be an ordinary person? Looking at the wooden bottles with primitive colors and shapes in Xiao Feng's hand, several people immediately turned their attention to the wine. Xiao Feng took a few decanters and opened the wooden bottle. Before the wine was poured out, all the people present immediately smelled a scent of fruit. Foreigners tasted the wine and valued the aroma of the wine very seriously. A few Americans. Everyone comes from a wealthy family, and they all understand wine culture, so as soon as the aroma of the wine comes out, they immediately feel it. Xiao Feng's bottles of wine must taste extraordinary. Xiao Feng poured cider, kumquat wine, and a bottle of green plum wine into 3 decanters. James, a big drunkard, immediately leaned forward and wanted to pour himself a glass first. Xiao Feng laughed, patted off his frizzy paws. Don't worry, this wine won't drink until you wake up. James looked at him bitterly and asked, how long will it take to smell so good? I can't help it. Regardless of his young age, this guy is an alcoholic. Half an hour, let the meat be roasted first. The meat is roasted, and the wine is almost there. Drink it later. After listening to Xiao Feng's explanation, James could only go to the barbecue area reluctantly, and Ricky, who was also impatient, also went to help, while Xiao Feng sat beside him with a smile. At this time, Helen got to the side of the decanters and kept reaching out to fan the bottle, and then smelling the wine, and seeing how she smelled the scent, she seemed to be very proficient in wine. What? Do you know wine well? Xiao Feng saw her look very professional, so he couldn't help but ask her. Helen glanced at him. My family has a winery in California. I still know a little bit about wine. By the way, what kind of wine are you? Doesn't it look like wine? Hearing what she said. Mentalnovel.com. Xiao Feng was relieved. No wonder, so he began to explain to Helen the categories of these wines. Of course, he would certainly not say that this is the wine he brought from another world. Just according to the situation that Mudge introduced to him before, to tell Helen about the characteristics of these wines, and Helen became more interested as he listened. Soon James and Ricky cooked the meat. Several people divided the barbecue steaks and sat at the long table by the swimming pool. Then Xiao Feng poured the wine in a decanter for each of them. Fortunately, the wooden wine bottles made by Majestic are not standard. Each bottle is more than 2 catties. Otherwise, these 8 people are really not enough for each person to have a glass. Xiao Feng hadn't eaten much in the night market before, so after receiving the meat steak, he started to feast on it. After a few bites, he discovered that the few people next to him didn't seem to eat much meat. but they all carried them wine glass with a look of intoxication. He smiled secretly. These few guys who had never seen the world were obviously conquered by the drinks he brought back from another world. However, the fruit wine of this alien world is indeed delicious. When he drank it for the first time, he was also shocked by the taste of the wine. It was sweet and delicious, with a bitter taste of wine, but it was not fruity. The fragrance of the wine, and it also carries a strange and indescribable atmosphere of another world. Anyway, after drinking this wine, he was deeply impressed and never forgot. Chapter 207 Fairy Wine. Regardless of how old Helen and James are, they have been born well since they were young, and have been influenced by the family since they were young, and they know much more about wine than Xiao Feng. Fruit wine originated in France and became popular among princes and nobles. Later, with the prosperity and strength of France, it spread to the whole of Europe, and then spread to the United States across the sea. Wine is the king of Western fruit wine, but in fact, apples liquor, kumquat wine and other fruit wines, they also have a lot of them. Even now, many European countries still retain the tradition of using fruit wine as a table wine. In the upper class of the United States, influenced by the West, it also retains the habit of drinking fruit wine during meals. Wine is more common, but some people prefer to drink cider or kumquat, and the few otherworldly fruit wines that Xiao Feng brought today completely shocked Helen and his young Americans. You must know that they have been with the family elders since childhood. When I started drinking beer in junior high school, my family members opened their eyes. But when it came to grand festivals or family gatherings, the family members would allow them to drink some red wine or fruit wine, and even parents would teach them how to taste it. Red wine and fruit wine are used as a sign of their promotion to the upper class, so as not to show shame when talking with other people of the same class. So regardless of their age, they know what wine is good and what's good. But the few fruit wines Xiao Feng brought today really shocked them. For example, Helen prefers to drink cider. Usually, there are many ciders from France at home. They have all kinds of flavors, such as dry cider, sparkling sweet cider, champagne cider, sparkling cider, and so many varieties. There are no fewer than thousands of bottles in her house, but she has never drank cider like this one. The taste of this wine is mellow and sweet after a long time. It is not like French cider. The rustling bubbles in the mouth will stimulate the tongue, but when you sip it into the mouth, you can feel the stimulation of the alcohol on the taste buds. The apple's fragrance, sweetness, and several flavors are particularly obvious, but when mixed together, it forms a unique taste, which she has never felt before. Several other people also clearly noticed the difference of this wine. The drunkard James first awoke from the shock, then immediately picked up the kumquat wine and took a big sip. After this mouthful, he was stunned. The unique rich aroma of oranges instantly passed from the taste buds on the tip of the tongue to the tip of the nose, and then to the brain. In an instant, his whole person was stupefied. It was an unprecedented feeling. A sip of this kumquat wine made him feel numb and goosebumps. This wine is more sweet like a drink, not like wine anymore. But why is it that when the sweetness is exhausted at the end, there will be a smell of wine that will hit the forehead? What kind of wine is this? Helen put down the cider in her hand, but instead of getting the kumquat wine, she picked up the glass of green plum wine, took a small sip, and frowned immediately. Sour, so sour. What the is this? No, when the sourness is over, how can the tip of the tongue feel sweet and sweeter, and it is getting sweeter and sweeter, and finally mixed with the sourness that I felt before, forming a wonderful taste. She suddenly opened her eyes, as if she had discovered a new world. What kind of fairy drink is this? The layers are so distinct. This wine is so delicious. Why hasn't I found such a good wine before? Is it so delicious? What kind of wine is this? The few people present were all awake from the situation. They had just been shocked by the drink. They all looked at Xiao Feng with incredible eyes, and then the ghostly James took the lead in speaking. Fuck, I don't know what to say. Xiao, this wine is so delicious, What's its name? I'm going to buy a few barrels home and give my dad a drink. Let him know that he used to drink it. It's all shit, horse urine. This is the real fruit wine. Yes. What's the name of your winery? Tell me. I'm going to your house to have a good drink. This wine is so delicious. Your house is not just such a few bars. I want to take your wineries. All the inventory is bought out. Another drunkard, Ricky, couldn't help but loudly agree. This wine is really delicious. Buy some and take it back to the United States to show it off. It will definitely make a lot of face for yourself. Helen glanced at them a few times, but didn't say anything, and Xiao Feng replied happily, You guys, don't worry, this wine is produced in my winery, and the winery I just bought this year. These wines are made according to ancient recipes and using special methods and materials. These are just samples, and the winery is not yet able to mass produce them on a large scale. This wine is now simply named according to the variety, but the specific name has not yet been determined. Xiao Feng didn't pay much attention to the words of the Second World Masters, but it made Xiao Feng very happy to be affirmed by these few people who are proficient in fruit wine. After learning that Majestic and Dark Elf would make wine before, he asked them to make more brews. Once a large number of them are produced, e.metalnovel.com, he intends to sell them in this world. But how to sell it is not on the schedule yet. But seeing that these wines can be affirmed by these wines today gave him a lot of confidence. Foreigners are recognized as picky. If they can agree that your wine tastes good, it means that your wine is likely to be red. Even if it cannot be sold in China, it can be sold internationally. After all, fruit wine is more acceptable abroad. Taller. After hearing Xiao Feng's explanation, a group of people stopped asking more questions. They just talked to Xiao Feng about wine-making techniques. But Xiao Feng was just talking about it. The wine was brewed by Majestic. Can understand a fart. But the more he is like this, the more people think that this guy is scheming, and he clearly doesn't want to reveal too many ways to make this kind of wine to them. But this is after all a business secret of others, and they don't want to say more. Don't ask too much. After the dinner, Xiao Feng naturally returned to the same room with Helen. After more than a day of recuperation, Helen's body has basically recovered. Of course, he was beaten by Xiao Feng again. After this tossing, Xiao Feng vented his fire. Helen was also irrigated, and she leaned back comfortably in Xiao Feng's arms. She didn't speak for a long time, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Chapter 208 Idea of Cooperation. Just when Xiao Feng felt dazed and about to fall asleep, Helen suddenly raised his head and covered his mouth with a red seal, almost suffocating Xiao Feng, until he was energetic. He said to him, Xiao, is this wine you drank today really produced by your winery? Of course. What's the matter? It was the first time Helen spoke to Xiao Feng so seriously. Seeing her serious expression, Xiao Feng also had to cheer up. Your wine is really good. When will it produce energy? Helen's question stopped Xiao Feng from asking, and he couldn't help asking, why are you asking this? Helen looked at him repeatedly, and then said to him, that's it. I may not have told you before. My family is actually a public relations company in the United States. Helen started to introduce Xiao Feng about her family situation. Xiao Feng was a little confused. What do you mean? I and you are just a short-term marriage, right? What are you doing in introducing your family to me? Could it be that it has only been 2 days before you want to rely on me? But after hearing it, he gradually understood what Helen meant. It turned out that Helen's father was the first to run a winery. Their family has 3 wineries in Napa Valley. Her grandparents have been making wine since her grandparents, and the family business has always been good. Later, her father went to college and went to Los Angeles. Where did she meet the mother of her third-rate actress? Later, after her father graduated from college, her mother did not succeed in Hollywood. So they went back to Napa home to make wine together. Although Helen's mother was unsuccessful as an actress, she met many celebrities during that period, and she was also very business-minded. After 2 years of wine making with her father, Helen established a public relations company, dedicated to Los Angeles. There are all kinds of high-end banquets, wedding banquets and so on. And by virtue of her opportunity to host various high-end banquets, she also promoted their own drinks, and her mother's business has grown more and more over the years. From the very beginning, it was just organizing parties for the stars in Los Angeles, to the birthday parties and wedding banquets of various social celebrities, to the adult banquets of children and so on. After its development, it began to undertake large-scale celebrations of various companies, or various economic forums, various celebrity cocktail parties, charity auctions and other business celebrations. The public relations company of their family is getting bigger and bigger, and more celebrities are contacted, and more discerning customers are also encountered. As a result, in recent years, she has watched her mother sometimes get picky from customers and turn her hair gray. And as their public relations companies become bigger and bigger, they are facing more and more competitions. There are many public relations companies in the United States that specialize in hosting various business banquets like hers, and many people have good hands and eyes. For generations, the competition in this industry is extremely fierce, and it is really difficult to gain a foothold in the industry without any special means. Today, after drinking these special fruit wines from Qiandao Feng, Helen was moved. Their public relations company has faced extremely fierce competition in the same industry in recent years, and wants to stand out from these competitions. Then we must show our own uniqueness to attract customers. So what is unique about their public relations company? Helen thought and thought. She definitely didn't have it before, but after meeting Qiandao Feng today, she thinks she has it, but only if she has Qiandao Feng's consent. So you want to buy the wine from my winery and sell it in the United States? Qiandao Feng roughly understood Helen's thoughts, while Helen rolled his eyes. Not buying your wine, but taking the exclusive agency rights of these wines in the United States. Then we will help you package the hype and get it for you. All kinds of high-end banquets in the United States are sold. You have to know that the upper class in the United States basically likes fruit wine. Generally, high-end banquets cannot do without champagne and red wine. But now these wines are basically rotten at banquets. But your fruit wine is different. I tasted it today. It is really unique in taste. The taste is really indescribable. After drinking it once, I feel addicted. I believe other Americans will also like it. At that time, I won the exclusive agency rights and introduced this wine to the upper class in the United States. You have to know that once which kind of wine becomes popular in the upper class in the United States, it will soon become popular in the middle and lower classes. The new wine, even if it opens the market in the United States. Helen's words were eloquent, but Qiandao Feng listened very carefully. Helen's words were partly right, and partly he didn't believe them. For example, Helen said that she introduced these wines to the upper class in the United States. In fact, she clearly wanted to use Qiandao Feng's wine to attract more customers. Qiandao Feng is particularly confident in this wine from another world. With such a unique taste, once mass-produced, it will definitely succeed in this world. And Helen won the exclusive agency of the United States and told the Americans at that time that I only have this wine. When the upper class in the United States holds high-end banquets, wouldn't it be very shameless if there were no such wines? Therefore, to hold a banquet, she will definitely find her mother's public relations company. She wants to use the wine from other worlds provided by Qiandao Feng to erect their family's signature and build a unique image of their family. But she was right in another sentence. Any good thing actually spreads and radiates from the upper class to the lower class. For example, if your new wine www.mentalnovel.com is promoted in the United States, no matter how much you advertise, ordinary Americans may not accept it. Your wine is from China, but if the upper class in the United States says, "Wow, these special fruit wines from China are really delicious," not only are they delicious, but they are also good for human health. When you see what the common people in the United States will be like, let alone the United States, this situation is the same all over the world, even in China. But this is precisely the fastest way to open the market for these new fruit wines. And considering that most of the people in China have the characteristics of blindly following the trend, especially the characteristics of the more superstitious foreign products. For example, the electronic toilet seat has been produced in China for a long time, but the common people think that it is expensive and the quality is not good. If you have used Japanese toilet seats in Japan, you can say that Japan is good, and then buy back crazy in Japan. I found out when I returned home that it was made in China. The same is true for this fruit wine. If you promote it in the country, you may invest a lot of money, but it has not been accepted by the Chinese. However, if foreigners say that it is delicious first, then it may be better to sell when it is returned to the domestic market. The most important thing is the price that can still be sold. Chapter 209 American Leading Party. Although Xiao Feng is not satisfied with the consumption habits of Chinese people, there is no way. The reality of the business world is like this. Years of foreign cultural invasions and the brainwashing propaganda brought by various foreign companies when advertising in China have caused many Chinese people. Subconsciously, I feel that foreign products are better and more reliable than domestic ones, and the inertia of consumption habits accumulated over the years is still great. For example, after some foreign companies enter the country, when they open the market, they will always advertise overwhelmingly, and most of the advertisements will invite foreigners as the male and female pig's feet in the advertising film to create a sense of tallness, and then put the product. The price is particularly high, but many domestic consumers are rushing to it. Even if the products of many domestic brands in China, even if the quality is not much different from that of foreign products, and the price is lower, they are not accepted by the Chinese. There are also some domestic brands who like to help gangsters sell underwear, have to ask two foreigners to advertise. It seems that his underwear is as tall as it is, and it is not one or two. Many domestic clothing brands do this. It can be seen from the clean foreign models on a certain treasure, and there are even some domestic clothing brands, which are obviously domestic products and have to get a foreign name, or register a brand in a certain European country to impersonate foreign goods, then sell it at a high price. It is this kind of unhealthy advertising that gives Chinese people a concept that domestic products are inferior to others, which has caused many domestic consumers to have malformed consumer outlook. Fortunately, in recent years, with the increase of national power and the rise of some domestic brands, coupled with the assists of some foreign brands insulting China, this deformed domestic consumer outlook has changed a lot. When Xiao Feng wanted to sell wine before, he mainly wanted to promote it in China, but when Helen told him today, he suddenly came up with an idea that since foreign goods can be bought in China, why can't he do it? Sell the wine to foreign devils, and go to the foreigners' land to make a big fishing? Why can only foreign devils come to our country to make money? Let's go to their land to make money. They will cause you all kinds of trouble. Why? Huago wants to establish the image of a high-end brand. You foreign devils have to obstruct it in every possible way. Have to define our Huago products as low-end goods and cheap goods. You must know that no matter what product in the world is, once it is labeled with a high-end label, it will immediately double in value. Don't you see the foreign cosmetics companies, which one is not making a lot of money in China? Those cosmetics are nothing more than a relatively early time to create a brand, and the things they use are just a mixture of various chemical materials. Xiao Feng does not deny that some of these high-end products do have a certain technical content. But the technical content of those cosmetics is really not up to the point where they can match the high-end prices they sell. For example, those 20 brand lipsticks, the most used base materials are very cheap chemicals, and they are nothing more than a small amount of special chemical products. But they are affixed with the 20 brand, and they will sell you hundreds of them. A small bottle of perfume, 90% of the main ingredient is water, plus a few kinds of spices. You can buy hundreds of them. This is simply a huge profit and cannot be used in a profitable industry. It is these things that can generate billions or even tens of billions of dollars in revenue from China every year. In this way, how dissatisfied these foreigners are. It is also noisy that our domestic policy protection and the forced transfer of patents have to make irresponsible remarks and devalue China. I really want the people of China to work hard, to work as slaves for them every year, and then earn money. All of the hard-earned money can be used to buy their tall products. And while making your money, while not taking you seriously, making an advertisement requires all kinds of cynicism, and even implicitly use some labeling techniques to disgust you. Thinking of this, Xiao Feng wanted to curse their old mother. A bunch of bastards. Think about our domestic products, such as the chrysanthemum factory that has emerged in recent years. People have worked research and development. After years of hard work, they can finally reach an equal position with them. They can't accept it. I make trouble for you every day, saying that you are not safe and that you have installed a backdoor. I don't know if they are shameless. Think about that. Comrade Xnewden is from that country. What happened to the prism door that burst out? They kept silent. Starting an alliance, they would block you. As a country, it can't beat you technically. It dared to play kidnapping blatantly, and even arrested the senior executives of Chrysanthemum Factory as bargaining chips. It's really a big surprise in the world. Anyway, they said right and wrong. Even though, it's the same virtue as the domestic internet trolls. Although Xiao Feng is not young, he is still a passionate young man. This time Helen suddenly mentioned to him that he wanted to promote the wine in the United States. It reminded him of what happened to China in recent years. A lot of angry young thoughts came up, and also moved to sell this wine to the United States first, to make American money. What's special? Don't you Americans always preach that you are number one in the world in the United States? Lao Tzu made a well-known brand in China, made it a high-end product, labeled it as a luxury product, and then sold it to you in the United States, and charged you Americans IQ tax. Until novel.com. Look at my side with Helen's eager mood. Xiao Feng suddenly felt that this girl was really cute. She was a perfect American leader party. It is impossible for a Chinese brand to succeed in the United States without a few local leading parties. It is like those foreign products that have achieved great success in China. Many times they are competitors who have obtained profit-sharing help behind. A lot of things can't be written, everyone knows. You'll have to eat river crabs if you write them. Your idea is very good. I think I can give it a try. Xiao Feng smiled and said to Helen that Helen had never reacted to Xiao Feng before. In fact, she was very worried. Regardless of her young age, she had been fascinated by her parents since she was a child, and she has learned a lot of business experience, exercise. So she is a very assertive girl. Now her mother's business has reached a bottleneck period, and she wants to go further and faces fierce competition. She went home to take over the family business after graduating. It was a long-established fact. She wondered how to make her own business. Furthermore, it has not been a year or two. This time meeting Xiao Feng, or encountering Xiao Feng's wine from another world, made her feel that she had found a perfect breakthrough. Chapter 210. Marketing Techniques. As the daughter of the owner of a large public relations company, Helen has followed her mother since she was a child. She has even worked in her mother's company since junior high school. She has participated in many large-scale banquets and social banquet planning and preparation work. She deeply knows the importance of a good wine to the success of a banquet. Western society, especially the upper-class society, has its own wine culture, which is different from the domestic wine table culture. But in fact it is almost the same. When domestic companies start business negotiations, many of them are finalized at the wine table. Everyone is used to sitting at the round table, drinking and eating while talking about things, because many old-school businessmen in China believe in the old saying, wine meets people. So the domestic wine table culture has many unspoken rules. In foreign countries, because they are accustomed to the cold meal system, Many business negotiations and pimping processes are completed at the reception. A large gathering, a variety of celebrities, holding a wine glass, wandering in different small circles, exchanging various business information, or getting to know friends from different circles through the introduction of various people. It is exactly this kind of communication. Unknowingly you can find opportunities and even complete transactions. This is the Western-style wine table culture, or the cocktail party culture. And what is similar to the domestic wine table culture is that those who attend such banquets are often successful people and will ask for good wine. It's like when domestic companies talk about business at the wine table, most of them drink Mao Tai and Yu Liang Ai. No matter how bad they are, it is a good wine with a certain reputation. It is the same in foreign countries. A tall party often depends on the occasion, different, or the owner's preference, and provide a variety of different levels of alcohol. The top quality whiskey is generally indispensable. A variety of champagne and red wine are also provided, and even a variety of different types of fruit wines are provided. The biggest expense of each large-scale business reception abroad is those dazzling high-end drinks. Therefore, Helen valued Xiao Feng's wines from other worlds very much. She has tried all of these wines. The taste is unique, and the most important thing is the rich taste. The strangest thing about these wines is when they just enter the wine, can let you experience the rich taste of different levels. But when the wine finally enters the throat, the rich taste will merge together to form an indescribable and wonderful taste. Such a unique wine. Helen, who has drunk all kinds of high school and low-end Western wines, can be said to have never experienced it. Even the cocktails that originated in the United States with a variety of different drinks and beverage flavors, none of these wines have brought Helen this feeling. The feeling of these wines is naturally natural, and it is definitely not the kind of artificial cocktails. The taste of the modulation is comparable. Therefore, Helen, who has been born in a family of winemaking since childhood, is sure that if these wines are brought to the United States, they will definitely be popular, and they will definitely be sought after by the so-called upper-class people. These wines can definitely be in the American wine industry. A tornado blew up, which was the main reason why she valued Xiao Feng so much. So much so that she had been thinking with anxiety just now, if Xiao Feng did not agree to her exclusive agency for these wines and the distribution rights in the United States, what price she should pay to convince Xiao Feng. Americans are very realistic in terms of interests. For example, even though Helen and Xiao Feng have such a dewy marriage, she would not think of relying on these to take advantage of Xiao Feng for nothing. While Helen was thinking about Xiao Feng was also thinking about Helen. He was judging Helen whether he was capable of making these drinks popular in the United States. This little girl is very ambitious. She actually wants to take her own wine to put up a sign for their public relations company, but does she have any specific ideas or means? That's really great. Don't worry, Xiao, I will definitely let you these wines. Stop, Helen. I don't doubt your determination, but I would like to hear more. Do you have any specific ways to let my wine open the market in the United States? Xiao Feng is also very straightforward. He doesn't doubt that his wine can become popular in the United States, but Helen has to come up with real materials. Otherwise he doesn't mind and find other more powerful agents. Well, Xiao, you should know that my family has made wine for several generations. There are some connections in the American wine industry. Several of my cousins and uncles are all famous wine tasters in the United States. We often publishing some articles on the internet or in some alcohol magazines is still very influential in the United States. Give me your agent for these wines, and I will talk to them. As soon as Helen said this, Xiao Feng understood. It was nothing more than to find some gunman to hype. This method has been tried all over the world, especially some senior experts who are well known and have status in the industry. The influence of these people can be it's not trivial. Sometimes a sentence is more effective than you smashed millions of ads, especially in the alcohol industry. Also, recently, The governor of California is about to start a campaign. My public relations company www.mentalnovel.com has already undertaken a lot of business receptions. I will post in those soft articles at that time. After that, introduce these wines to these cocktail parties. You also know who can attend these cocktail parties. Based on the quality of your drinks, I believe they will definitely be impressed. Launch it a few more times, and then supply it in limited quantities. Even if you don't want it, it's hard for you to drink it. Helen's words really surprised Xiao Feng. Originally thought she was just a female college student who hadn't been involved in the world, but she didn't expect her thoughts to be so mature, and the commercial methods were not weak at all. In such a short time, I have come up with so many promotion methods one after another. The future development of this girl is definitely not easy. For example, she said that the pre-election business reception is actually the candidates participating in the campaign canvassing votes for themselves, looking for places to invest, and those who can be invited to participate in this kind of business reception are definitely the upper class in the United States. The society is either rich or expensive, and Helen's idea of directly pushing these wines to them can be said to be extraordinarily bold. You must know that such a business reception can be said to be the choice of food and wine. Very strict. It must be worthy of the status of the participants, and the taste is not bad. Otherwise people will think that you neglect him, and then you will still get a lot of votes and funds. Chapter 211 Happy Cooperation. And Xiao Feng doesn't even doubt that the quality of his wines can easily conquer the taste buds of even the most picky Yankees. Why are you so confident? Helen and James are already proof. These are two rich second generations. Although they don't know what James's family does, it can be seen that this guy has a good family education since he was a child. Although he seems to be addicted to nightclubs, this guy has a very good taste in wine. Although he is not very old, he is an old alcoholic. He can taste what wine is good and what is not good. Then there is Helen, who came from a winemaker's family, and his understanding of wine and the distinction between good and bad are more professional. And both of them were conquered at the same time as soon as they drank their own wine, which has already demonstrated the strength of these foreign wines, and they definitely have the ability to conquer the upper class society of the United States with the same background as them. When the time comes, even if the people attending the cocktail party, 60% like these wines, then these wines will be successful. Moreover, the reputation of wine is easier to spread than other products. Once these wines have established a reputation in the upper class of the United States, word of mouth will be fermented, and then not only the public relations company of the Helen family will be able to usher in an outbreak. His several wines from other worlds can also usher in a period of explosive sales. At that time, as long as a breakthrough is opened in the upper class of the United States, then the reputation of this drink will soon be able to spread to the wealthy middle class, and then to the bottom. Then it will spread from the United States, which is the lighthouse of the Western world, to Europe, Australia, and then, hey, don't blame Lao Tzu for his bad knife. You have to accept any price Lao Tzu sets. Xiao Feng has made up his mind to turn these exotic wines into real luxury goods. Just like the wines produced by the French wineries. They put their names on them, brag about them, and then in the rich circle, the word of mouth is fermented, and then it becomes a high-end red wine known all over the world. Go to a high-end restaurant and open a bottle that costs tens of thousands. Mad. Don't make money too easy. By then I won't believe it. Lao Tzu's wines from other worlds will not be sold, and they will come at the same high price as your French wines. Before, Xiao Feng was really confused about how to market this foreign wine. He didn't have any ideas. It was also because the black spirits of the foreign world could not produce a large amount of wine, so he didn't bother to think too much. Since this time when I met Helen, it happened to be the right time. With Helen's promotion plan, he gradually became clear about the marketing of this foreign wine in his mind. Since you want to play, then play a big one. Start from abroad. Once these wines are launched, they will first face the world, and then slowly reverse and penetrate back to the country. First make money from those foreign devils. Let's talk about it. Helen has already revealed her initial marketing plan and Xiao Feng. Of course, these are just some of the ideas she thought of temporarily. When the specific promotion is implemented, of course, there are still many details to be carefully polished and implemented. But Xiao Feng was very satisfied with this plan. Very good. Helen, your remarks made me think you are not joking. So good. I wish us a happy cooperation. Xiao Feng smiled and stretched out her hand. Helen held it tightly, and then shook it vigorously. At this time, she was also very excited. With the help of these wines from Xiao Feng, she was very confident that she could take their home. The public relations company becomes bigger and stronger. The business of their public relations company before was mainly concentrated on the west coast of the United States, and they were undertaking business in Los Angeles, Silicon Valley, Seattle, San Francisco and other places. The central and eastern regions were not very able to penetrate, and occasionally they would receive some from the East Coast invitation, but failed to open the market. With the help of these wines, Helen firmly believes that he will be able to expand the business of his family's public relations company to the East Coast. After all, New York, Washington, Philadelphia, Miami, and Boston on the East Coast are the gathering places of the veteran upper class in the United States. And there is not one of the most concentrated areas in the United States. The most powerful people in the United States are basically concentrated there. If they can hold one or two cocktail parties for those people and get in touch with them, then their family's business will be much easier in the future. Xiao Feng didn't expect that it was just a Dewey marriage. He actually helped him negotiate such a business, and he did not know that this business would have such a big impact on the future development of his company. The major events were basically settled. In the next few days, under the leadership of these Americans, Xiao Feng had a good time to play Thailand, and visited Pattaya and other well-known attractions. Father James has a branch here, so he provides them with a lot of convenience. People are responsible for food, clothing, housing and transportation, so you don't have to worry about it. The two guys, James and Ricky, even drank Xiao Feng every day and took out the wine from other worlds, but Xiao Feng refused and said that he had just brought 3 bottles, and they had all drunk them. And the winery at home, this year is also the first time to try brewing, so the output is not high, and the quality is not stable. These are several innovative wines. As for when they will be available in large quantities, he is not sure. This disappointed James and Ricky. www.mtlnovel.com and Helen has deliberately flattered him these days, seizing the opportunity to find him to linger. I don't know if he was really conquered by his canon, or he was deliberately pleased because of future economic benefits. Xiao Feng wondered whether it was both, but he didn't care what she thought. On the contrary, he enjoyed her flattery even more. After playing in Thailand for 5 days, it was time for a few Americans to return home. Their vacation was over. Xiao Feng didn't plan to leave. Instead, he wanted to continue playing here for a few more days. When Helen was leaving, Xiao Feng sorted out their wines he had brought from other worlds and took 3 large boxes to Helen. There were hundreds of bottles. These were all Majz's intentions to please him. The rush brewing is of course only part of it. Now that it has been agreed that Helen will be the exclusive agent of her own wine from another world, she must take some samples back. The original samples only need a few bottles. But consider Helen said she wants some high-end business in a few months. Some were taken out at the reception, and they were simply given to her. As for the price, Xiao Feng plans to wait until the next meeting with Helen, and the name of the wine, Xiao Feng, will be named Eastern Dream. Although a little cheesy, but catchy and easy to remember. Chapter 212 Chance Encounter. Helen returned to the United States with wine and Xiao Feng's eager anticipation. Of course, in order to prevent James and the others, Xiao Feng gave her so many wines. She also specially found a courier company and paid a lot of money to transport these wines. Go back to America. After bidding farewell to Helen, Xiao Feng still didn't want to go home. He also wanted to spend a few days in Thailand. He had never been abroad before. This is the first time he came to a truly tropical country. He liked the natural environment here very much, especially for some water sports. He likes it very much. Although his hometown of Binching has a long coastline, the northern seaside is really not as fun as this tropical area, such as swimming in the water. Their home is only in July and August. It is suitable for launching, and the sea is terribly cold at other times. Unless some people have this hobby, ordinary people rarely go to the sea to swim, not to mention the white sandy beaches that are not available in his hometown. Now that I'm here, I have to have a good time. Before, I followed Helen and the Americans to watch the flowers. Now that they are gone, Xiao Feng decided to have an in-depth tour by himself. He first went to Phuket, and then spent 2 days on the island, enjoying the tropical beaches here, and also going to Emperor Island to go diving. Unexpectedly, this diving became addictive. After playing for a whole day, he felt that the beach on Emperor Island was not enough for him to play. Emperor Island is not far to the south of Phuket. Because the sea is shallow and the currents are not urgent, it is a great place for beginners to dive. There are many people who dive here. Xiao Feng mainly dislikes that there are too many people here. Happy. When I returned to the hotel in the evening, I reported a tour group on Similan Island. This Similan Island is located about 100 kilometers northwest of Phuket. It is located in the Andaman Sea. The water is relatively deep and the current is not urgent, and the water quality is good. The beach is white, and you can play deep diving. It is said that when you are lucky, you can still encounter groups of sea turtles. Xiao Feng made a strategy early on. It happened that there was a tour group here at the hotel and he simply joined in. I left my room early the next morning and set off with the tour group. The nearest port to the Similan Islands is Tapland Port, so it is more convenient to start from Tapland Port than from Phuket by sea. The tour group starts from the hotel and heads straight to Tapland Port, and then takes a boat to the island from there. Xiao Feng got in the car early, but he didn't expect to hear someone nearby whispered in exclamation as soon as he sat down. "Hello, Mr. Xiao. What a coincidence." Xiao Feng turned his head and saw that he just saw a slapped face of Yixi, half of his face covered by big sunglasses. At this moment the man just pushed the sunglasses on top of his head. "Huh? It's you? What a coincidence. By the way, your name is Suzuki, right?" After 2 glances, Xiao Feng recognized that this girl was when he opened a branch before, and Yao found him some famous Weibo blogger, Suzuki. At that time, the girl seemed to hold an inexplicable hostility towards him, which made him very confused. If it were not for the fear of bad influence, he would have wanted to punish people at the time, but after the opening of the branch, the effect was especially good. He also forgot about this. Later, the girl seemed to be looking for him and wanted to join her, but he had forgotten it a long time ago. If it hadn't been for this girl to be really beautiful, he probably wouldn't recognize her just now. What about beauties? Xiao Feng is also a local tyrant now, knowing that local tyrants will never lack women. Obviously, Suzuki felt a little angry for Xiao Feng's failure to call out her name, beautiful woman. What's more, she is also a little V with more than 2 million fans. She used to hug her everywhere. Although she is not a celebrity, there are always people who deliberately please. But now the man in front of him even includes his own name. I can't remember how this can make her happy, and a sense of frustration floods in my heart. "Ziki, who is this?" At this moment, a middle-aged woman next to Suzuki poked her head out, and while looking at Xiao Feng, she asked Suzuki. The eyes of this middle-aged woman turned on Xiao Feng several times, looking back at Suzuki's at that time. The eyes were full of smiles. "Oh, this is a boss I met in Binching some time ago. The one who runs a fast food restaurant is made by that famous chef and his name is Xiao Feng. Mr. Xiao is my mother." Suzuki reluctantly introduced Xiao Feng and his mother. Xiao Feng nodded at her mother quickly and enthusiastically. "Hello auntie, I am Ziki's friend. My name is Xiao Feng." Hello, whoops. The young man looks really good. Did you come to travel too? Wow, by yourself? Suzuki's mother was very enthusiastic. She looked at Xiao Feng's dignified manner and spoke very politely, so she liked him greatly. Anyway, it was boring to take a car, so she took Xiao Feng to talk all the way, and it turned out that they were also going to Similan Islands go diving over there. The weather today doesn't seem to be very good. It rained all the way along the way, even if it was to Tapland Port. The rain did not see a small first half. On the contrary, I still felt that the wind was much stronger than before. When everyone arrived at the pier, the tour guide distributed life jackets to everyone. Some people said, "The weather is like this, it seems that the sea is going to be a big wave, or else I won't go today, and wait until tomorrow." I don't think of the Thai tour guide.mentalnovel.com, but I firmly disagree. I have to say that this is only a temporary. Today's local weather forecast has said that after another hour, this period of low pressure will pass, and the sky will be sunny, so please rest assured. And he has been working on this tourist route for more than 10 years. The weather here is often like this. It rained an hour ago, and it rained and cleared after an hour, so please believe he, get on the boat quickly, so as not to delay the trip. The tour guide spoke with confidence, and everyone else is not familiar with the climate here. In addition, other boaters also followed persuasion. They all said they would not make waves, and they would be fine in a while. So they also got on the boat one after another. This ship is not a big ship, it is just an ordinary modified cruise ship, a ship that can hold about 100 people, from Tapland Port to the Similan Islands. It is only a half-hour boat ride, and everyone did not think it was too big. Problem: after Xiao Feng got on the boat, she was still pulled by Zu's mother to sit together. This middle-aged aunt was very talkative, especially after she knew that Xiao Feng was made by a famous chef on the internet. I kept discussing business with him, but while chatting, this mother Zhu can always talk about the production of famous chefs. Xiao Feng laughed secretly. It is estimated that Suzuki went home and told her mother that she wanted to open a franchise store. That's why her mother helped her inquire about the business situation of the famous chef. Chapter 213 Shipwreck. Auntie, my celebrity chef's manufacturing is pretty good now. On average, each store can guarantee the lowest net profit per day at 10,000 yuan. Oh, so amazing. Are all the shops rented? Well, the newly opened stores are rented, but some are also bought. Yes, it's better to buy it. You don't need to work for the landlord if you buy it. Aunt Zhu is still very talkative, and her years of business career has made her very sensitive to many details of the business. Xiao Feng and her also talked about it. But after talking for a while, I felt that Aunt Zhu's face became paler and paler, and the more she said it, the more something was wrong, and she looked up again, only to realize that the whole ship was now very bumpy. Turning her head to see Suzuki beside her also had an unsightly face. At this moment, she was sitting tightly on the chair, holding the armrest of the chair tightly. No wonder this girl was so quiet before. You should know that when she was on the bus, this girl was not friendly to her. When she was chatting with her mother, she would suddenly say a few words to stimulate herself. Just now, she and her mother had been talking for a long time, but she hadn't said anything. Xiao Feng was still strange. It turned out to be frightened. Looking up at the surroundings, the people on the boat seemed to be not feeling well. Many people were sitting on their chairs with pale faces and holding the handrails tightly. The whole boat was also very bumpy now. However, since Xiao Feng had superb physical fitness, he really didn't pay much attention to such bumps. Super adaptability made him feel so uncomfortable under such harsh sea conditions. With the ship's control platform behind, Xiao Feng glanced behind him, and saw that the tour guide had already hid in the captain's room at this time, and was talking to the captain, while the captain was shaking his head vigorously. Xiao Feng happened to sit on the side of the boat. He took a probe and looked outside. Xiao Feng couldn't help but be stunned. It was just a little cloudy sky just now. At this time, it was covered with dark clouds and the sea in the distance was foggy. Obviously, there was a heavy rain falling on the ocean not far away from him. He could see from time to time that there were thick lightning flashes on the rainy sea in the distance. With a wow, a tourist in front of Xiao Feng finally couldn't help but vomit. With such a beginning, there were people behind immediately, and they began to vomit one after another. Most of the people in this tour group came from the mainland, and many came from inland. Some people didn't even know how to swim, let alone see such bumpy sea conditions. In the distance, thunderstorms continued on the ocean surface. The more Xiao Feng looked at, the more he felt a strong sense of crisis, which kept covering his mind. Although he had never been to sea before, he knew a lot of sailors who sought life at sea. Many sailors have told him that once heavy rains begin on the distant sea, if your boat is small, you'd better stay away because the rain will cause a temperature difference on the sea. Once the temperature difference reaches a certain level, just form a low-pressure cyclone. Once the rain stops and the sun hits the sea, a gale will form, and if there is a gale, there will be a big wave. In the face of such a big storm, the boat is okay, but the boat may be the end of the ship's destruction. When he remembered this, Xiao Feng immediately got up and walked over to the cockpits behind him. As soon as he got to the cockpit, he saw the dark captain, very violently shouting at him in Thai, and the tour guide also. He kept getting him back to his seat quickly. Without a word, Xiao Feng grabbed the tour guide by the neck as soon as he stretched out his hand and pushed him onto the cabin wall. "Grandson, I know you want to quickly send us to the island to earn a commission, but in this weather, if you let us go forward, that is to die. You must quickly tell the captain, let him turn around and drive back. We are not going today." Many people on the ship heard the movement here and saw Xiao Feng's actions. Many people with bad feelings also echoed and said, "That's it, such a big storm is too dangerous, so turn around and go back soon." "We are not going today." Everyone spoke, and the sea conditions outside were indeed bad enough. The tour guide didn't dare to commit the anger. He didn't know what he said to the captain in Thai. The captain actually started to turn around at the rudder. The boat turned around and started to drive towards Taplan port. Xiao Feng also returned to the seat. Mother Zhu sat on the seat pale, and there was a mess on the ground. She also vomited just now. I saw him at this time. She actually gave him a thumbs up. Even when Suzuki looked at him, her face was flushed. Obviously Xiao Feng stepped forward to help many people say what they wanted to say but didn't dare to say. The boat drove very slowly, just about 2 nautical miles away from Taplan harbor. The person sitting behind the boat suddenly exclaimed, and then rushed to the bow of the boat. Xiao Feng turned his head to look, and his heart felt a little awkward. "It's broken." I saw a big wave just behind, chasing them towards them. Although the big wave is not as terrifying as the huge waves caused by the movie Shanghai Tsunami, it looks very scary from his point of view. The wave can be 3 meters high. If you photographed them on this small boat, it would be absolutely no good. What's even more annoying is that the captain behind saw this situation, unexpectedly screamed www.mentalnovel.com and then pulled out a lifebuoy from the cabin, put it on the body and jumped into the sea. And then the tour guide unexpectedly he did what he did, and jumped into the sea. Now there are no people who hacked the boat, and Xiao Feng was dumbfounded. He had never seen such a situation. If he was on land, he might still be able to find a way, but above the vast sea, he didn't. After sailing the boat, he was messed up for a while. The two mothers and Suzuki beside him did not know when. One of them hugged his arm. Both of them were pale and were scared to speak. Xiao Feng could only shout, "Sit down." Then there was a bang. The 3-meter-high wolf directly photographed the roof of their small boat, and pushed the small boat directly under the sea. The plastic canopy instantly shattered, and the sea seemed to be pouring. Heavy rain poured into the cabin, and many people were immediately rushed into the sea and disappeared. There was a scream on the boat. It is Xiao Feng who has a wealth of power, but he can't use it at this time. What's more, there are 2 women hanging on his body. He originally firmly grasped the armrest of the front seat, but Suzuki and his mother did not sit steady, but desperately clutching his arm. so much so that he smashed the armrest of the plastic seat directly. Chapter 214 Save People Fuck. Xiao Feng only came to curse inwardly, and then a big wave came over, and he could no longer sit on the boat anymore. He was shot directly out of the cabin by the big wave and fell into the sea. The sea was pitch black, the ocean was covered with dark clouds and heavy rain, and it was the cumulonimbus cloud just far away that floated over their heads, bringing not only the heavy rain, but also the hurricane and big waves. Xiao Feng was struggling under the sea. Fortunately, his physical fitness was super strong and his lung capacity was large enough to not be suffocated. However, he just wanted to kick his legs to float on the sea, but he felt his feet sink. Looking down, it turned out that it was Suzuki's girl who turned out to be below, holding one of his legs tightly. Xiao Feng was really dumbfounded. How to say, "Are you a ghost?" Just on the boat, you and your mother hugged me by one arm, causing Lao Tzu to fall into the sea. Now that we are in the sea, don't you let go? Although the sea is dark, Xiao Feng's eyes that have been transformed by tyrannical Queen Bee have extraordinary abilities, and Suzuki's expression in the darkness can still be seen, full of fear and despair. Xiao Feng wanted to kick her down, and then escaped by herself, but when she saw her expression, he couldn't bear it. He bent over and grabbed her hair, lifting it up. Suzuki was in pain and released Xiao Feng's leg. Xiao Feng hurriedly kicked his leg and dragged Suzuki to float on the sea. To save a drowning person, you have to be cruel to her, either by knocking him stunned behind the back, or just like Xiao Feng, making him painfully incapable of struggling. Otherwise they will just struggle indiscriminately under the panic. Maybe it will drag you to the bottom of the sea. A few seconds later, Xiao Feng dragged Suzuki to the surface of the sea, and out of the sea. Xiao Feng took a deep breath, and after Suzuki came out of the sea, he followed back like a soul, with a big mouthful. After spitting out a few mouthfuls of water, he also gasped for breath, accompanied by endless tears. "Mr. Xiao, Brother Xiao, I beg you, save my mother, please. As long as you promise me, you can let me do anything." Xiao Feng was also looking around at this time, looking for the ship when they came, only to see that the ship was buckled upside down on the sea not far away. Beside it was a mess of luggage and debris. There are a few lucky guys floating on the sea not far from the ship, and it is obvious that the big wave just overturned the ship. It rains heavily on the sea, but the wind is much smaller. Xiao Feng knows that this is because they are in the eye of the storm. They are usually in the eye of the storm, but the place where the wind is the least. The surrounding area of the cyclone is often the wind with the strongest wind. Local. They are in the center of the cyclone, and the cyclone is still moving. When the tail of the cyclone sweeps over you and them, they will encounter a big storm. So the best plan now is to move closer to the ship and hide under the inverted ship. Don't cry. Let's go over there and have a look. Suzuki next to him is still crying and Xiao Feng is also upset. It's not that he doesn't want to save people, but this is the vast sea, not land. Even if he wants to save people, he has powerlessness, and he has to guarantee his life first. Safe. Fortunately, they all wore life jackets, which added a lot of buoyancy to them. Xiao Feng dragged Suzuki to the direction of the boat and dragged many people who were supporting the sea along the way. Otherwise after a while, there will be a big wave coming over, and they may not know where to blow them. If the coast stretches further and further, they will have to die in the sea. A dozen people were rescued along the way. Xiao Feng and the others finally came to the ship. The ship is a glass fiber reinforced plastic hull with a certain curvature. There is a layer of cabin underneath, and there is a watertight layer under the cabin. It is precisely because of this subcabin structure which brought sufficient buoyancy to the ship. After being overturned, it did not sink, but fell on the surface of the water. Xiao Feng asked everyone to hold on to the ropes or handrails on the side of the ship, while he lowered his head and dived under the water to search and rescue people in the cabin. After a while, he dragged out more than a dozen people from the cabin. Everyone responded to his behavior, all very grateful. A few boys with good physical strength and good water also followed him to dive to save people. Just now, many people were stunned by the big waves. After the boat overturned, They were trapped in the cabin. At this time, if the rescue is timely, these people can still ask for help. Return a small life. However, even those young men do not have Xiao Feng's eyesight in the sea, so the efficiency of saving people is much worse than that of Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng has saved more than 20 people, and they have only saved a few people. Later, Xiao Feng was afraid of danger, so he refused to let them dive. He just asked them to take care of himself, and if they could save someone, he asked them to take them out of the water. Finally, on the third round trip, Xiao Feng pulled Mother Zhu from their seats. The middle-aged woman was choked and passed out. In fact, Xiao Feng's rescue process was very fast. Taking Mama Zhu out of the water, Xiao Feng strangled her chest and abdomen, strangling her a few times, until she strangled Mama Zhu to spit out a few big saliva, and then came up with a breath of breath. Zuzuki saw her mother wake up. I cried with joy, and cried bitterly when holding Zhu's mother. Just when the mothers were resurrected from death. Novel.com and weeping with joy, Xiao Feng glanced back, and then shouted to the people near the ship, "There is another big wave coming, everyone has to hurry up this time." When the wave comes, everyone should try not to loosen the rope, and try to bury your head under the water to avoid choking. In fact, there is no way he can do it. If he doesn't want to be washed into the deep sea by the big waves, he can only grab the ship. After all, there is a ship, and they are more likely to be rescued, because the search and rescue team must be the first to find the ship. But guarding such a broken ship, the danger is not low. Who knows if this ship will capsize for the second time under a big wave? And if you are hit by the debris from the ship, you may die. In fact, everyone understands these principles, but everyone does not let go. Obviously, everyone knows that by guarding this ship, everyone's survival the odds will be higher. Big waves followed. Xiao Feng looked at Zuzuki and Mother Zhu, motioned them to take a deep breath, and then when the big waves hit the top of the head, he suddenly held his breath, and then sank to the bottom of the water. There was a huge sound of water on the sea, and the side of the ship they grasped tightly, and as the ship was pushed by the big waves, they glided forward for tens of meters. When they came up from the surface of the water again, it was calm outside. Chapter 215 Cell with the white walls and the smell of syrup from his nose. Xiao Feng has been lying in the ward for 2 days. He recovered very quickly, but the doctor just kept him from leaving the hospital, holding him back enough. But his good appearance, coupled with a strong body, attracted the nurses from the hospital to run into his ward if nothing happened. If it weren't for the image of these Thai nurses that really didn't suit his taste, he wouldn't mind having with them what to order. More than an hour after the shipwreck that day, the rescue team rushed to the scene. Helicopters and various ships arrived one after another. More than 100 Chinese passengers capsized offshore. This was a major incident. Thailand attaches great importance to it, but this shipwreck can be said to be a natural disaster or a man-made disaster. The storm at sea came too fast and too suddenly, but the captain and the tour guide took the lead in fleeing. Many factors came together, formed the tragedy of this shipwreck. There were more than 100 people in a ship, and many were rescued, but many of them have not been found yet. It is estimated that they have been killed. This incident has been hot news in recent days. Xiao Feng was also very sympathetic and sad for the victims, but there was no better way. At that time, he had done his best to save people. In the past few days, his heroic deeds of saving people have been frequently published in local newspapers and become a hero in everyone's mouth. There are even many domestic news media who come to interview him. Xiao Feng didn't want to rely on this incident to hype himself. After all, many families have suffered misfortune. Although many people wanted to highlight him to make the funeral a happy event, Xiao Feng was unwilling to cooperate. But the hospital didn't know what it was because of his heart, but he kept on letting him leave the hospital. Fortunately, Zuzuki and her mother also live in this hospital, in the ward next to him. When they are bored, Xiao Feng can often come to chat with them, and this can pass the boring days. Because Zu's mother had been choking on water for a long time, her body was seriously injured, and she was still observing the recovery period. Suzuki was not affected much, and she recovered very quickly when she was young. Because of such an accident in the past few days, the distance between the mother and daughter and Xiao Feng seems to have been shortened a lot, especially Suzuki. Every time he sees Xiao Feng, his eyes are watery, saying from time to time, "A few words will make you blush." And Zeus' mother-in-law looked at him with more kind eyes, which was exactly the way the mother-in-law looked at her son-in-law in the legend. The more she looked at it, the more pleasing to the eye. Now I often pull him to talk about family affairs. The chat lasts for more than an hour. I don't ask how his business is doing. Instead, I often ask him how many people are in the family and what the environment is. It's all about checking the bottom of his family. Xiao Feng was too embarrassed to refuse, and given that his family had nothing to hide, he explained the situation at home. As soon as Mother Zhu understood, she became more and more happy. "Oh, poor He, I have lost my parents since I was a child. I grew up with my grandparents, and now my grandparents are gone. What a pity. What a pity. Isn't it just you? Isn't that lonely? Wow. The Chinese New Year holidays are meaningless." "Well, my child, I don't think you have any people in your house. If you don't have any interest in New Year's holidays, just come to my house, Auntie." "Thank you very much for your life-saving grace. My family has many relatives and friends, and it is also lively. When you go to your aunt's house, you can rest assured that you don't need to do anything. You can spend the festival with the aunt's family well, so that you can feel like a family member. Oh, by the way, if you are busy with business, it doesn't matter if you don't have time to come over. It's better to let Ziggy go over to accompany you at that time than to spend the holidays alone. Our family has a large population, so it's not bad for Ziggy alone during the new year." Auntie's enthusiasm for sales made Xiao Feng at a loss. This mother-in-law is too enthusiastic. Is this directly pushing my daughter into my arms? How did he know that he was young and handsome and how golden he was, and why his parents had died? Which mother-in-law could not like it? Look at Suzuki's pretty little face again. Well, it's not bad to have such a beautiful girlfriend to accompany the holidays. But Suzuki blushed, lowered her head, and her voice sounded like a mosquito. "Mom, look at what you said. Mr. Xiao and I are not very familiar. How can I go to his house to spend the holidays with him?" "Hey, your child, the boss is not young anymore. What is it to keep staying at home? Besides, people have saved the lives of you and your mother, and they are not familiar with each other." "How to be familiar? I think Xiao Feng is pretty good. If you have created such a big family business by yourself, even if you are unfamiliar now, don't you become familiar with more contacts? You young people have a lot of topics." Zeus' mother is almost better. She promoted her daughter, just like a machine gun. This boldness, but not even the slightest touch with the Jiangnan Xiojia Baiyu in Xiao Feng's impression. Suzuki was red-faced when she heard it, and this time there was no objection. Xiao Feng is quite satisfied with the girl Suzuki. She looks good and has a good family environment. You can try to socialize. Anyway, he is single now. He can't always be single. Seeing Xiao Feng's no objection, Zu's mother was also extremely happy. "I think it's set. Xiao, isn't it going to be New Year's Day soon? Or else you should visit my house first and accept it." Recognizing the aunt's family, "You saved the lives of Auntie and Ziki this time. Auntie's family should thank you very much." As soon as Mother Zeus' voice fell, the door of the ward was pushed open, and then a few people came in, including men and women, and they rushed to the bedside of Zeus' mother and Suzuki. As soon as they came in, one of the middle-aged men wearing glasses even cried bitterly when he hugged the mother and daughter directly, and several people next to him looked and wiped their eyes. One of the tall and thin middle-aged people, you were reading www.uukanzu.com, saw Xiao Feng at this time, and he quickly came over and asked, "Dare to ask, but Mr. Xiao Feng Xiao?" "Yes, I am." This thin and tall middle-aged man has a strange accent, a bit of Jiangsu and Zhejiang flavors, and a bit of northern flavor. Hearing Xiao Feng confirming his identity, He rushed forward, holding Xiao Feng's hand firmly and shaking it vigorously for a long time. "This time I really thank Mr. Xiao for saving the lives of my sister and my niece. Thank you so much." "Hey, you are polite." "Welcome. I really want to thank you very much. It's a great kindness to say no thanks. If it weren't for you, I might be ruined this time." The middle-aged man who was holding Zu's mother and Suzuki crying bitterly just now, did not know when, but also came to them. The thin high school man just let go. This man came over to hold Xiao Feng's hand, hard. "Shake up. You are Xiao Feng. In the past few days, the person and the little girl have often mentioned you to me on the phone. Thank you so much this time." Chapter 216. Be a guest. This Zhu family is really enthusiastic, especially after knowing that Xiao Feng turned out to be the owner of a famous chef in Binching. The first middle-aged man who shook hands with Xiao Feng exclaimed in excitement, "So it's you, Boss Xiao." Xiao Feng was also taken aback. "Do we know each other?" "Haha, although I don't know each other, I have been with you for a long time." It turned out that this tall, thin, middle-aged man was Suzuki's uncle. He came out of his home and went to Binching in his early years. He has been doing business in Binching for 20 years. And he is also the chairman of the Binching Zhejiang Merchants Association. "In the early years, I worked hard and saved a lot of property. I bought a house in Binching. One of the houses was sold near Banhai Square, which happened to be the shop rented by the famous chef Xiao Feng's Banhai Square branch. Some time ago, he happened to have other projects to invest, and he was short of money. Xiao Feng asked Xiaolin to talk to him about buying the store. So he transferred the store to a famous chef. When Xiao Feng heard that the two families still had such a relationship, it was a coincidence. No wonder this person has such a strange accent. With this kind of connection, the Zhu family are more enthusiastic towards Xiao Feng, insisting on inviting Xiao Feng to be a guest at their home. Xiao Feng can't get rid of it anyway. Just recently they have time. So they simply agreed. When Suzuki heard Xiao Feng promised to be a guest at her home, she was even more delighted with beautiful eyes. After staying in the hospital for a few days, people from the travel agency and insurance company came to talk about compensation, and each gave tens of thousands of yuan, and then sent everyone away. To be honest, everyone was very unhappy, but there was no way. After all, it is the land of others. I can only hold my nose and endure it. At the invitation of the Zhu family, Xiao Feng and his family boarded a plane to Greentown, which is also a well-known tourist city in China. Xiao Feng has been there several times before on business trips, but did not have time to travel in depth. During this time, it happened to be the domestic winter, and it happened to be the coldest season in Greentown. Actually, it was not a very good tourist season, and it happened to be raining. However, Xiao Feng's interest is not bad. After all, he hasn't played well in Greentown. Their family are also extremely enthusiastic. Their family has a villa in the suburbs of Greentown, so they arranged for Xiao Feng to live in their home, providing delicious food and drinks every day. Xiao Feng was very embarrassed, but he was very kind. During the day, I asked Suzuki to take Xiao Feng to the city and nearby tourist attractions. After such a contact, how could Xiao Feng not know what other people's ideas were? It was obvious that he was going to be his son-in-law. And Suzuki seemed to be not repulsive to the family's arrangements, and took him around with a smile every day. After contacting her for a few days, Xiao Feng's impression of this girl was greatly changed. To be honest, Suzuki's attitude towards him was always cold in the previous few contacts, and sometimes even with some unknown hostility. Xiao Feng did not intend to be a dog, and simply ignored her. But after contacting them for a few days, he found that this girl is actually quite good. She has a soft personality on the outside and strong on the inside. She has her own opinion. She is also gentle when she speaks, and has a flamboyant personality like a northern girl. It's totally different, it's totally another style, but it is not the character of the Jiangnan woman Xiaojia Baiyu in the impression. Sometimes there is a side of sand sculptures, which is very cute. Both are young people, and they are not repulsive. After a few days of contact, The relationship between the two quickly heated up. Xiao Feng enjoyed the feeling very much, but he did not rush to pierce the window paper. And the contacts between the two of them are also in the eyes of the Zhu family, especially since Xiao Feng has lived in their home in the last few days. After some contact, they also like Xiao Feng as a hearty and generous northern guy more and more. He was more satisfied as he watched. After more than a week, Xiao Feng, under the leadership of Suzuki, basically visited the local attractions in Greentown, wondering if it was time to go back. Of course, Suzuki also noticed that he had some intention to leave. Of course she didn't want Xiao Feng to leave so soon, so when the two of them were out for dinner this afternoon, she said to him, "These days, the local attractions in Greentown, it's almost time to play. Why don't we go outside tomorrow?" "Oh, where to go?" Xiao Feng asked. In fact, he was a little bit reluctant to leave in these 2 days, and reluctant to leave this swarming relationship. "My family also has a house on the Qiandao Lake side. Or I will take you to the Qiandao Lake side tomorrow. The scenery there is also good." "Okay, I have long heard that the scenery there is good, and I haven't had much chance to play." Qiandao Lake is a famous 5-level scenic spot in the country. Xiao Feng has heard about it a long time ago, but unfortunately he has never been to it. "I didn't expect that Suzuki's house still has a house there, so I can go to play this time." Early the next morning, the two drove directly. The Qiandao Lake is located in Chunan, southwest of Greentown. It used to be a reservoir, but because of its beautiful scenery, it was developed into a famous scenic spot in China. The scenic spot is only 100 kilometers away from Greentown. At the beginning, Suzuki drove, but after a while, the little beauty shouted that she was tired, so she changed to Xiao Feng as the driver. Surrounded by beauties and beautiful scenery outside the car window, Xiao Feng was also enjoying it. Because of the unfamiliar roads, Xiao Feng drove very slowly. It took 2 hours to reach the place after driving more than 100 kilometers. Mentalnovel.com's Suzuki's villa, which is just beside a lake in the lower reaches of the scenic spot. Surrounded by villa communities hidden in the mountains and forests, such a famous scenic spot, how can there be less luxury villas built by developers? The two went to Suzuki's villa to put down their luggage and went out to search for food. Because this is only Zu's holiday villa, there are usually no people to live in, and they don't prepare much food. They will have to buy some food later. Come back. There is a road outside this villa area. There is a row of shops along the street beside the road. There are restaurants and supermarkets. After crossing the road, there is a lake. The lake view is very beautiful. However, Xiao Feng saw that the lake was divided into pieces. I couldn't help but ask Suzuki, "Is this lake doing breeding?" Suzuki smiled and said to him, "Yes, it depends on water for draft. Of course, there is aquaculture. In the past, there were a lot of them. Almost the entire reservoir area was engaged in aquaculture. Later, the government said that it would not damage the water quality. Only some lakes in the lower reaches of the river are allowed to engage in breeding, and the upper reaches are not allowed to raise them." "Oh, that's it. I thought it was only relying on tourism to drive the economy. Moreover, traveling alone can make a few money. People here do farming, but they make much more money than traveling." Chapter 217 High-End Business. Suzuki wrinkled her small nose and said to Xiao Feng in a rare and strange look. Xiao Feng couldn't help being more curious. "What kind of fish are mainly raised here? Is it very profitable?" "Of course, otherwise, do you think that the occupancy rate of my house is so high?" "Not all investors who live there are investors from big cities. Many villas are bought by local farmers. Our house is also here. We have a lake for breeding." When Suzuki said this, Xiao Feng only remembered that the occupancy rate in the community that Suzuki brought him into just now was not low. It was a high-end villa community, and all of them were small villas in Qiandao. In his impression, such villa communities generally don't live in too many people. Such scenic villas are generally bought by rich people for investment, and not many local farmers can afford it. Now I hear Suzuki say that he doesn't have a sai. I always heard people say that people in Jiangsu and Zhejiang are rich, but there is no specific concept. Today, it can be considered as an increase in knowledge, and local farmers can afford it. The villa is indeed quite rich. Of course, this is only limited to some people. Then what are farmed in this lake? Are hairy crabs so profitable? Xiao Feng doesn't know much about the aquatic products in the Jiangnan area, but he still knows the most famous hairy crabs. In his impression, these hairy crabs seem to be very expensive. If you think about this group of farmers who have lived in villas, it seems that there are only by raising high-end aquatic products can you make so much money, right? Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Suzuki smiled contemptuously. Cut, you rubbish. You know hairy crabs. Hairy crabs are raised on Yangqing Lake, and they don't go well with us here. We bred them here. Things are much more advanced than theirs. What is farmed? Xiao Feng became even more curious. Unexpectedly, Suzuki bought a pass, twisted her head and looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle. What is farmed? Then it depends on whether you will be sensible later. Miss wants to eat today. Fish head, dried tofu in tea garden, and chicken with bamboo shoots. Okay, it's all up to you. Xiao Feng spoiled her to kill her. This was the first time he had such close contact with Suzuki. However, the girl blushed and lowered her head without any objection. Xiao Feng was blunt, and he knew what a girl meant. He simply hugged the girl in his arms, pinched his chin, and came out with a legend of the hungry wolf. After a big move was taken, he felt like he was in his arms. Suzuki's body is already soft. It was noon at this time. They were on the street again, and there were a lot of people coming and going. Suzuki was a little embarrassed when she recovered, but she naturally stretched out her hand to embrace his waist. Oh, I'm going to die here. The place is hooligans. Hurry up. A lot of people are watching. I'm all hungry. What else can Xiao Feng say? The beauty is like a jade in his arms. The spring breeze is triumphant with horseshoes, and he stepped on his long legs of 1.8 meters, stepped out of the steps that his 6 relatives did not recognize, and went to the restaurant with pride. In fact, the restaurants around here are all farmhouses opened by local farmers, and their tastes are similar. However, Suzuki has been here many times before, so she picked one with a more authentic taste, and the two went in and ordered a few dishes. Suzuki originally didn't want to order too much. The girl originally ate cat food, but when she thought of Xiao Feng's appetite, she didn't say anything. If the Zhu family impressed Xiao Feng the most in the past few days, apart from being generous and generous, in addition to his character, it is this guy's appetite. A typical northerner's appetite. Every meal eats about 3 times the amount of others. If someone else eats this, Zhu's mother would probably call him a pig long ago. But seeing Xiao Feng's good appetite, Zhu's mother every time everyone nodded frequently. No wonder he grows so tall and has a good appetite. A man, he should be able to eat like that. This is the amount of food that a man should have. Look at the 30 child, male and female. Every time he eats we eat less than our family. Kiki. How can she look like a boy? This is how the mother-in-law sees her son-in-law. How pleasing to her eyes. Suzuki secretly rolled her eyes. When you saw the child of the 30 family, you didn't say that. You still praised the parents for being delicate. Of course, she can only hold this in her heart, and dare not say it in front of her mother, otherwise it will be a lot of trouble. But on the other hand, she also thinks that her mother is right. Men should look like men and eat more boldly. Now their family likes to eat with Xiao Feng, because this guy is not picky eaters. Comers will not refuse, and he has an appetite. Well, it feels good to watch him eat. Everyone will have a much better appetite when eating with him. A large portion of fish head served on the table, plus a few dishes such as river prawns, chicken stew, dried tofu, etc., filled the table. Because it is not a high-end restaurant in the city, it looks not so delicate, and the dishes look good. Xiao Feng also happens to be hungry, and he greeted Suzuki and began to feast on. Suzuki just smiled and watched him eat, and from time to time he would serve him a few mouthfuls of food. I don't know why. Watching him eating with big mouthfuls and sitting next to him, she would feel a warm, sentimental girl. Tell yourself, maybe this is just plain happiness. After the meal, it was finally time to uncover the mystery. By taking a walk after the meal, Suzuki took Xiaofeng directly to this lake, another lake separated by a mountain. This Qiandao Lake is densely covered with lakes. www.mentalnovel.com. There is a small lake behind almost every other hill. The area of this lake is not small. It happens to be surrounded by the surrounding hills. The entrances and exits are very narrow. The entrance and exit is a natural breeding farm. Xiaofeng secretly sighed that the Zhu family would really choose a place. There is a hardened ground on the edge of the lake, and a three-story small building has been built. There is a row of colorful steel houses next to it. I don't know what it is. Someone over there sees Suzuki and waves with her. Say hello, obviously recognizing that the eldest is here. Hey, this is my family's breeding area. Sturgeon is raised in this lake area. A lot of caviar is produced every year. It is exported to North America and Europe. I have never told you what business our family does. Yes, now you know. When Suzuki introduced this lake, she brought a little bit of arrogance. Obviously, this was the high-end business in her mouth. But Xiaofeng was stunned. What? It turns out that Suzuki's family breeds sturgeon and makes caviar, isn't that? In his mind, he remembered the big jumping fish that he had seen on the big river in the alien world before, and the golden caviar. Chapter 218. It's all effortless. When Xiaofeng used to work in Beijing, he worked in foreign trade for a period of time, mainly importing and exporting some high-end ingredients. He knows that some places in China are also engaged in the production and processing of caviar and sell it abroad. And according to him, those caviar are not cheap. But he didn't expect that Suzuki's family was in this business. I didn't expect that there were farms in Qiandao Lake before. He only knew that there were businesses in the northeast, but he didn't expect to have them in the south. And looking at the scale, it seemed that it was not small. Suzuki's family does this. Can you learn how to deal with this caviar with her, or look for sales channels, and then take the caviar you found in another world to sell? Is this totally okay? Xiaofeng almost jumped up when he thought of this. This is the so-called it's not a lot of effort. He had a headache before. How can I bring caviar from another world to this world to buy? Of course, you have to plan carefully for these things, but you can talk to Suzuki directly, or they might think of yourself as a business grabber. Suzuki brought Xiaofeng to the lake, and Xiaofeng glanced in the lake. I haven't seen any fish. It's all in deep water, idiot. This fish is also bred in districts, Suzuki explained to Xiaofeng grinningly, and at the same time pointed her finger at the fishing net grill on the lake. Xiaofeng noticed that the lake was actually divided into several parts by the fishing net grill. Why are you separate? Because the fish are raised for different periods of time. The fish that are grown for 10 years are mature enough to catch and kill eggs. Generally, fish roe of 12 years has the best quality and the highest price. The fish with a short age are generally sold. No price. Suzuki smiled and popularized Xiaofeng's knowledge of raising sturgeon, and also told him that the sturgeon they raise at home are all imported Russian fry, which has been raised for many years, and business has been good in recent years. I have always heard people mention this caviar. When I went to Russia, I ate it several times. Did it taste? I think it takes me several times to get used to it. It's really hard to accept it once in a while. When Xiaofeng went to Russia several times, Peter always entertained him with caviar. Caviar is the favorite food of Russian people. Russia can be said to be the largest caviar consumer in the world. Of course, ordinary Russian people cannot afford to consume the first-class caviar, and they consume some ordinary caviar, but even ordinary caviar, not caviar made from sturgeon and catfish caviar, is also available in Russia to sell for about 300 yuan a kilogram. Ordinary people dare not open it up and eat it. Suzuki, when did you come here? This is when Suzuki introduced the general situation of fish farming in this lake to Xiaofeng. A middle-aged man walked over from the small building on the other side of the fish farm. He was dressed in ordinary work clothes and was about 40 years old. "Hello, Uncle G. This is my friend Xiao Feng. We just came here to play, so I will show him." Xiao Feng is the person in charge of our fish farm, Uncle G. Xiao Feng quickly greeted and shook hands with the person in charge. The person in charge of the fish farm, surnamed G, also took this opportunity to look at Xiao Feng. After introducing themselves to each other, this Uncle G greeted them warmly into the small building over there, found them an office, and asked them to make tea for them. Xiao Feng was very interested in the process of raising fish and making caviar. Uncle Ji didn't hide his own personalities, so he laughed and introduced him to the process of killing fish to obtain roe and making caviar. It turns out that the cultivation of sturgeon is not a simple matter. It is a process with a very long investment cycle. It usually takes 10 years for the sturgeon to grow to mature, which means it can kill the fish and get the eggs. But generally sturgeon that grows to about 12 years, the fish roe produced is the best quality. Such a mature sturgeon is about 200 kilograms, of which 15% is fish eggs. This sturgeon is also divided into more than 20 species, and the weights of adults are also different, ranging from more than 30 kilograms to hundreds of kilograms. The largest body is produced in the Caspian Sea, which can weigh more than 1 ton. It can also grow to 700 to 800 kilograms, and there's a family breeds a species imported from High Province, which can reach about 200 kilograms in adulthood, which is easy to raise. Xiao Feng couldn't help being stunned. A mature sturgeon can produce 30 kilograms of fish eggs. If you think about the big fishes that you saw in that world, it seems that you don't have the same sturgeon in the past 12 years. Big, but the weight of the roe is not light at all. I hunted a few big fish that time, and the eggs that I took out seemed to produce more than 10 kilograms. But the size of the fish was not half the size of this sturgeon. This kind of sturgeon caviar, made into canned caviar, costs an average of $150 a can. However, the quality of our caviar is not as good as that of the Black Province. After all, they are from the sturgeon, the place of origin. They buy caviar by gram. 1 gram costs about RMB 20. Ours can't buy that high. The most expensive top caviar produced there is sold for 100 grams. A box of 4,000 yuan, 4 yuan per fish roe. This Uncle J is very enthusiastic. He is very eloquent when introducing caviar. Obviously, he has been guarding this barren mountain for a long time. He is quite lonely. Today someone came to listen to him to talk about his fish culture. He was very happy. Besides, he is not stupid. The boy is the boyfriend of the host daughter at first glance, so I will say a few more words to him and he is not afraid of leaking secrets. What about this caviar? How did it take it out? How did it make it into a can? After listening to this, Uncle J, Xiao Feng explained the current domestic caviar market www.metalnovel.com and then asked about the production of caviar. Oh, this is difficult. The technical requirements are very high, and ordinary people can't do it. First of all, after the sturgeon is caught, it must be collected alive and taken after it cannot be killed. In that case, it will cause the roe to deteriorate. First, knock the sturgeon stunned with a stick, and then take the eggs by cesarean. Xiao Feng shuddered after hearing this. The process of killing fish and getting eggs was quite cruel. After knocking the fish unconscious, the eggs must be taken out within 15 minutes, screened and cleaned, and metal tools are not allowed in the whole process. During this process, the eggs must not be contaminated with any metal, because it will cause the roe becomes oxidized and tastes bad. Moreover, after taking out the roe of different sizes should be separated, decolorized, washed, drained, and then handed over to the appraiser for rating. Xiao Feng listened with great gusto, and Zuzuki started yawning at this time. She was not interested in these at first. Seeing that Xiao Feng was so interested, she kept resisting being bored and staying here. and Uncle Ji was speaking more and more vigorous. Chapter 219. Suddenly, how is this level divided? Xiao Feng also knows that different grades of caviar will be sold at different prices. Good top caviar can cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of dollars per kilogram, while poor caviar is more expensive than general merchandise. Not much at all. But he really doesn't know exactly how to divide the ranks. This first depends on the type of fish, and then the year of the fish. At present, the roe of the sturgeon is the most expensive on the market, and then the roe of the sturgeon. Other salmon and other roe are cheaper. That's much more. Moreover, both the sturgeon and the sturgeon produce the highest quality roe from the 12-year-old fish, and the other years are worse. Then the roe taken out is based on the size, fullness and roundness, and according to the color classification. The big ones are good, of course the grade is high, and the bad ones are classified as medium and low. Then after the appraisal master classifies, an important decision is made, that is, how much salt to put. After hearing what Uncle Ji said, Xiao Feng suddenly realized that the grades of caviar are divided in this way. And the process of making caviar is very simple. Just add salt and nothing else. According to Peter, an authentic Russian, eating caviar will give you this umami flavor. There is also caviar, the explosive taste of the mouth being crushed by the top of the tongue over the cavity of the teeth. To be honest, if you eat caviar for the first time, and you were the kind of person with a milder taste before, you will definitely feel very uncomfortable the first time. And you will definitely not like the taste of the caviar. You will say it is fishy and salty. It's not tasty at all. But in fact, you really need to eat a few more times and savor it carefully before you can taste its benefits. After you eat a few more times, your tongue will get used to the taste of this thing, and you can really appreciate it. Different from the delicious taste of other top ingredients. It's like Xiao Feng always felt that red wine was not good to drink before he went to work. That thing was a special foreign devil pretending to be B. It's so sour that it's hard to drink. We Chinese people are definitely not used to drinking it. But later he joined work, especially after doing food import and export. And after he was able to touch and drink red wine, he then tasted the benefits of this red wine. It turns out that this good red wine really needs to be opened and placed in a bottle. It tastes good when it wakes up. The good red wine after waking up will not be so sour to drink. The advantage of red wine is that it is not very intoxicating. Even good red wine is drunk. If you are drunk, you won't have a headache the next day. And if you drink it in moderation, it is really good for your body. This caviar also means the same thing. You have to eat it several times, and you have to eat it according to the authentic way of eating, so that you can taste its benefits. The proportion of salt is also based on the grade of the fish roe. The better the roe, the less salt. Generally speaking, the top caviar requires less salt than the total weight. Fifth, what Uncle Ji said was eloquent, and Xiao Feng also listened with great gusto. Uncle Ji was also rare to encounter a qualified listener like Xiao Feng. At this time, the talk was even more endless. Finally, Suzuki really couldn't help it, got up and pulled. Xiao Feng said to Uncle Ji, Uncle Ji, we have other things. Let's leave first, and I will come to listen to you next time. How could this old Ji not know that it was the little girl who couldn't sit down? So he hurriedly sent them out with a smile, and Suzuki couldn't help but hum with anger when he watched Xiao Feng's still unfulfilled attitude along the way. What? Is that broken caviar more interesting than me? Yes, Xiao Feng replied, and immediately felt that something was wrong, and quickly explained to Suzuki with a gloomy face with a smile. How come? How can the broken caviar compare to you? I just haven't seen it before and am more curious. I've been to Russia and Heilongjiang many times, and I have eaten a lot of caviar, but the caviar is in the end. I'm more curious about how I came here. As you know, a loyal fan of Discovery Channel like me is most interested in stories in this area. Straightman's way of explanation. Suzuki's face was gloomy and she could squeeze out the water. Oh, there seems to be a good movie released today. What is it called? Yes, It's called Lfihongzu. Let's go to the movies and have another supper by the way. HMPH. I know how to eat all day long, and I will eat you into a fat man sooner or later. Although his mouth was fierce, Suzuki was finally satisfied with Xiao Feng's reaction so quickly. Xiao Feng wiped out a cold sweat. Fortunately, his desire to survive is still strong enough. This is Shangorgu. If you want to watch a movie, you have to go to the nearby county town. Fortunately, it's not far from Chunan. It took only 20 minutes to drive to the city, and I went in when I found a movie theater. In fact, what the whole movie is about, Xiao Feng didn't even know after sitting for 2 hours. For the whole movie time, he and Suzuki were both obsessed with each other. You feed me stuttering, and I will stamp you. By the way, ask for some bargaining on hands and feet. Xiao Feng used to be a Buddhist young man, but after he was rich, he did not lessen his hands and skills. Now he is considered a master. Suzuki, a young girl who has just begun to love him, is his opponent. Makes it panting.mtlnovel.com. My eyes are blurred. Fortunately, the little girl still kept the last trace of clarity in her mind. She didn't let him go one step further in the movie theater. Otherwise, Xiao Feng pondered that she might get a blood. Considering Suzuki's parents, Xiao Feng is not willing to take Suzuki too early. After all, if it is done, maybe her parents will be urged to marry soon. He doesn't want to get married so early. So after coming out of the cinema, he stopped teasing Suzuki. The two of them found a restaurant for supper and some snacks before drove back to the villa. I fell asleep. I wanted to wake up late the next day. But one morning, a group of people burst into the villa. Xiao Feng put on his clothes and simply washed it down. The living room of the villa was full of people from the Zhu family. Suzuki's parents and uncles and aunts are all here. Suzuki is carefully pouring tea for them, but when the water is on the side, these people are not in the mood to drink. At the other door, that uncle just squatted at the door, smoking cigarettes bit by bit, looking sad. Xiao Feng quietly pulled Suzuki over. What's wrong? What happened? Hey, don't mention it. All the fish raised in my house are dead. This is a big trouble. Maybe, Suzuki said, tears bursting out of her tears. HTTPS. Address. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 220 Resentment. What the is going on? Don't panic. You and I have a good talk. Watching Suzuki's teardrops crackling down, Xiao Feng was also very sad. He spent a few days with the little girl and was very satisfied with the little girl in all aspects. He had already regarded her as his own person, so she could not see her being aggrieved at all. Last night, there was a car accident on a road near our breeding lake. A vehicle transporting chemicals overturned. As a result, all the chemicals spilled into our lake and all the fish we raised were poisoned. Last night, after discovering the situation, my uncle called my parents and the others. They rushed over overnight and went to the lake as soon as they arrived. Now they have been controlled by the local health and epidemic prevention department, and the upstream and downstream are all blocked. It is said that we have to wait for the safety supervision department to come over to deal with the pollution. But my fish must be all gone. Woo woo woo. After hearing Suzuki talk about the general situation, Xiao Feng was also dumbfounded. Isn't this a coincidence? Yesterday, when he went to Suzuki's fish farm, he did see a lot of mountain roads nearby. It is estimated that the local government built it to facilitate the transportation of fish raw after production. After all, there are many farmers nearby. But who is going to transport chemicals over there in the middle of the night? What's more, accident happened near Suzuki's farming area, and the chemical agent also flowed into their farming lake. Isn't it a coincidence? What about the driver who drives the chemical vehicle? Xiao Feng asked Suzuki. Suzuki cried and shook her head. I ran away long ago. Did you call the police? Reported, and the police arrived very quickly, but after seeing the scene, they said that the car was a scrap car. It should be a black car that ran chemical agents in private. He wanted to evade inspection and the road conditions were unfamiliar, so he took the wrong path. Came here. Xiao Feng sneered for a while, What a coincidence. Just rely on the severe punishment of the traffic police. Can such a black chemical car hit the road? It means that the whole thing was an accident, and your family has to bear the loss by itself. Suzuki heard Xiao Feng's words, and she cried out loudly, and then fell into Xiao Feng's arms. Xiao Feng stroked her hair and soothed her emotions. How could he not know that the domestic police are best at making mud, like this case, even if he has not been to the scene? He can guess it. It must be inside. It is more likely to be deliberately seeking revenge and framing, but the police don't think so. The suspect runs away and there is no other evidence, so they don't bother to file a case for you. So of course they have to fight with the mud. Otherwise, the case is opened and the case is solved within a limited time, which will affect the detection rate, which is directly related to their bonus. So when Xiao Feng saw the last group of little pinks chanting that the domestic law and order is good and the crime rate is low, he can only secretly curse the evil pen in his heart. They are all evil pens that have not experienced the society, and they have to deal with the police a few times. When you arrive, you will know why our country's legal system is so poor and why the police like to muddle up. Why don't people want to go to the police to solve problems in the first place? It's looking for a relationship, or spending money to settle it. Because the police are very good at dealing with the mud. Many cases are actually very clear, but it takes time and energy to solve the case, and there will be no clear benefits. The police will not open the case for you, but will only give you the mud. Give mediation to both of you. So if there is a law that is not abided by, how can we talk about legal construction? Why is the crime rate low? Because the most fundamental reason is that the filing rate is also low. For many cases, if you don't file a case, you don't need to report it or solve the case. And what happened to the Zhu family today is obviously a case not liked by the police. How could it be so coincidental? I don't believe those policemen's claims. I think this incident must be caused by someone behind the scenes. I think it is the third child of Zhu. It must be that guy, who couldn't compete with us before and was robbed by us. The Frenchman's contract, so I have always held a grudge. And this time I also found the right time to play tricks with us. Uncle Suzuki pressed the cigarette out in the ashtray and said viciously, "Hey, don't think about those now. Let's think about how to deal with people who will come in a few days. Hey, if you can't handle it, you may have to lose a lot of money this time," Suzuki's father said with a sigh, then took off the glasses, took out the glasses cloth and wiped them carefully. And Suzuki's mother looked at her father with a sad face and said, "You said there is a good way? People will come in a few days, and then we can't get the caviar. How can we make business with them? If they ask for it, then I am going to go bankrupt for compensation for breach of contract." Apparently this sudden disaster disrupted the plans of the entire Zhu family. Xiao Feng didn't quite understand what they meant, so he asked Suzuki to ask. Suzuki explained to him. It turned out that at the earliest, her grandfather and grandma walked out from a small fishing village near Qiandao Lake. At first, her grandfather was an apprentice cook. Later, someone from the same village asked her grandfather for help, and his grandfather asked his master to accept it. Brothers from the same village. Later, when the country changed, Grandpa Suzuki opened a restaurant in Greentown, and the business was very prosperous. Novel.com and saved the family wealth. But I didn't think that the brother Zhu, whom he had received by his begging master, would have become his peer friend. When he opened restaurant, Brother Zhu also opened a restaurant, not far from his house, and copied all his menus. Later, his grandfather became angry and went to do fast food, and his business became prosperous. Unexpectedly, Brother Zhu would learn how to make fast food and grab business. Since then, the two families have turned their faces and become enemies. Later, I went to Suzuki's mother and started doing other business, and first started to do foreign trade. Then Zhu's son also learned to do foreign trade and came to compete with their family, which made the Zhu family very annoying. Afterwards, the foreign trade was not good enough. On the advice of Suzuki's father, Suzuki's mother started sturgeon farming. After she achieved success, The wishing family was shameless and followed them to learn sturgeon farming. Last year even quietly contacted an old customer of Suzuki's mother, trying to pry into the corner of his house. But when Suzuki's mother found out about it, she went to the door to scold her and gave up. How can I think that this year is such a coincidence? Just when their family was about to fulfill the contract and deliver goods, such an inexplicable accident happened suddenly, and the loss was so great. How can you make the Zhu family not annoyed? Where can I wish my family to be a ghost? After hearing Suzuki's explanation, Xiao Feng realized that there was still such a grudge. Sounds like that. It is very likely that I wish my family will be involved in ghosts behind their backs. HTTPS. Address. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 221 Bully Auntie. Is the contract amount large? What is the background of the other party? When Xiao Feng asked Suzuki just now, everyone heard it too. At this time, when Xiao Feng asked, there was nothing to hide. The amount is definitely not small, because it is not sure how much the other party wants to purchase, so it is an open contract, which only specifies the unit price, but if we cannot supply the goods in time, the other party will definitely claim against us. The amount of compensation is 2 of the deposit times. It's probably more than 30 million. We can still afford this little money, but the trouble is, this time the business is not successful, and the customer is completely offended. In the future, this channel will be completely cut off, and it will be based on the other party's backing. This cooperation failed, we will not be able to do it in this industry in the future, and if we include our farming losses, those dead fish, as well as the initial investment time and feed cost, this time it must be a loss of more than 100 million yuan. Up. Zeus' mother had already regarded Xiao Feng as her own family. At this time, she was also upset, and she simply told Xiao Feng about the situation. When Xiao Feng heard it, it was indeed a big loss. Where are the guests from? Xiao Feng asked again, and Zeus' mother frowned and replied, it's the Paris Saint Route Company in France. Xiao Feng was shocked when he heard it. It turned out that it was them. This is really difficult to handle. This Paris Saint Route Company is a well-known supplier of high-end ingredients in France. It collects all kinds of high-end ingredients from all over the world and supplies them to Europe every year. The wealthy and upper-class society of various countries is similar to the business of the Helen family that I have seen before. Their family not only does the food business, but also undertakes high-end banquets from European countries. They are very famous and powerful in the European catering industry. When Xiao Feng was doing food import and export in Beijing, he had dealt with the French Saint Road Company. He knew their origins and the energy of this company. In the food industry, this company can definitely be blocked in one sentence. The kind of oligarch of a player. There's a family's wealth is relatively deep, and the loss of tens of millions will be passed on by biting their teeth. But the key is that if you offend the customer this time, not only will this channel be broken, they will be broken in the future. There is no way to mix in this industry. The early investment of Zhu's family has been lost. It is like this sturgeon. Once it is raised, it takes 10 years to kill. How much investment has to be invested in these 10 years? But when the profit is about to be produced, when such a problem arises, how can you make the Zhu family acceptable? What's more, it was so difficult to find, and the carefully built industry was destroyed because of such an accident. Who can afford such a blow? No wonder the Zhu family will be in a mess. Just when the Zhu family was frowning, suddenly there was a groaning noise at the door of their villa, and then a short fat man and another short thin man walked into the gate of the Zhu family's villa, and Zhu's mother and the others came to the villa. At that time, they were in a panic and didn't lock the door. The two of them walked in with such a big swing. The short fat man who took the lead was about 40 years old, with sparse hair, a greasy face, a black constriction with a big fingernail on his cheek, triangular eyes, and a wicked smile at the corners of his mouth. The whole person looked very trivial and evil, and at first glance it looks like a typical traitor in a movie. The short and thin man who was next to him was handsome, but his face was blue, with 2 dark circles under his eyes at a young age. and he looked very frivolous. Before people entered the room, the short and fat man's voice reached the room. "Oh, the family eldest brother and sister-in-law. What are you doing? Grief, is the family having a family meeting? What's the problem with me? Tell me, let me also listen and see if I can help." It's okay for this person not to speak. When he speaks, it makes people feel annoying. The slacker look makes people want to kick up when they see it. When Suzuki's parents saw this guy, they slapped the table with anger and got up. Suzuki's uncle jumped up from the chair and rushed to the door to be beaten by his wife. "Hold it. I wish the third child. What are you doing here? Get out of my house quickly. Our house does not welcome you." Uncle Suzuki, watching this short winter melon, yelled out loudly. There's a family looked at the two people, all staring at each other. Xiao Feng knew when he heard that this should be the one who has been wrong with the Zhu family. The third child. This guy came over at this time, and he still talked like this. It was obvious that he was watching a joke. Looking at his tricky tricks, Xiao Feng knew that the disaster that the Zhu family suffered this time must have nothing to do with this guy. "Hey, what do you say, Brother Zhu? I also heard that your family is in trouble, so I came to see if I can help you." The youngest Zuzu looked at the way Uncle Suzuki jumped with anger, but was even more proud. He stood at the gate of the villa, looking like a villain looking at the excitement. "Our family doesn't need your help, so please get out of here." "What are your thoughts? Who doesn't know? And what happened to our family? Don't you wish the third child?" Not clear. "What kind of costumes are you going to put on here?" Suzuki's father, no matter how good his character is, can't help it at this time. He fired a gun on this Zusan, and Zuzu is completely a picture of the virtue of a dead pig who is not afraid of boiling water. You are reading www.uukanzu.com was triumphant. "Huh? What do you say, Brother Zhu? It's for the sake of the folks in the village. I kindly came to help. If you don't want to, how can you wrong the good people? What does your family's disaster have to do with me? You are talking nonsense. I want to call the police to sue you for slander." "Fuck you." The behind his back was actually bullied to the door of the house and arrogant. No matter how good Suzuki's father was, he couldn't help it at this time. He picked up the teacup at hand and smashed it towards Zu's third, but he raised his hand, but Xiao Feng was held back. "Uncle Zu, don't worry, if we hit someone, we won't be bothered." Suzuki's father had never had a fight with anyone in his entire life and blushed. This time he was also anxious. He also had a calm personality. When Xiao Feng advised him like this, he quickly calmed down and wondered if the third child of Zhu was again. "I set myself off, and I looked up and saw that Zhu's youngest son was hiding aside, holding a mobile phone in his hand while recording. If I hit this guy just now, he would really fall for them. To be honest, if he calls the police at that time, it will be really troublesome. Didn't you hear? You are not welcome here. Please leave here as soon as possible." Looking at the elders of the Zhu family, they were all very angry by the third wife. Suzuki had no experience in dealing with this matter. Xiao Feng felt that he should come forward. https address mobile version reading URL Chapter 222 Deceived too much. The Zhu family was completely confused by this Zhu's third child, and they were confused, and this Zhu's third child was too arrogant, and it was too deceitful. Don't say that Xiao Feng has such an ambiguous relationship with Suzuki now. Even if he is a passerby, he feels that he can't stand it anymore. "Yeah? Who are you? Is it your turn to speak here?" Seeing Xiao Feng who suddenly appeared, Zhu's youngest man was naturally weak. On the one hand, it was the pressure brought by Xiao Feng's tall figure, and on the other hand, after Xiao Feng merged with the Overlord Bee spirit, coupled with the kind of superior aura established by leading the entire tribe in another world, brought a very strong sense of oppression to this youngest Zhu. So even though he was very unhappy with the stupid man who suddenly appeared, he didn't dare to be too presumptuous in front of Xiao Feng. "Who am I? You can't control it." "But Uncle Zhu and the others have made it clear that you are not welcome here, so please leave here immediately," Xiao Feng said to Zilao-san with a cold face. Hearing Xiao Feng's words so arrogant, Zilao-san suddenly became angry. He had calculated everything before. But just to be able to come to Zhu's house today, to take a good time and take a good time, by the way, how come a stunner came out of the oblique stabbing and wanted to drive him away? How can this work? How can he enjoy the suffering of Zeus' family if he can't fully appreciate it? What's more, he has not had time to implement his subsequent plan to hold back the bargain. You start. The young man has nothing to do with you. I still have business to talk to the Zhu family. I wish the third child will stay. Suzuki's father laughed back when he heard that this guy still wanted to discuss business with him. Well, you good old third, you still want to discuss business with me? What do you want to do? I want to see, what kind of medicine do you sell in the gourd? Originally, Xiao Feng wanted to rush Zhu and his son to get out. But Zhu's father spoke at this time. He was really not good at chasing people directly. He could only listen to what Zhu was saying. At this time, the third child of Zhu said to Father Zhu with a hippie smile, "Zihonlai, I have heard about the incident in your fish pond. The fish are dead, and the roe must be gone. But you and the French saint, the road company's contract will be executed soon, right? I heard that the quality inspector from France has already arrived in Puhai. And it may be coming tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. What will you do for delivery inspection at that time? If not, the goods are delivered to others, but the sign of our Qiandao Lake Caviar is going to be broken, and then everyone will not have to make it. I don't think so. You can transfer the contract to me. I will come out the Caviar and help you save it. Overcome this difficulty." This guy was going around with the idea of grabbing the French business. What happened before Lenovo? Zhu's father had figured it out. The feelings are all a pit, and the third wife of Zhu may have already dealt with it. Once the pit is dug, I just wait to calculate myself. Go to hell, bastard. Even if we pay the liquidated damages ourselves, we won't transfer the French business to you. Zhu's father really couldn't hold back his anger and sneered at the third child of Zhu with a sneer, and the third child of Zhu was not angry, but instead sneered a few times. "Zhu, don't you regret it? If you don't have my help this time, your family won't want to survive this time, and if you can't complete the French deal this time, you will ruin our Qiandao Lake Caviar. It's a sign. This Qiandao Lake Caviar is not yours, and there are dozens of large and small farmers. You have broken everyone's reputation. When you see it, can you tolerate you? Then you guys don't even think about raising fish here anymore. I will contact other farmers and drive your family out of here." I wish the youngest third was seen by Tukong Dagger at this time. He was so frightened that he really bluffed the Zhu family. After all, the Zhu family hasn't figured out what to do in the future. Now the physical industry is difficult. It is so difficult to find a long-term and stable way to make money. Everyone dare not enter the stock market. Not to mention the housing market. The physical industry is wailing everywhere. If the caviar business is broken, the Zhu family I really don't know what to do in the future. And after this disaster, their family's vitality must have been severely damaged. If they can't find a stable way to make money, their family may decline like this in the future. This is not the Zhu family who has worked so hard for decades. The desired result. Do you only have this requirement? Xiao Feng saw that Zhu's family's attitude was a little shaken. He felt a little anxious for them, because he knew that Zhu's youngest man must have more than this little ambition, and he must have a backhand. Xiaosan gave him a sideways glance and regarded him as a relative of the Zhu family. He also saw that his previous intimidation had worked, and the Zhu family's attitude softened, and then continued. "Of course, my help this time is definitely not helping your family for nothing. If you agree to transfer the French contract to me, I will take their orders for you this time, and help your family maintain their reputation. I can even offer a sum of money will help you clean up your fish pond. But you have to promise me one condition." I wish the youngest one feels that he has the winning ticket. MTLnovel.com speaking triumphantly, but the Zhu family is a little lost at this time. "What other conditions do you have?" Xiao Feng sneered and asked Zhu's third child. Zhu's third child saw that the Zhu family was about to be crushed by himself, and was even more proud. "I want you to marry your daughter to my son, and our two families will have a family. What? When Zeus' father heard this, he slapped the table abruptly. This Zeus' third child is really cruel. He is going to swallow the entire Zeus family. Where did he come to help? He clearly came to seek the Zeus family's family business. Zeus' father was also extremely angry by the shamelessness of Zeus' youngest third. At this time he was not angry but laughed. I wish the third child, do you want to be beautiful? This time, the Zeus family can still afford the penalty. Even if the Zeus family is liquidated and bankrupt this time, it can't be mixed in this Qiandao Lake. Don't expect to let it go. My daughter married your trash son. Get out of here. Get out. Just now Suzuki turned pale with fright when he heard the terms of Zeus' third child, for fear that her father would agree to his terms, but at this time, seeing her dad rise up, she would rather break the family business than use her in exchange for benefits. He couldn't help but tears in his eyes. He raised his head and looked at Xiao Feng, only to see Xiao Feng nodded to her with a smile, then turned his head to look at the Zhu family's father and son and shouted angrily, "Didn't you hear? Get out of here. Don't get out. Be careful in being rude to you." HTTPS. Address. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 223. Help. Xiao Feng is tall and majestic, and coupled with the majesty of a superior, he shouted at the two fathers and sons of the Zhu family with a cold face, and immediately frightened the two of them. Xiao Feng saw the two standing there stupidly, without the intention to go, and immediately took 2 steps forward. You must know how many half-orcs he killed in the alien world. Naturally, with a murderous aura, the two fathers and sons of the Zhu family were so excited by the murderous aura on his body, they immediately awakened Ling-a-ling, and then turned around and ran towards the villa gate, running back and cursing, "Good. Come Zhong, you don't know how to promote something. You will wait for me." Xiao Feng picked up a small stone on the ground and threw it along the back of Zeus' youngest third, and slammed it directly on the guy's back, grinning his sore teeth, and wanted to turn around and yell, but he could think of Xiao Feng's ferocious appearance immediately ran away in embarrassment with fright. When Xiao Feng returned to the house, he saw that Zeus' family looked sad, and he smiled. "Uncle Zhu, don't worry too much. I'll take care of the matter this time. I think I can help you through this difficulty." When Papa Zhu and the others heard Xiao Feng's words, they immediately felt like a fully charged battery, and they immediately regained their energy. Was always frowning, and even lost energy when sitting on the sofa. At this time, all of them slammed up from the sofa. "Oh, Xiao, what can you do?" "Hey, it's like this. The celebrity chef I make is fast food, you know." Zeus' father nodded frequently. Before his daughter and Xiao Feng got along, they of course investigated Xiao Feng upright, and of course they knew that his business in benching was doing well. "That's it. My famous chef consumes a lot of beef every day, but our domestic beef is expensive and the quality is very average. So I have opened up other purchase channels long ago. I have been from Belarus, imported beef over there, first shipped to Russia, and then transferred to the country. So, I have some very good friends in Russia. Every time I go before, they serve me with caviar, and some of them are with me." Inquiry: if there is a market for caviar in China. They have always wanted to ship caviar to the country for sale, but I didn't have any channels at that time. This time, I can contact them and transfer a batch of goods from them urgently. Fleeing goods to supply the French to minimize our losses here. Do you think it is okay? Xiao Feng said to the Zhu family with a smile, and the Zhu family heard him saying that all of a sudden their eyes lit up. "Is that so?" "Of course, if this can be done. Thank you very much, Xiao." Papa Zhu got up even more excited and came to Xiao Feng, holding his hand tightly, and shaking it vigorously. "It is possible to get a batch of caviar from Russia, and to deal with the French first, so that the Zhu family will become a second-or dealer this time, and may even make a loss business, but it does not matter, even if it is a little more, it is better than a loss. It is better to give the French liquidated damages. After all, if the liquidated damages are really compensated, the credibility of their family will be ruined. In the future, the French Channel will also be broken. If you want to mix in this industry, it is simply impossible. Now that Xiao Feng proposed such an idea, they seemed to have grasped the straw. How could they disagree? They can only nod in agreement with excitement. Well, since you agree, then I will contact each other and leave the rest to me. Xiao Feng smiled and said to the Zhu family, and the Zhu family was already excited at this time and didn't know what to say. This time it is really thanks to Xiao Feng. This Xiao Feng is really the lucky star of their family. Thailand saved the Zhu family's mother and daughter and avoided their family's ruin. This time they took action when they were in distress. Between saving their family and distress, they really don't know what method they should use to thank Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng smiled and said, "I'll go out and make a call first, and contact my Russian friends." Zhu's family even nodded like a chicken pecking at the rice, and waved at him vigorously, beckoning him to go quickly. Xiao Feng went out and wandered around, and came to the management committee of this lake district. There were several big notice boards beside the management committee, on which the latest policies introduced by the management committee of the lake district and some regulations of the management committee but he doesn't pay much attention to these. His main concern is actually on the map of the jurisdiction posted by the management committee. This drawing marked all the contracted breeding lakes in the jurisdiction, as well as the names and photos of the farmers. Xiao Feng quickly found the picture of Zilao San and noted the location of the lakes he contracted in mind. After he remembered it, he shook his head back to Zhu's house. At this time, the Zhu family were all curling their necks, looking at the door waiting for him to come back, and seeing him coming back with a shake of 300 www.mentalnovel.com. Mother Zhu and Uncle Zuzuki rushed to his side in one stride. Xiao, how about the contact with Russia? Well, don't worry, Auntie, I've already talked to my Russian friends on the phone, and they said it's okay. This time the caviar supply will be delivered to them, and the price will be based on the market price, but you still have to pay for shipping from Russia. I am afraid that it will cost a lot of money to transport the goods to Greentown. Moreover, it takes some time for them to transfer the goods. I think that the news of our lake accident this time may not be hidden, and the third wife will definitely cause trouble. So I just thought about it, it's better. This time the quality inspector from Saint-Rode in France. Let's not hide from him. Tell him the situation directly, and then say that we have found other sources of goods for them. If they are yes, we can give them the original contract price, but the place of delivery is fixed in Benthan. Shipping from Russia to Benthan is faster, and the freight is cheaper than shipping to Greentown. Uncles and aunts, what do you think? There's a family's loss this time is not small, not to mention cleaning the fish ponds. It will cost a lot of money to re-enter the fish fry farming later. At this time, listening to Xiao Feng's thoughtful suggestions for saving money for them, of course it is not. Suspecting him, Zhu's father and the others only agreed to Xiao Feng's proposal after a brief discussion. After all, they must not be able to conceal the incident from the French. Even if they want to conceal it, it is hard to guarantee that Zhu's youngest will not go to France to inform them. Instead of that, it is better to speak directly with others and be more honest. https address mobile version reading URL Chapter 224 Old Friends Reunion. That's okay, just do what you said. Xiao, I really have to ask you this time. Father Zhu looked at Xiao Feng and said. Xiao Feng smiled and waved his hand. Hey, Uncle Zhu, this is what I should do. If the French comes in 2 days, I will go to meet him with you. I used to when I was working in Beijing. I had contact with French people, and I could speak a few words of French, which might help me. That's really great. I called us yesterday and said that we will be in Greentown this afternoon, so that we will pick him up in the afternoon, and then you will go with us. Zhu's mother already regarded Xiao Feng as a member of her family at this time, and did not treat him as an outsider at all. I had a discussion about how to tell the Frenchmen specifically that the family hadn't rested for a busy night, and they were all tired. Xiao Feng asked them all to go back to the bedroom to rest. During the day, He and Suzuki arrived at the fish pond of Zoo's family. The little U-boat had been surrounded, and people from the health department of the province had arrived. They were inspecting the water body, and the fish kept in the lake were all dead. The corpses were all salvaged and piled aside. It is said that they will be taken back for centralized destruction. Suzuki looked very sad. These are all the hard work of their family for many years. How can they think that they will encounter such an accident before they are about to turn into wealth? Xiao Feng hugged her and patted her shoulder. The little girl raised her head and looked at Xiao Feng with tears in her eyes and asked, "Brother Feng, can you really help our family get through the difficulties this time? If we can't make it through, we home is just." Listening to the girl's voice with crying, Xiao Feng's heart also softened, and he forced her to hold her in his arms. "Don't worry, there will be nothing wrong with your family this time with me." The rest of the fish pond, such as cleaning up the lake's surface, was handed over to Uncle Ji, who was watching the fish pond before. Xiao Feng followed Suzuki's family and drove back to Greentown in the afternoon. When the family arrived in Greentown, they didn't go home directly. Instead, they first went to a high-end restaurant and booked a private room. Then, Father Zhu and Uncle Suzuki went to the high-speed rail station to pick up people. Suzuki, Mother Zhu and Xiao Feng waited in the private room of the restaurant, while Aunt Suzuki went back first because there were old people and children in the family who needed to take care of them. After waiting for almost an hour, the door of the private room was opened from the outside, and then Father Zhu and Uncle Suzuki came in with a lanky white young man, but both of them didn't look good. The white young man's face, it was also very stiff. Obviously, Zhu's father might have infiltrated some news with the other party on the road, but the result did not seem to be ideal. "Mr. Zhu, I don't have any appetite right now. I want to go back to the hotel to rest, or I don't have to eat today. You can send me back to the hotel. If it is inconvenient, I can go back by myself." As soon as he entered the private room, the white young man suddenly said to Suzuki's father. He didn't expect this guy to speak Chinese quite sluggishly, but his expression was cold. Obviously it might have been the news from Zhu's father, which made him very off. "Hey, it's all here. Let's finish the meal first and then go back." Papa Zhu still wanted to keep the white man, but the white man ignored him and wanted to leave with a very blunt attitude. "Hey, is Pierre you?" What a coincidence. At this moment, a voice suddenly came over. The white man was taken aback when he heard the words, and then he turned his head and glanced in the private room. After seeing Xiao Feng, he carefully confirmed for several seconds, and then suddenly he threw the shoulder bag he was carrying directly towards Xiao Feng. "Damn, why are you guys here? It's a coincidence. You still owe me a meal. Why did you suddenly run away from the capital? Just leave it. You didn't say hello to me. You two not interesting enough." After the white youth confirmed Xiao Feng, the expression on his face immediately became vivid. He was still cold and stiff just now, and immediately smiled, threw the backpack into Xiao Feng's arms, and then came up to Xiao Feng. A big hug. Xiao Feng also laughed and hugged the opponent. He didn't expect that the French Saint Route would actually send Pierre this time. "Long time no see. You still have the face to say me? What is it that I ran and didn't tell you? It's clear that you ran and you didn't tell me." "Hey, it's all old things, not to mention it." Pierre waved his hand, and then took Xiao Feng to chat about the situation. It turned out that when Xiao Feng was doing high-end food import and export business in Beijing a few years ago, he had dealt with people from the French Saint Road Company. The food quality inspector sent from France was this Pierre. At that time, this guy came to Beijing for the first time and Xiao Feng received him. When this guy first came, he couldn't even speak a word of Chinese. Later, because of the cooperation with domestic companies, this family became the French Saint-Lô, the resident quality inspector in Beijing. Many high-end ingredients purchased by Shenglu Company in China must be shipped to the capital first, and only after passing his inspection can they pay for the purchase. This guy quickly became acquainted with Xiao Feng and others during his short time in Beijing. He often followed Xiao Feng and them in various gourmet restaurants, barbecue stalls, and bars in the Huhai area, and Xiao Feng was one of the few. He invited Xiao Feng to go to the nightclub experience. The relationship between the two was very strong at one time. Novel.com, but this guy was suddenly recalled to France by the head office 2 years ago, and then Xiao Feng also left the original company, and later broke the contact. Xiao Feng did not expect the two will meet again today in Greentown. When the two were also old friends, they soon became acquainted with each other again, and this time Pierre never said that he was about to return to the hotel. Zeus' father, Zeus' mother, and Zuzuki's uncle Zuzuki saw this situation. They were even more ecstatic. Previously, Zeus' father Zu and Zuzuki's uncle had penetrated this Pierre in the car a little. The lake their family contracted. Maybe something went wrong. The French guy kept his face drooping, and he even wanted to turn his face when he arrived at the restaurant, but it frightened the two of them. If someone knows the situation and resolutely refuses to agree to their proposal, and insists that they compensate the liquidated damages, then they can just sit on the wax. How can I think that this guy and Xiao Feng are friends? And seeing them chatting closely like this, it seems that they are not ordinary friends. This is all right. As long as Xiao Feng can persuade the French guy, then there will still be a way for their family's business in the future. Papaza quickly greeted the waiter behind him. Hurry up. Are the dishes ready? Hurry up and serve us dishes. The waiter quickly turned around, and within a short while, all kinds of wine and dishes were brought up. HTTPS. Address. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 225. Convinced. Seeing the actions of Papazu and the others, this Pierre didn't object. This guy has been in China for so many years, and he has long been familiar with China's various customs, culture and etiquette. After the wine and food were served, this guy only took 2 bottles of beer and opened one with Xiao Feng. He only chatted with Xiao Feng and ignored the people of Zeus' family. He gave Father Zhu, who wanted to bring wine several times. It was very embarrassing. Xiao Feng of course noticed such a scene, and then poured a glass of wine for this Pierre. I said, "Bye. What are you doing?" "This is my Uncle Zhu. You are just angry. Don't be like this!" Exclamation mark. "Hey, you don't know, I persuaded my dad at the beginning." No, the general manager of our company, how difficult it is to import caviar from China. It took a lot of words to finally convince him, but I don't think it's only the 3rd time to cooperate with them, and there is such a problem. You said if they can't supply our company in time this time, how would the general manager think about me? Isn't this cheating me? Pierre still ignored Dadzu and the others, just turned his head and talked to Xiao Feng, but this was obviously not just for Xiao Feng to hear, but to Dadzu and all of them. This time everyone understood. Why is this guy so angry? And when Xiao Feng heard him say this, he realized that this guy turned out to be the prince of the French Shengla company. If the good boy hadn't missed the words just now, he still wouldn't know. But since people have not said clearly, of course I will not ask too much. The main problem now is to solve the problem of supply of caviar. Pierre, I think you should also know that Uncle Zhu and his fish breeding lakes have some problems. I am afraid they will be unable to complete the caviar trade this time. But you can rest assured, leave this to me. I am sure I will find other sources of caviar for you, and I will never let you go home empty-handed this time. Pierre listened to Xiao Feng's words and couldn't help but look up at him seriously. This guy used to be a small employee of a company, but now he has such a great ability to get caviar. In fact, the reason why he is so angry is not only because of the mistakes made by the Zhu family this time, but because it is difficult for him to find a second suitable partner if the Zhu family cannot supply the goods in such a short period of time. Don't look at the many caviar manufacturers near Qiandao Lake, but their output is fixed every year. Basically, in August and September of the first year, those who sell caviar have signed contracts with them and placed orders. When the time comes next year, they will pick up the goods directly. He wants to take goods from other suppliers, which is not realistic at all, and even if they have some surplus goods, the quality is definitely not enough, because the good goods must have been taken away by the previous merchants. If you can't get caviar this time, then many of the high-end banquet businesses that their family has undertaken in Europe will be ruined. This will seriously affect their business reputation. How can you not be angry? It was very troublesome to go to Russia to adjust the goods urgently. The situation in Russia is similar to that in China. The caviar produced this season has long been ordered by others. Even if there are surpluses, he doesn't like it. And the Russians are much more black-hearted than the Chinese. If they go there, they will definitely be slapped. This is also the reason why he and his father tried to transfer the caviar purchase channels to China. The main reason is that Maz's business reputation is too bad. But I didn't think that the supplier I chose on Qiandao Lake had such a big mistake this time. You have to know that I have been in business with them for 3 years. Because of their stable supply. This has changed Dad's suppliers in China. If he can't deliver goods in time this time, maybe his father will completely lose confidence in China's suppliers, and even change his opinion of him. Mr. Mao, he has to wait until the year of the monkey before he can take over. But now a friend I met in the capital before actually tells him that he has a way to solve this problem. Pierre is also impressed. No matter if what he said is true or false, he has to know if it is not. Oh, what can you do? Hey, it's like this. Xiao Feng took the previous rhetoric with Zeus' father, modified it, and talked to Pierre again. After Pierre heard it, his brows kept frowning. Do you really have a way to get caviar from Russia? This time our purchase? If you can get it, I don't mind. He was a little skeptical about Xiao Feng's words, and Xiao Feng slapped his chest at this time. In this way, I have contacted my Russian friends before. They transferred the goods to me and sent them to China. It may take a while. However, they promised to send me some samples by mail first. But this may also be possible. It will take a few days. You might as well wait here in Greentown these days, and wait for the samples sent to me by my Russian friend. You will check it first and then make a decision. Do you think it's okay? Xiao Feng talked to Pierre with the remarks he had thought of earlier. Pierre didn't object this time. Anyway, I can't find suitable caviar anywhere else. Mentalnovel.com. Then you might as well wait here for a few days. Maybe this Xiao Feng didn't brag, but he could bring some surprises to himself. Well, that's it for now. I will wait here for a few days now. Okay. Then I won't say much. Come to drink and eat food. You are all hungry. Come, have some. With Xiao Feng's lubricant, the atmosphere at the banquet soon became harmonious. Pierre was not as cold and rigid as before. With Zuzuki's father and uncle toasting frequently, this Pierre also gradually relaxed. Calm down. After the meal, the family sent the Pierre back to the hotel, but he didn't expect this guide to say nothing about staying in the hotel. He had to insist on going to the farm on the Qiandao Lake to have a look, to go there. Live. The meaning of this guy is also very clear. This year the Zhu family should not be able to supply their family. What about next year? Can the water quality be restored? If it can't be repaired, then he will consider finding a stable supplier again. How could the Zhu family not know his thoughts, although they were unwilling to take him to Qiandao Lake? But they insisted repeatedly. They could only find a few drivers, and drove them all night to send them back to Qiandao Lake. Sighed. But when I arrived at Qiandao Lake, it was already late in the night, and I found Pierre to stay in a hotel, and the family who had been tossing for a day went straight back to the villa to rest. HTTPS, address, mobile version reading URL, Chapter 226. Return to the other body. Xiao Feng returned to the bedroom upstairs. He lay down for a while and just thought of getting up, but the door was suddenly pushed open. And then a dark shadow flashed in. As soon as he sat up, a fragrant wind rushed into him. In her arms, it turned out that Zuzuki came again for comfort. Brother Feng, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you today, my parents might be embarrassed by the French. The little girl's eyes are sharp, and everything is in her eyes tonight. She can hold that Pierre and persuade her. It can be said that today is all dependent on Xiao Feng. If it weren't for him, the Frenchman would have gone away in minutes. When the time comes, her family will be required to compensate the liquidated damages. Hey, let's not talk about those. It's all I should do. It's you. Why are you running to me when you stay up so late? Do you have any wrong thoughts about me and want to assault me? Whoops. Looking at Suzuki's red face, Xiao Feng couldn't help but want to tease her a few words. He didn't expect that the little girl looked weak, but her hand was so powerful that she twisted his waist, so she immediately let her. He served softly. The two rolled around on the bed with arms around each other. Of course, Xiao Feng also took the opportunity to get up and down the mountains and rivers of Suzuki. Who personally measured Suzuki's mountains and rivers, felt the little girl panting and weakened in a few strokes. If it weren't for the fact that Zeus' parents live in the master bedroom not far from them, and Uncle Suzuki still lives downstairs, Xiao Feng would have been tempted to eat the little girl. After touching for a while, Suzuki reluctantly got up under Xiao Feng's persuasion and went back to her room to sleep. But Xiao Feng directly sat up and glanced up at the quartz clock on the wall. It happened to be 3:30 in the morning, which was the most sleepy time of the day. He quietly climbed the window out of the villa, and then ran and jumped all the way, dodged the camera at the intersection of the street. The body modified by the king bee is not only physically strong, but also extremely flexible. At this time, he is like a super parkour master. The whole person is like a spring, and he can't stop jumping and jumping. This feeling of being as light as a swallow makes him feel particularly comfortable. The area of this lake area is not large. Xiao Feng quickly found the breeding area of Zilao San's previously optimistic family. It is also a topography of 2 mountains and 1 lake. However, the area of the lake area contracted by their family is smaller than that of Zhu's family. Although it was in the middle of the night, the lights were still on in the small building next to their lake area. Xiao Feng ran in the direction of the small building first, and came to the front of the small building with a few steps, and then dashed. Arrived in front of a window on the 2nd floor. It's a very simple office. In the canopy bed, Zhu's 3rd child is sitting, but at this time this guy is already a little sleepy, and there is a TV set on the table in front. And that day he went to the Zeus house with his son and sat in front of the TV. At this time, he was so sleepy that his eyelids were touching his eyelids. No, son, I'll go to bed first, you must watch. 2 days ago, we pitted the Z family together, and the family will find ways to retaliate in these 2 days, so you can keep your eyes open. Don't let them harm our fish. Hey, I guess they won't be able to survive for a few days, and they will come back to beg us at that time. At that time, I must ask them to survive and die. I have to ask them to take care of them. His girl cannot marry you, the youngest Zhu said to his son, and fell on the bed while talking. Obviously this old guy has been on guard for the past few days. After all, he went to give someone a black hand. How could he not be afraid of someone's revenge? Haha, okay. We have to set the conditions higher then. Who will let them not find the fish? Don't worry, Dad. There is me staring here. You go to sleep first. Zhu's 3rd son said to him that soon there was a snoring sound on Zhu's 3rd party, and Zhu's 3rd son took out his mobile phone and started playing games. After playing for a few minutes, his head crooked and fell asleep. Past. Seeing such a situation, Xiao Feng came down from the 2nd floor, and then went directly to the lake where they farmed. When he reached the lake, he didn't even need to get into the water. He directly reached out into the lake and started to stir. After a while, he felt that the fish had already gone. When you leaned over, you opened the space directly and included all the fish in the space. Their Zhu family's method of raising fish is the same as that of the Zhu family. They all use fishing net grills to separate the fish of different years. Xiao Feng went to several other separated water surfaces to lure all the fishes underwater, and then all of them were collected into the space. Hey, I promised the Zhu family that he could find caviar, and he didn't contact Peter in Russia at all. So where did he get it from? Of course, I did it from Zhu's family. Anyway, this family is not a good person. Of course, there is no psychological burden to engage Xiao Feng. What's more, I wish the family even dared to hit Suzuki in front of him. I really didn't know how to live or die. So I dared to steal women from low sea. Go to for you. Don't you pit anyone. In a short while, Xiao Feng collected all the tens of thousands of sturgeons raised in the fish ponds of Zoo's third oldest fish. It is very troublesome for this sturgeon to kill the fish and get the eggs. First of all, the fish must not do. mtlnovel.com and Xiao Feng's space cannot contain living things, so the fish is actually dead as soon as it enters Xiao Feng's space. However, Xiao Feng's space has another advantage, that is, as long as the stuff is loaded, it will not deteriorate. So even if these fish die, they will remain in the state they had just died. Of course, the next step is to find someone who can make caviar. To Russia? That's impossible, because even if he went to Russia, Xiao Feng didn't know where to find workers who could make caviar, and even if he asked Peter to contact him for help, he didn't know how long the year would be. So it's the most appropriate way to go directly to another world and find talents from Yingzhou. Xiao Feng took the fish at Zhu's house, and then went back to the villa first. After returning to his room, he went directly to the other world. It's been a while since he left the alien world this time, but this time he couldn't stay here for too long and had to come back as soon as possible. So when he returned to the camp, he didn't talk too much nonsense with them on Friday. People from Yingzhou found it for me. At this time, the outside world has entered the late autumn season, and the vegetation outside has begun to wither. But the people in the camp are still working desperately. Some are going to the wild to collect all kinds of food and store food for the winter as much as possible, and they were sent out to collect firewood to prepare for the winter heating. Some people were sent out to harvest forage and prepare forage for the domesticated livestock. There were not many people in the camp. https address mobile version reading URL Chapter 227 Alien Caviar. Xiao Feng also had urgent matters to deal with when he came back this time, so he didn't call all the leaders to meet. It just so happened that everyone was busy with their own work outside. Pylades and Bloom led out cattle hunting and wild animals with their hands. Kayla was busy reorganizing the camp, keeping an eye on those newcomers who were building houses. Not only the houses they lived in, but also many cowsheds, sheepen and the like. While Groyan took the dwarves to strike iron, the population of the camp increased dramatically, resulting in a surge in iron consumption. It just so happened that a large number of weapons they brought back from Blackwind Gorge could be rebuilt, so his work was very busy. And the other dwarf Dean, with a lot of dwarves, scurried in the valley, looking for mines everywhere. Mages also brought a lot of dark elves to make wine and transform the cave. Together with Friday, they found a suitable place in the cave and planned to try to grow mushrooms and some vegetables in the winter, and at the same time large-scale rice planting and breeding in the coming year will also cultivate many local crops. In addition, this guy is still studying the soybean oil squeezed from soybeans to see if it can be grafted with several local high-yielding crops and can develop new high-yielding oil varieties. But his main job is to make wine, which is what Xiao Feng cares about most. The other is Kyle. This guy is very energetic recently. He has selected 1,000 people from the new prisoners. Most of these people have experience in the army. At this time, he is taking these people to train in the field. Although Xiao Feng did not meet with all the senior leaders, he gave him a brief introduction to the current camp situation on Friday. Xiao Feng was very satisfied with everyone's work status. Soon, the Yingzhou people were found on Friday. These Yingzhou people Xiao Feng attaches great importance to them. He has been letting them build ships before. In his opinion, these people are the seeds of future marine civilization cultivation. Yingran, how is your boat built? The current leader of these Yingzhou people is the General Yingran of the Yingzhou kingdom that Xiao Feng had met before. Xiao Feng asked about the current situation of shipbuilding. 2 boats have been built, and they are currently on trial sailing in the river. When winter comes, we can sail to a warmer place in the south, catch some fish, and replenish meat for everyone. This Yingran has a good mind. He can think of actively contributing to the camp so soon. Xiao Feng is very satisfied with his attitude. Well, okay, let's not talk about those now. I came in a rush this time because I have some work to be handed over to you. Didn't you say that you Yingzi people are very good at handling caviar? I happen to have some here. Fish, can you take the roe out for me and make it into caviar? Hearing Ying Ran said that they had built 2 boats, Xiao Feng was actually very happy. If it wasn't for time constraints, he would really want to go on the boats of these Yingzi people, but this time he has other important things to do. Do it. So I can only wait for the next time. When Ying Ran heard this, he immediately became energetic. The Yingzi people rely on the sea to eat the sea. There are many rivers in the country. They have been catching fish and eating fish for hundreds of years. Fish has always been the main food on the Yingzi people's table. For one thing, the world produces very large fish, and there are many fish roe, and their ancestors have explored hundreds of ways to deal with fish roe. This time he was interviewed by Master Mage and asked to help deal with the caviar. He is very honored. After all, in such a new tribe, it is not easy to be appreciated by the highest leader. There is such a thing. Skills can win the favor of the supreme leader and improve the status of their Yingzi people in the tribe. Of course, he is very willing. Xiao Feng didn't talk nonsense. He pulled out a 12-year-old sturgeon directly from the space and threw it in front of Ying Ran. I heard that when taking out the roe, it's best to make sure that the fish is alive. Unfortunately, this fish is already alive. Dead. Can you guarantee the quality of this fish roe? This is also the issue that Xiao Feng is most concerned about. After all, the foreign devils in his world have always eaten roe taken from alive, and the grandsons have good tongues. If they are allowed to eat the roe he brought back, it would be dead. I took it out of the fish's belly. I don't know if that Pierre will blow up the sky. Who said that? We Yingzi people take fish roe, but we kill the fish first and take it. We have never heard of the need to take fish roe alive. It may be our method. You have heard of Master. Isn't it the same? But don't worry, my lord. The caviar we make will definitely not disappoint you. Wait a minute. But I need the dark spirits to cooperate. After hearing what Ying Ran said, Xiao Feng was relieved. But when he heard Ying Ran saying that he wanted the black elf to cooperate, he became curious again. Oh, why? Well, my lord, we need some wine from the dark spirits for this marinated caviar. Ying Ran replied with a smile. Xiao Feng was also taken aback. Oh, he really didn't expect that the Yingzi people's handling of fish roe was so advanced. Find Mujz and let him cooperate with Ying Ran. Since this Yingran needs the black elf to cooperate. www.mentalnovel.com. Xiao Feng asked Mujz to find Mujz on Friday. Soon Mujz was brought here, and Xiao Feng asked him to cooperate with Ying Ran to make some roe when the source comes out. Why would Majestic not agree? Master's request, that is the highest order, must be implemented without compromise. Then Xiao Feng saw that Ying Ran had ordered several Yingzi people to go to where they lived and brought some bottles and cans. Obviously, there were some seasonings that Yingzi people liked to use. Then he gave the fish. I opened my mouth and broke my belly. The technique was very skillful. Although I used a knife, the knife did not break the protective film of the roe at all, and did not let the metal touch the roe. And then the next step was to operate it with bare hands, plus some wooden tools. It seems that the people of Yingzi also know the truth that metal should not come into contact with fish roe. I wish the third family's sturgeon is well raised. A fish of more than 200 kilograms has taken out more than 30 kilograms of black roe, but the roe does not seem to have a good luster. It may be because the fish has died. Because of the eggs, Xiao Feng was taken aback by Ying Ran's operations. He sprinkled some of the seasonings that he had asked for the eggs on the eggs, and then asked Mujz to go. After taking some wine and diluting it, soaking the fish eggs in it, and when they were taken out after a while, the fish eggs regained their shining luster and smelled a strange fragrance. You can smell this strong scent from far away. And Xiao Feng has never heard of such a scent before. It is the same as the first time he smelled mushroom powder in this world. https address mobile version reading URL Chapter 228. Tasting. Pierre called Zeus' family early in the morning. After Zeus' family answered the phone, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and head to the hotel, and then picked up Pierre and went to their fish pond. When I arrived at the breeding lake, I didn't need to say that the Zeus family's meat hurts. The fish that have been farmed for 10 years are all dead now. The lake is still polluted. I don't know if the water quality can be restored. If the recovery is not good, then this breeding lake will be abandoned, all the investment in the early stage will be wiped out, and the road will be cut off in the future. And Pierre was even more chilled after reading it. In his opinion, this lake has been completely abolished. Even if the water quality can be cleaned up, how long will it take to recultivation? He simply can't wait. It seems that he will have to find someone to work with again next year. In fact, for him, he is not willing to change suppliers easily. The first is the issue of integrity. He has been working with the Zeus family for 3 years. Although the supply of their family has not been large in recent years, the family's sincerity is good. He intends to support their family as their French Sanliu company long-term supplier. Secondly, it is very troublesome to find a supplier again. This sturgeon farming is not something that can be done overnight. Even if you bring in a batch of semi-adult fry, it will take several years to breed them to see results. The hard work and investment in between. It is conceivable that some mature breeding businesses have long-term and stable cooperative customers. It's impossible to pry them over. Even if they increase their production, it's not something that can be done in 1 or 2 years. So don't look at the many sturgeon farmers near Qiandao Lake, but want to find a long-term stable one. Qualified suppliers are really not so easy. Both Pierre and Zeus' family returned to Zeus' villa with gloomy faces. They all had their own thoughts, and they didn't talk to each other along the way. When I arrived at the villa, I just happened to see Xiao Feng coming down from upstairs with a yawn and going to the breeding area to check. Xiao Feng did not follow, so he was the only one at home. Seeing everyone in a low mood, Xiao Feng laughed. "What's the matter, Pierre? Isn't it so good?" "Well, it's not so good." "Okay, although you are a friend of Mr. Zhu's family, Xiao, I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm afraid I can't continue to cooperate with Zhu's family next year, because I have already seen the lake, even if it can be cleaned up, but whether it can breed qualified sturgeon, no one can say. I am afraid I have to find a new suitable supplier." Pierre didn't intend to waste time, and Zeus' family probably had guessed the result a long time ago. Hearing what Pierre said, they looked very frustrated. "Well, let's not talk about those first. Let's take care of this year's supply. It just happened that my Russian friend sent me the sample this morning, or I will take it out. Can you try it first?" Xiao Feng hurriedly changed the subject and said to Pierre. Pierre's eyes brightened when he heard this. Their family could not fulfill the contract this year. If he can't get enough good quality caviar back, then he won't. Fa has a business relationship with his father. Think about the several high-end reception contracts that their family has undertaken before. When he thinks that if he can't get the caviar, he will have a headache. It will definitely be a disaster, and it will be a disaster for their company's reputation, a serious blow to the country. Now Xiao Feng was able to find caviar. Of course he didn't mind trying it. But when he saw that Xiao Feng took out a cylindrical wooden box, he was a little confused. This is not the same as the traditional Russian caviar packaging method. In his memory, the Russian high-end caviar is packed in small flat square cans, divided into a box of 100 grams, or 200 grams, etc. Several specifications. A box of those black-hearted Russian guys will sell for more than $10,000. And he hadn't seen this kind of wooden canned food box made of wood in front of him. And just looking at the box, this weight can't be 1 kilogram. Where is this caviar? Seeing Pierre's suspicious look, Xiao Feng was also very helpless. How could he not know that the caviar was packaged in tin plate cans? But he was not allowed under this condition in another world. In that world, let alone tin plate, even pig iron is scarce, so he had to ask the Yingzi people how they store caviar, let alone, these Yingzi people really have a set, They use it from the mountain. I picked a certain kind of wood, then hollowed out the inner core, put the prepared caviar in it, and then sealed it with a gum produced by a unique local tree. According to them, this kind of canned caviar can not only ensure that the caviar will not be corrupted in long-term storage, but also, like winemaking, the longer it is stored, the more delicious the caviar will be. In the other world before, after Nyingren made the caviar, he brought it to him and tasted it. Let alone, it really made Xiao Feng an eye-opener. When he was eating caviar in the modern world, the first it felt salty and fishy, but after eating it several times, I got used to the taste of caviar, and then I gradually tasted the deliciousness of this thing. And the caviar made by the people of Yingzhou does not have that kind of problem at all, and even the taste is the same as that of the wine brewed by the dark spirit, and you can taste the fresh aroma of fish roe and the taste of bursting in the mouth. There are also wonderful scents brought by other strange local seasonings. Novel.com. In the end, several flavors will merge together to form a wonderful, unprecedented taste feast. This kind of feeling, Xiao Feng had already experienced the alien cuisine prepared with mushroom powder and the wine made by the black spirit before, and this time he experienced it again on the alien caviar, and brought it. The feeling is still the same, amazing, and now it depends on whether this alien caviar can conquer this Pierre's taste buds. When this guy was a quality inspector in the capital, Xiao Feng knew that he was picky. Any ingredients, this guy only needed with one product. You can know whether it is good or bad, and tell you what is good or bad. So this guy is a very good tasting master. Pierre took Xiao Feng's Russian caviar canned food and took a good look at it in his hand, then pried open the outer lid. A wonderful fragrance hit the tip of his nose, and immediately gave it to Pierre. I was shocked. As a food appraiser, he didn't know how many high-end foods in the world had been eaten, but he really hadn't smelled such a fragrant smell again. Well, it's interesting. I was very disappointed before, and was immediately driven out of the chest by this wonderful scent. He took the jar to his nose and smelled it carefully. It is true that this kind of scent, he has never seen it on other foods before. Smelt it. Chapter 229. What kind of fairy food is this? When Pierre originally saw this wooden box, he had already disillusioned Xiao Feng's so-called Russian caviar. After all, his family had been in the high-end food business for decades, and he had never seen any caviar. Companies will use wooden boxes to store caviar. According to his understanding, when caviar first appeared, there was no suitable container, but at that time glassware and porcelain had already appeared. So at that time people would use glass containers or porcelain to hold caviar. Later, mankind's technology for making canned food became more mature, and with the advent of tinplate, people began to use tinplate to make caviar cans, and it has continued to the present. But it was packed in a wooden box. He had never seen it before, so when he first saw the container, he had already been sentenced to death for the caviar. But when he smelled the scent of the caviar now, he was shaken. The caviar alone can smell a sweet taste. This is simply unimaginable. You must know what he had eaten before. Caviar. The only smell you can smell is fishy. Xiao Feng saw that Pierre's expression had become extremely dignified from being dispensable at the beginning, and he knew that this guy must have been shocked by his own jar of caviar. He smiled and took out a wooden spoon and handed it to him, while Pierre pulled a white disc from the dining table beside him. Using that wooden spoon, he dug a spoonful of caviar out of that strange wooden pot and put it on the white disc. Each black fish roe the size of a grain of rice, under the sun's rays, turned out to have a strange golden light, which was obviously treated with an unknown sauce. This made Pierre a little annoyed. The best caviar was natural and untreated. The only condiment needed was salt. But these plump, round and attractive fish roe don't know what's going on. They just exude a kind of natural allure, and that kind of wonderful fragrance, even if there is something like nothing, it constantly floats on the tip of the nose. Very attractive. Pierre had already swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva unconsciously. This makes him feel very strange. As a rich young man who has been cultivated by strict tutoring since childhood, He is very confident in his self-control. Even in the face of various delicacies, he can control his appetite. But this time I don't know what's wrong. This caviar seems to be able to talk, constantly greeting him, "Come, eat me." He glanced at the caviar for a few times. It's worth a 10 for the appearance. Although it's processed, can't it be biased because it's processed, and this processed caviar seems to look more beautiful! Exclamation mark. He also knew that he was making excuses for himself, but he just couldn't control his gluttony. He took a small spoonful of caviar with that wooden spoon, took it to his eyes and looked at it carefully for a while, then put it under his nose and smelled it for a while, and finally put the spoonful of caviar in mouth. When the spoonful of caviar entered the mouth, his eyes suddenly widened. When he pushed the spoonful of caviar into the upper cavity of his teeth with his tongue and squeezed them one by one, his mouth exploded quickly. Qiandao. He dared to swear that this sweet taste is something he has never experienced in any food before. How can this be described? Well, with this mouthful of caviar, he feels that his brain will quickly secrete a large amount of dopamine, which is the high feeling that people will only enjoy when they are in love. This kind of caviar is really a god. It not only gives people an intuitive sense of taste, but in the end, several different levels of taste are fused together to burst out the strange sweetness and deliciousness. And it will also make people produce a strong sense of well-being, makes people secrete more dopamine. What kind of fairy food is this really? This is too delicious. Pierre dared to swear to God that he has never eaten such delicious caviar in his entire life. And it can even be said that he has never eaten such delicious food. This is definitely a delicious delicacy that only gods can enjoy in the legend. It is a crime for ordinary people to eat a bite, because this kind of food not only can bring people the most intuitive taste enjoyment, but also a more intuitive spiritual enjoyment. Eating a bite of this caviar can bring people a sense of happiness. No less than, talk about the feeling of a perfect love with the perfect lover in your fantasy. This caviar is absolutely amazing. Although the taste is different from the taste he has eaten before, in terms of feeling, it has completely beaten any high-end caviar he has eaten before. If you can bring this caviar back to France, take it to those high-end banquets for the guests to taste. Well, those guys are all people who know the goods. If they have eaten this kind of caviar, in the future other caviar will be in their eyes. It will be rubbish. This is the real top caviar. For those cold-blooded guys who fight hard in the mall, if they can eat a delicacy that touches them to tears, they don't mind spending a lot of money on this kind of food. Thinking of this, Pierre suddenly ejected from the chair like a spring on his buttocks, and then grabbed Xiao Feng's hand. "Xiao, tell me the truth. Where did you get this caviar?" Russia. Xiao Feng's smile is very sly, but Pierre cursed in his heart. Novel.com. You really think I have never been to Russia? Haven't I eaten Russian caviar? If their caviar is half as delicious as yours, Lao Tzu will not come back to China. Even if the Russians are in the dark, Lao Tzu will buy them from them. But he can't say this in front of everyone. He is also a good person. When Xiao Feng is reluctant to say it, he knows that this guy must have something unspeakable. Then this caviar, how much do you have? I want it all, and use it to top the Zeus purchase and sale contract this time. What a joke. Pierre reacted like this. What does this indicate? This shows that this caviar is absolutely delicious. If it is to be implemented in accordance with the open contract signed by Zhu's family, wouldn't it make Xiao Feng want to die? So he immediately raised his hand. Pierre, what do you think of the quality of this caviar? Okay, very good. Even better than I expected. Even if Pierre is in the dark, he is embarrassed to lie in his conscience at this time. But Xiao Feng smiled and said, "Do you think your request is appropriate?" Chapter 230 Cooperation and Tension. Pierre's face also blushed. If this level of caviar were still executed according to the unit price of the purchase contract he signed with the Zhu family before, it would be too much. However, if he does not execute at this price, he may have to pay a lot more. But after another thought, How about paying more money? As long as I can get this level of caviar, do I need to be afraid that I won't make money if I take it back? Maid, as long as you take caviar of this level, you can sell it by piece. The local tyrants are also willing to pay for it. At that time, the price is $4 or $5. Isn't it the final decision? Eating hundreds of thousands of dollars in one bite is nothing short of a fantasy for ordinary people, but for those who are truly rich, it is nothing at all. The old aristocrats in the UK, especially the guys who work with the oil business, hold several banquets every year to entertain the local tyrants in the Middle East. Shouldn't that banquet cost tens of millions of pounds? Even a luxurious banquet that costs hundreds of millions of pounds, those guys will not blink their eyes. Anyway, as long as the local tyrants in the Middle East are dealt with, even if the oil price is raised by a few cents, the meal is not just a minute. Earn it back. France's top-class upper-class society has become more luxurious, and it is not too much to give, especially to the Airbus and total business predators. The business casually negotiated is tens of millions to hundreds of millions of dollars. If you take a meal of hundreds of thousands to entertain guests with a high level of standards, it is simply a slap in the face. So when they entertain guests, the bill is always in the millions or even tens of millions. Pierre's family has undertaken and organized such high-end banquets many times, and on average, dozens of high-end banquets of this level are held in Europe every year. If this kind of caviar is tasted by those local tyrants in the Middle East, Pierre can be sure that the price of this kind of food will definitely be fired up to sky-high prices, and even a single fish roe will sell for $10. Those local tyrants in the Middle East like this luxury product the most. Money is not a big deal in their eyes, so. Thinking of this, Pierre had already made a decision in his heart. He wanted to be the exclusive agent of this caviar in the world. So, what's the point of selling a good one to Xiao Feng at this time? And he had already noticed that the relationship between Xiao Feng and the Zifamali's daughter was very ambiguous. This may be the main reason why this guy intervened in this incident. Well, yes, it would be unreasonable to buy this level of caviar at the original price. That's good. I used to give the Zifamali a deposit of about 10 million yuan, which is about 10 million yuan. Just don't. But Xiao, how much caviar you have, you can sell it to me. We will discuss the price separately. What do you think? Xiao Feng laughed when he heard it. This Pierre's ambition was not small, and the Zifamali next to him heard these words. Nothing was a long sigh of relief, and finally there was no need to worry about Pierre's claim. Before they had seen Xiao Feng take out the caviar, Pierre was full of unpleasant expressions, and after they saw the caviar that Xiao Feng took out, they also criticized this guy for being unreliable in their hearts. After all, they have been in the caviar business for many years. Of course they know what container good caviar is in, but this guy actually took out a wooden jar. Isn't that kidding? But when Pierre later tasted the caviar in the jar, his face changed a lot, and they kept watching it. Now they heard this and they were even more happy. This means that Pierre really accepted the caviar that Xiao Feng brought out, and he really thought his caviar was delicious, so he offered such a condition. In fact, when they came back from the fish pond with Pierre in the morning, they knew that they were unlikely to cooperate with Pierre in the future. If the caviar that Xiao Feng brought was not up to standard, they would definitely face a claim. The problem, according to the contract, they have to pay people 3 times the liquidated damages, which is 30 million. Although their family is not bad for money, it is very painful to come up with such a large sum. It's okay now. Not only does Pierre mean that there is no need to lose money, but the 10 million deposit does not need to be returned, but he wants to leave his own house and discuss business with Xiao Feng. Although it feels very sad to hear Pierre say this, for now, this may be the most perfect result they can get. On the other side, Xiao Feng, after listening to Pierre's words, was also very satisfied. Okay, that's it. But for the specific details, we will discuss the details in other places. You take some first. Give the sample back to your dad. The boss taste it and see what he says. After all, This is a completely different kind of caviar from before, haha. I am responsible for saying that this is definitely an epoch-making caviar sauce. Of course Xiao Feng knew that for such a big matter, Pierre would definitely not be able to decide on his own, and he would definitely need his father. No, the boss agreed, because he didn't plan to sell this caviar so cheaply. Well, yes, Xiao, you are right. Well, I'll go back and try this caviar for my dad. He happens to be in Xiangjiang right now, so I will go. Pierre turned around after speaking, but before leaving www.mtlnovel.com he still hugged the can of caviar that Xiao Feng gave him, then turned and left. There's a family were also confused by this Pierre's ups and downs. Under what circumstances is the caviar that Xiao Feng brought so delicious? The spoonful of caviar that Pierre dug up just before, and some left on the porcelain plate. Suzuki's father and uncle gathered in front of the plate, ignoring the dirt, and picked up the one that Pierre had used before. With a wooden spoon, each person dug a little caviar and put it in his mouth. At this entrance, the expressions on their faces quickly became strange and rich. Mother Zhu stood beside them and couldn't help asking, "How is it? What does this caviar taste like?" But actually saw her husband and younger brother with strange expressions on their faces but speechless. Mother Zhu couldn't help picking up the wooden spoon, digging a little and putting it in her mouth. The expressions also became richer, and the family of three stood still as if they had been subjected to a fixation technique. Suddenly there was a loud bang from the gate. The big iron gate of their villa was broken open from the outside, and then a large number of people rushed in from the courtyard. This sudden scene was finally all three of the Zhu family who were still intoxicated by the caviar delicacy were awakened. Chapter 231 Intentional Injury. The Zhu family turned their heads and saw that the person who broke into their yard was the third oldest Zhu who had bullied him before. Although the crisis in their family has been resolved, but when I think of the way that Zhu's third child is deceiving too much, Zhu's father still gets angry, pointing at Zhu's third child and yelling, "I wish you a bastard." The third child, "What are you doing at my house? What do you mean by breaking into the house?" Yelling, "Call the police." While yelling at the third child of Zhu, Zhu's father signaled his wife to call the police, and the third child of Zhu did not come empty-handed, but he was still carrying a steel drill for piercing a fish. At this time, he sneered and sneered. The steel drill in the handle was inserted into the courtyard of the yard. "Why am I here? Don't you know? Zihong is here to tell you. Don't you pretend to be stupid. If you are acquainted today, you can quickly hand me the fish in my fish pond. Otherwise, don't you blame me for being polite." "Hey, what you said is weird. You don't look at the fish in your fish pond. Why are you looking for me? I didn't take your fish. Where do you fall in love with? Where do you find it? If you are guilty of being muddled with me, I would advise you to get out of here if you are conscious, or wait for the police to come, and you will feel better." Although Zhu's father didn't know what was going on, listening to Zhu's youngest voice, he knew that his fish pond must have gone wrong. Thinking about what happened to his fish pond, he was of course happy. "I'm scorning your mother, you don't know how to praise Zihong." But what everyone in the room did not expect was that Zhu's youngest jumped up and fought with a steel drill. This time everyone did not expect, including Xiao Feng. He didn't think much of this old Zhu, but he didn't expect that it was this guy he looked down on that suddenly broke out a cruel hand, so that he wanted to stop, but couldn't stop it. Papa Zhu's head came around. If this was done to him, he would be able to smash Papa Zhu's head. Dad Zhu didn't expect this guy to burst out suddenly, and he was shocked by the sudden change. Seeing that the steel drill was about to hit him on the head, Xiao Feng suddenly grabbed Dad Zhu's collar. Pulling backwards, this pulled Papa Zhu out of the most dangerous area, but because he was too close, the steel rod still slammed Papa Zhu's shoulder on his shoulder, and gave Papa Zhu's collarbone to him. It broke. Such a sudden change scared all Zhu's family stupid. Zhu's mother and Suzuki screamed in fright, and then ran over to Zhu's father to check his injury. On the other side, Uncle Suzuki was also blushing. "Fuck you, I wish the third child." Uncle Suzuki, picked up the chair beside the dining table and smashed it on Zeus' youngest third. Zeus' youngest picked up a steel drill and beat the mahogany chair to a mess. This guy is already crazy, Xiao Feng. I also don't understand why he is like this. At this time, the people who followed Zeus' third child into the Zeus yard began to pick up the guys in their hands one after another, and they began to smash them. These guys were all gangsters whom Zeus' third child had hired with money. The two family members have been grieving for a long time. This time, all the fish raised by Zeus' third child suddenly disappeared overnight. This guy also couldn't bear such a blow, so he was a little frustrated. Of course Xiao Feng couldn't look at these guys. He ran wild under his nose, and simply pulled out the swing stick and joined the battle group. Regardless of how many people Zeus' youngest brought, they were either carrying steel pipes, steel bars, or clubs in their hands. They looked like they were 20 or 30 men and women. However, in Xiao Feng's eyes, these people are just a group of native chickens and dogs. He is a fusion of the spirit of the Overlord but he is the only saint in the modern world. Compared with these people, his physical fitness is completely a heaven. An underground existence. Coupled with the previous experience of fighting with those gangsters on the streets of Mumbai last time, Xiao Feng quickly entered the state. The state of these gangsters quickly formed a picture in his mind. He once again opened up God perspective. After opening the plug-in, after joining the battle group, he was completely in a state of being in the flock. There was no one in front of him. They who rushed over was either interrupted by his arm or interrupted. The legs soon fell to the ground one by one and turned into a ground gourd, and they could only wailing rolling all over the floor. The fighting in the yard soon attracted neighbors. Many of these neighbors were fellows who knew the family. After all, the ancestors of the family had lived in this village, and there were relatives here. In fact, 2 days ago, there was an accident in the Zhu family's breeding area. Many people guessed that Zhu's third child was involved in the ghost. Now that Zhu's third child is not giving up, he brought the gangsters and bullied him to Zhu's home. Everyone, I can't stand it anymore. Many people in Hupenhueniu rushed over because of the guys, and Zhu's relatives are particularly large in the village, and after the Zhu's family has made a fortune in these years, they have taken extra care of the villagers in the village. Popularity is much better. At this time, everyone came over, almost all on the side of Zeus' family, and soon ganged up with the hooligans that Zilao-san had brought. When everyone was playing lively, there were bursts of police sirens sounding outside. It turned out that the police were all here, and law enforcement officers were there, and the scene soon calmed down. Those hooligans brought by Zeus' third son, the clever ones, took advantage of the case.novel.com and slipped away from the soles of their feet, while the unlucky ones were directly held on the spot by the police. Father Zhu was sent to the hospital soon, while the others were taken back to the Public Security Bureau, and things became clear soon. It turned out that Zhu's youngest son lost the fish at his house, and after thinking about it, he felt that it was the ghost of the Zhu family. Then he spent money to find some gangsters to embolden himself, and then came to the Zhu family to settle accounts. But I didn't expect to arrive at the scene. When there was a verbal conflict, this guy quickly lost his mind and took the lead in moving his hands. The matter is very simple. Because Zeus' father was injured and admitted to the hospital, Zeus' third child could not run away because of deliberately hurting others. Next, we will look at Father Zeus' injury inspection and the extent of his injury. If it is serious, not only the legal responsibility of Zeus' youngest is to be investigated, but economic compensation is also indispensable. The villagers and Xiao Feng who were helping out were quickly released. After all, the whole thing was simple and clear, and there was nothing difficult to do. The first thing Xiao Feng did after he got out of the police station was to go to the hospital. Chapter 232 A Blessing in Disguise. When I arrived at the hospital, I just saw Mother Zhu and Zuzuki at the door of the operating room, and I probably asked about the situation. Zuzuki said to him with red eyes, "It's not a big problem. The main reason is that the collarbone was broken. The doctor is undergoing surgery to fix it. It is estimated that it will take some time to recuperate. Xiao Feng cursed that Zeus' third child was really cruel, and Suzuki immediately gritted her teeth and asked, "Where is that bastard? How is it now?" "Don't worry about this. You have been locked up by the police. When your father is done, you will have an injury appraisal. Find someone who is more serious, then let him sit in the cell." After listening to Xiao Feng's words, Suzuki finally felt ill. The operation went smoothly. An hour later, Father Zhu came out of the operating room and was directly admitted to the orthopedic ward. Xiao Feng and Suzuki asked Mother Zhu to go back first. He and Suzuki stayed with him for the night tonight. As a result, when Zeus' mother brought them food early the next morning, she had a cold face, because there were still a few people behind. Two of them are middle-aged people who are relatively wealthy, followed by a dark and fat woman, and the bereaved son of Zeus' third child. Xiao Feng knew what was going on as soon as he saw it, and it must have been Zeus' third family's family who came to the middleman to come and talk. "Oh, brother and sister of the Zhu family, you see that the trouble is all the folks from the same village. I wish the third child was a bit too much yesterday, but let's not hurt our peace." The round-faced middle-aged man is still trying to match up, but Zu's mother can't listen at all, and Suzuki jumped out at this time. "What kind of folks from the village? He wished the third child when he beat my dad. Why don't you think about the feelings of the folks? What's more, don't you know what happened to our fish pond? Who is the culprit? If his fish is lost, just ask us to make trouble. I don't know what's going on. He has done so many wicked things. Who knows which of his enemies stole his fish? What matters to us? He hit the door when he came and hurt my dad like this." "Don't say anything. Just let Zilao-san wait to go to jail." At this time, the little girl had a clear mind and sharp teeth. Xiao Feng thought the little girl was good. After the events of last night, the little girl seemed to have grown up quite a bit. After hearing Suzuki's words, the two middle-aged people also looked very embarrassed. "Look at me and I look at you." They don't know how to persuade them for a while. After all, they are lobbyists from the third family of Zhu. But the Zhu family's attitude is so firm, they are also very difficult to deal with. The last two simply gritted their teeth, looked back at the fat black woman, and then muttered in a low voice. In the end, she didn't know what she had said to the woman. The woman walked to Suzuki's father's bed and knelt on the ground with a plop. "The Zhu family's eldest brother and sister-in-law. All things are done by our youngest third. Please let him go if you have a lot of them. If you have any requests, please mention it and we will pay for it." With tears on the woman's face, it can be seen that the relationship with Zu's third child is still quite deep. "I really don't want her husband to go to jail," and she said so that Zu's third son could not stand anymore, and followed him by his mother's side. However, the Zhu family didn't want to let go. Think about all the bad behaviors of the family in the past few years. They deliberately copied their various businesses and used all kinds of nasty methods to compete maliciously with his family. This time they actually hurt people. They are saying they can't bear anything. HMPH, we don't want anything. We must wish the third child to go to prison. Mother Zhu's words were firm, and the fat black woman knocked her head like garlic when she heard it. "Sister-in-law of the Zhu family, let me go back to the third one." "We don't dare anymore." "Then I will compensate you for our fish pond." "Isn't your fish pond contaminated and can't be bred?" "I will pay you compensation for our fish pond. How about you use it for breeding?" "Don't say it." The words of wishing the third daughter-in-law are really taken in the most itchy place in the hearts of the Zhu family. Their fish ponds may be abandoned after this pollution, even if they can be cleaned up. "I dare not raise fish in it anymore. Who knows whether there will be any harmful substances in it." But now the farming area in the Qiandao Lake area has basically been demarcated a long time ago. Even if they want to find a new place for farming, it is not so easy, because there is no place for them to choose. It is even more impossible to buy from someone else. Now that sturgeon is farmed and caviar is so profitable, who wants to sell the hen that lays golden eggs in his hands? And without the fish pond, what development will be discussed in the future? What's more, The Zhu family actually didn't want to leave the industry from the bottom of their hearts. And now the third wife Zhu actually said that she was willing to give up the fish ponds. This sounded good. This way, not only can you find a suitable breeding place immediately, but you can also completely remove the third wife from the industry. Get out. Father Zhu and Mother Zhu, who had been lying in the hospital bed silently, exchanged glances. Obviously, the two of them were a little moved by this condition, and the third wife is not a fool. Of course, they can see the strangeness between the two. Hurriedly continued, although the area of my fish pond is smaller than yours, the water in my fish pond is deeper. The number of fish raised is not necessarily less than that of yours, and the quality is better. Moreover, our fish ponds are of better quality. The pond is very close to the village www.mentalnovel.com to deliver feed, and the catch is easy to transport, which can save costs. Besides, the hardware investment my family has invested in this fishery in the past 2 years is no less than yours. What the wife of the third wife said was the truth. If it weren't for the third wife to have a relative who was a carder in the village, their family would really not be able to get such a good fish pond. HMPH. This is just to compensate for the losses that your family caused to the fish pond of the family. If it weren't for wishing the third child to have someone sprinkle medicine in the fish pond of the Zhu family, how could the fish of the Zhu family die? It's far from enough to take out this fish pond. Seeing that Dad Zhu and the others were about to let go, Xiao Feng felt that it was impossible, and then suddenly stood up and spoke. He was the one who persuaded the intermediary and the third wife of Zhu to be stupid. Who is this? And when Father Zhu and Mother Zhu heard Xiao Feng's words, they immediately woke up. Yes, this is just the fish pond that you should pay for us. You can't just forget about it. This is my son-in-law. What he said means what I mean. Father Zhu gave Xiao Feng the right to speak directly on the hospital bed. This is to block the conversation between those middlemen and the third wife Zhu, and Zuzuki blushed even more. Chapter 233 Alone the man is a knife, and I am a fish. What else can I wish my family? Even if he is not satisfied, he can only agree to the conditions proposed by Xiao Feng. In the end, apart from giving up their fish ponds and launching the sturgeon farming industry, plus a compensation of 3 million yuan, they obtained the letter of understanding from the Zhu family. With the letter of understanding, the rest is up to them to go to the public prosecutor's side to operate. After all, the things that Zhu's third child committed were not trivial. They broke into the homes and gathered crowds for fights. In addition, it is now in the period of severe strikes. Zhu's behaviors, like the third child's behavior, are not all right. After obtaining the Zhu family's letter of understanding, look at other people's public prosecutors and the law. Help the Zhu family to deal with the affairs here and gain the greatest benefit. Xiao Feng also planned to leave. He also stayed in Greentown for a few days. It is time to go back to see the situation in the store, and he should also go. By the way, the world is turning around. Zuzuki's uncle helped to take care of the affairs here, and I wish the family were completely softened, and there was nothing difficult to deal with. Xiao Feng boarded the plane back to benching the next day, but there were still too many roads. With a companion, that is Zuzuki, who insists on following to benching. In fact, Zuzuki's intention to follow is also easy to understand. On the one hand, the relationship between her and Xiao Feng is rapidly heating up, and on the other hand, it is also because the Zhu family have to stare at Xiao Feng to help deal with the Caviar problem. After all, even though Pierre had promised Xiao Feng to replace the Zhu family in this transaction, the Zhu family still hoped to see the successful completion of the transaction before they were relieved. After all, this may be related to the problem of their future cooperation with the French. Of course, Xiao Feng didn't mind having such a little beauty as a company, and he almost could eat the little beauty, so she was teasing this little beauty all the way, and Zuzuki was always willing to tease Xiao Feng. After all, throughout this period of time with Xiao Feng, the little beauty had long been secretive to him. When he arrived in Binqing, Xiao Feng originally wanted to settle Zuzuki at home, but considering that his old house on the hillside was relatively old, he simply arranged for Zuzuki to live in the castle hotel. After Zuzuki settled down, Xiao Feng went to the celebrity chef manufacturing to investigate. During his absence, the celebrity chef manufacturing business has always been hot. Xiaolin and Zijing managed the celebrity chef's business very well. More than a month has passed, and Xiao Feng's bank account has more than 6 million more money. The speed of making money is really comparable to that of a money printing machine. Mr. Xiao, we have found 3 stores in the free trade zone, Jinchitan Scenic Area, and Wasity in accordance with your instructions. Here are the information on the branches we fancy. Please take a look first. Xiaolin handed some photos and paper information to Xiao Feng. Since the business of the newly opened 7 branches has become popular, he has been very concerned about opening more branches. After all, the more branches open, the more famous chefs make money. The more dividends he can get at the end of the year. In addition, once the nationwide franchise and investment promotion starts and become a large-scale chain, celebrity chef manufacturing is likely to be listed in the future. At that time, Xiao Feng only needs to divide his original shares, and every minute he can become a multimillionaire. So he told Xiao Feng work very seriously. Xiao Feng took the information and took a look. The locations of the 3 new stores are very good. They are all independent 3 or 4-story small buildings, and the geographical locations are also very good. This time he opened the branch and planned to purchase real estate directly. In this way, there is no need to pay rent and increase profitability. Well, these properties seem to be okay. They are in line with our shop building standards. What is the price for the self-service shabu bake upstairs and fast food downstairs? How much money do we have on the account? Xiao Feng asked. This time Zijing stood up and answered Xiao Feng's question. Because it is not the main city, the prices of these properties are not expensive. The Golden Sand Beach area is a popular scenic spot, so we chose a small building. The location is relatively close to the scenic area, so the price is a bit more expensive. The asking price of the entire building is 15 million yuan, and the unit price is almost 15,000 yuan per square meter. The store prices in Wasity and the free trade zone are relatively cheaper. After all, they are far away in the main urban area. The unit price is about 10,000 yuan per square meter, and the total asking price for the 2 buildings is 20 million. The total cost of these 3 properties is 35 million, plus tax and other miscellaneous expenses. Plus it is estimated that it will cost about 40 million yuan for the decoration. The current account of our celebrity chef manufactures is almost 20 million, and there is a funding gap of 20 million. It is estimated that the money needs to be found in the bank, and it is necessary for you to come forward, Mr. Xiao. Xiao Feng nodded when he heard it. The celebrity chef now has about 6 million in the secret account every month, and the open account is almost 2 million. The reason why there is more than 20 million in the account is because there are more than 20 million in the account. Part of his own funds, as well as the BERT account of beef and ingredients, has not yet been settled. This time he went to India to sell diamonds for 52 million US dollars, more than 3 billion yuan. In addition, there are billions of gold and silver jewelry in the space. This amount of money is not a big deal to him. The 20 million gap can be filled in minutes. But he does not intend to use the money, but intends to find a bank to solve it according to Zhu Jing's thinking. Businesses are getting bigger and bigger, and they will have to deal with banks in the future. As far as he knows, the major banks in Benthan are eager for their celebrity chefs. The banking staff who visit every day almost broke the threshold of his house. The reason is very simple. Untilnovel.com. This celebrity chef has such a good manufacturing business and continuous cash flow. Which bank doesn't like this kind of company? Everyone wants to have business dealings with them, and if Xiao Feng wants to develop and grow in the future, he cannot do without the support of the bank. Although he is not short of money, he still needs the assistance of the bank for other resources. Well, okay. Leave the loan to me. You can talk to the owner of these 3 properties first, pay in one lump sum, and see if the other party makes concessions on the price. After leaving Xiaolin and Zijing, Xiao Feng went straight to the cooking package factory in Xingang district. The factory has started to operate normally. Katu and Lao Chang have taken care of it in an orderly manner. Although the production capacity has not been fully released, it is still very satisfying. At present, the supply from several branches of celebrity chefs is sufficient. Xiao Feng asked Katu about the current accounting situation of the celebrity chef. There was not much difference between Zhu Jing and Zhu Jing, so he was relieved. After coming out of the factory, Xiao Feng called one of his classmates directly. This was a female classmate I met at a class reunion some time ago. She worked in a state-owned bank in Benching. Anyway, whoever did this loan was Xiao Feng felt that he might as well find his classmates to be more at ease, and by the way maintain the relationship between classmates. Chapter 234 Sincerity 10 feet. Li Danny was overjoyed when she received Xiao Feng's call. As a bank loan officer, the domestic real economy has been getting worse and worse in recent years, and she was overwhelmed by the pressure of annual performance. Her bank is Mumbai Commercial Bank, a local commercial bank in Benching. It has been operating locally for decades and has a solid foundation. However, as the economic vitality of the Benching area has declined in recent years, Mumbai Bank's performance has also continued downhill. Recently, in order to be able to develop more high-quality customers, her worries have turned a lot of white hair. After the class reunion, I learned that my old classmate was actually the boss of the famous chef manufacturing in Benching, but she was so happy. But the thought of turning the famous chef manufacturing into her own customer gave her a headache. Endless. The operating status of celebrity chef manufacturing is understood by the entire banking industry in Benthan. The 7 branches of others are absolute cash cows, with a daily net profit of more than 10,000. In addition to the net profit of the flagship store, the net profit is daily. It can reach 100,000 yuan. And there will be a net profit of more than 3 million yuan in a month. Such a company, I don't know how many banks are staring at it. In fact, for banks, this company is not large in scale. It is not an SCTV company, but it is engaged in catering. It is not a tall industry, but for some established large-scale enterprises. As far as banks are concerned, they are not qualified enough to be in the eyes of others. But the cash flow of this company is really impressive, and its profitability is even more terrifying. Banking is the industry most closely connected with the real economy. The customer managers of each bank don't know how many companies they want to run each year. To be honest, they can't know the virtues of those companies now. Many companies seem to have large plates, with billions of assets and tens of thousands of workers. A single transaction is often calculated in units of 100 million. However, for such companies, they will be calculated at the end of the year. However, the profit is only tens of millions, or even millions. If all kinds of white bars and accounts receivable are eliminated, the company's account will only have millions of liquid funds. This kind of company seems to be very good. But compared with such an inconspicuous catering company like a famous chef, it is really a shit. If the return on assets, cash turnover rate, net profit rate, current ratio, quick ratio and other key data are listed for comparison, these seemingly promising companies are all beaten by celebrity chefs every minute! A celebrity chef makes just a few fast food restaurants, and the profit can exceed 36 million yuan a year, which is a net profit. What if the nationwide investment promotion will be launched in the future? It is safe to have a net profit of over 100 million that year. Take a look at those internet companies that claim to beat all, such as a certain drop or a certain group. Their valuations are so high that they are worth millions of dollars. But are they profitable? It's still burning money up to now. The people in the bank are not stupid. Instead of dealing with vain companies, they are more willing to deal with cash cows made by famous chefs. After all, the benefits that such companies can bring are real. So when Li Danny learned that Xiao Feng wanted to take a loan this time, she immediately contacted the president of her bank, and the president named Feng immediately decided to meet Xiao Feng in person at night. Originally, Xiao Feng planned to entertain guests for dinner, but he did not expect President Feng from Banhai Commercial Bank to encourage them to entertain them. The place for dinner was set at the top high-end hotel in Binching, Haiwa Mansion. Located on Longtu Mountain, Haiwa Fu was originally a high-end private club. In recent years, the country has severely cracked down on food and drink. If this private club could not continue to operate, it was taken over by Banhai Bank and became its asset, specializing in hosting high-end customers. Xiao Feng couldn't help being surprised when he arrived at Haiwa Mansion. The restaurant was opened on Longtu Mountain in the southern suburbs of Benching. If it weren't for a treat this time, he didn't even know that there was such a high-end restaurant in Benching. As soon as he parked the car, he saw Li Danny, who was waiting in the parking lot. Li Danny was already married. She was a plump and handsome young woman. Xiao Feng hadn't beaten others before when he was in school, but later learned that people had worked in the banking system of Benching for several generations, and their family background was very superior, so he retreated. After all, he knew how many pounds he himself was. Later, everyone went to different universities. After graduating from university, he went to Bidiao, while Li Danny entered the local commercial bank directly according to the arrangement of the family, and the journey was smooth. The two exchanged a few simple words. Li Danny led him into the private room that had been set a long time ago, in a large bag of more than 40 square meters. President Feng had been waiting there with his secretary long ago. President Feng is a middle-aged man with a Mediterranean hairstyle. Laughing before saying anything, he was very polite to Xiao Feng. Although he looked a little unphotogenic, his attitude made Xiao Feng very comfortable. According to the rule, the business talked about each other for a while, and then each took a seat. Feng Xingcheng waved his hand and started serving the dishes. All kinds of delicacies from mountains and seas were brought up like flowing water, and everyone was happy to drink. And President Feng and the others were not in a hurry to speak, but they kept on. Friendship with Xiao Feng. Novel.com opening and closing are some local freshness in Binching, whether it's just some important news about current affairs, and the secretary and Li Danny's interrogation from time to time. The atmosphere at the banquet is also relaxed. Xiao Feng also knew that these people must be waiting for him to speak, so he didn't want to go around and talked to President Feng about his loan needs this time. President Feng is really very refreshing, and he waved his big hand. Tomorrow, let Xiao Li and the others visit your company. Be an enterprise and do your best. You don't care about the feasible plan, Mr. Xiao. Let Xiao Li and the others write it as soon as possible. In 1 week, 2 weeks at the slowest, I will be able to approve the payment for you. I will give you a flat rate on the interest rate. What do you think? Xiao Feng raised his eyebrows. This President Feng was really magnificent. It seemed that he and the famous chef really attached great importance to it. This is a necessary process for bank-to-company due diligence, and project feasibility reports are generally provided by companies, but they actually prepare by themselves, and it depends on the meaning, that is, to go through a process, which saves them a lot trouble. The most important thing is that the interest rate is flatly pushed according to the national benchmark. This is enough to reflect the sincerity of others. You must know that Banhai Commercial Bank is not the 5 largest state-owned banks. As a commercial bank, the interest rate they lend is generally 3% above the national benchmark interest rate. 10 to 50. Chapter 235. Fruit Wine Channel. Banhai Commercial Bank can be said to be very sincere. Xiao Feng of course understands that it is time for him to show sincerity next. Oh, I really want to thank President Feng for your attention. Then, the bank of my 3 new branches is set up in your Banhai Commercial Bank. In addition, 3 of my current 7 branches are taking out. Come, put the account opening bank in Banhai Commercial Bank. When several branches were opened, Xiao Feng did not keep the bank accounts of the branches consistent with that of the head office. Although this would increase the workload of accounting, it was also his preparation for dealing with various banks early on. President Feng immediately brightened his eyes when he heard it. 6 branches. Even if each store's net profit income of 10,000 yuan per day is put in their bank, It is 1.8 million yuan a month. How much savings can this help them complete? What about other transactions? In addition, before Xiao Feng's 3 branches are repaid, the store properties must be mortgaged to their bank. This is the bank's favorite high-quality asset. With these 2 guarantees, he doesn't need to worry about this business at all. Risk 2. Regardless of whether this business is a flat-rate push, but a toy loan, plus handling fees, can make them millions of dollars. In such an era of industrial downturn, what bikes are needed? What's more, through this cooperation, you can get on the line with Xiao Feng. If there are business needs on the celebrity chef manufacturing side in the future, you shouldn't consider them first. So President Feng is very satisfied with the meeting tonight. At the wine table, the loan was probably finalized. The rest is the work of Li Danny and their credit officers. Xiao Feng and President Feng are very happy and have appetites. When he was happy, President Feng called the waiter and opened 2 bottles of French imported red wine for everyone. The market price of 2 bottles alone is more than 10,000 yuan, which can be described as full of sincerity. Just having a sip of red wine, Xiao Feng suddenly remembered something and asked President Feng, "President Feng, are there any wineries near Binching that we want to sell? You are all big names in the financial industry. There are a lot of them. Can you find out for me?" President Feng, who had already negotiated a deal, immediately sat upright again when he heard Xiao Feng's question. Xiao Feng was planning to enter the wine industry. He couldn't help but pay attention to the information. "Oh, I don't know what winery you asked, Mr. Xiao. Red wine or white wine?" "Red wine." Some time ago, Xiao Feng just got on the line with Helen in Thailand. Helen has already taken the fruit wine he brought back from another world to promote it. He believes that he will be able to open the market in the United States soon. You have to make large-scale purchases here. You have to be trustworthy, right? Xiao Feng brags to Helen that he has a winery. If someone comes, "You are a leather bag company. How can you cooperate with you?" Therefore, in order to cover the source of his foreign wine, the winery must buy one. Xiao Feng also considered buying wineries abroad, but when he thinks that foreign wineries basically have a fixed output, and most of them have long been famous, you suddenly come up with wines with different tastes, which will definitely arouse people's suspicion. So I set the target in the country. He also did some homework earlier, knowing that there are so many special wine producing places in China, but those areas have long been divided by well-known domestic wine companies, so he can only put his goal back to his hometown. It just so happens that Guangxi, where he is home, is a big fruit-producing city, and there are many winemaking companies in the area, so he wants to buy a winery here. It doesn't need to be too big, as long as he can find a source for his fruit wine. But after all, he has never been in this industry before, and he doesn't know much about the information resources in this industry. Today he just got on the line with President Feng and the others. Considering Bnai Bank is an old local bank that has been working in the Binching area for decades, with so many local customer resources in his hand, he simply asked Lao Feng about them. This is also the main reason why he chose to cooperate with the bank this time. After all, the bank has much more information and channel resources than him. "Mr. Xiao, you are really looking for the right person this time. Speaking of winery, I can say that I am an expert. Because my hometown is in Guangxi, there are many wine-making companies over there. But there are no well-known wine brands in Guangxi, so those companies are engaged in brewing puree, and then selling them to well-known companies at home and abroad, and giving them OEM business. To be honest, they earn hard money, and most of them let those well-known brands earn it." Don't tell me, this President Feng really didn't brag when it comes to the wine business. He is really stellar. In addition, his hometown is Guangxi, which really popularized Xiao Feng a lot of knowledge about red wine. "Mr. Xiao, are you still planning to get involved in the wine business?" "Well, there are ideas in this regard." "Then President Xiao, are you planning to do this with a loan this time?" Although he had just negotiated a business with Xiao Feng, after understanding Xiao Feng's plan to enter the wine business, Lao Feng had to reassess the business he had previously cooperated with Xiao Feng. How does a bank judge whether an entrepreneur can run a business well? First, look at the person responsible for your business. Mentalnovel.com to see if your wealth is innocent, whether you have bad records, investigate your credit status, and also to know whether you have bad habits such as gambling, and then it depends on your business. The idea of an enterprise, if it is an entrepreneur who only wants to be an entrepreneur who is familiar with the business, it means that people really run the enterprise with heart. The most feared is the kind of guy who is dissatisfied with a bottle and a bottle of sloshing. Today, the industry just got a little better, and then he used money to invest in it. It is called diversified management. To put it bluntly, it is uncertain. The risks are often great. And now President Feng looks at Xiao Feng. He feels that this guy is a bit fluttering. Didn't he open a fast food restaurant to make some money? Now that you don't open a fast food restaurant honestly, you actually want to sell red wine. Is this wine industry so easy to enter? In the past few years in his hometown, I don't know how many bosses in the wine industry went bankrupt. They couldn't do well after decades of work. You are a young man and you want to work in this industry rashly. Aren't you dying? The hot atmosphere at the banquet suddenly turned cold. When Xiao Feng saw President Feng's face, how could he not understand what he meant? He quickly explained with a smile, "Actually, I am just a shareholder. This company is a French friend of mine. To do it, the investment is mainly for him to invest." Chapter 236 Soak Manero. It turned out that foreign friends came to invest. President Feng gave a ha-ha, and some were skeptical. Xiao Feng didn't explain much. Since President Feng is not very convenient here, then forget it. I am contacting other people to see if I understand. I originally wanted to buy a winery directly from a bank loan. It seems that I have to pay for it myself. This is better. Anyway, I don't need to pay for the money. I don't need to pay the bank interest. It may take some time to find the winery. Xiao Feng was a little dissatisfied with President Feng's attitude, and asked you to introduce a winery. What are you doing? As for Xiao Feng's emotional changes, President Feng couldn't tell that it was the old fritters in the industry. At this time, he couldn't help but annoy himself that he was talking too much, asking so much what he was doing. People have money to do a red wine business, and they didn't say that they plan to borrow from themselves. So why do they manage so much? Just introduce them to the winery. Although they don't get a loan from the bank, they can't earn the interest margin, but at least they can still earn the fee, right? The most important thing is that their bank had a few winery cooperation partners in the village before, but now they are not doing well. The person in charge has run away and dumped the winery to their bank, which became their bad assets, waiting to be dealt with. If you can change hands and introduce one of these wineries to Xiao Feng, wouldn't you be able to get a lot of bonuses at the end of the year? Thinking of this, President Feng couldn't help but want to make a few mouthfuls. In fact, he can't be blamed for being too mindful. In recent years, banks have made many companies miserable. In the past few years, the domestic real economy has not had any problems, and the country has also advocated corporate transformation and upgrading, and many companies expected it. The future prospects of their industry are not good, and they are all seeking transformation. If you have a big business, you will engage in diversified operations. Many small and medium-sized enterprises have followed the same pattern. They have obtained loans from banks in the name of additional investment and expansion of production lines, and then changed hands and invested in other industries. As a result, they lost their bottoms, lost it all. In the end, the person in charge of the enterprise ran away, and the bank could only recover a lot of non-performing assets. So now the bank is very cautious about such investment behavior. Before Xiao Feng wanted to expand a branch made by celebrity chefs, President Feng still agreed, but then he said he was going to start a wine business, so he couldn't help but drum up, for fear that this guy would take out loans from the bank again, and then go fooling around. investment. It now appears that when people want to invest in a winery, they have no intention of getting a loan from the bank. This President Feng regrets that he is too sensitive. Mr. Xiao, it's actually very easy for you to find a winery. Our bank has several wineries in Zhuangxi. The locations and conditions are pretty good. If you want to, I'll show you another day. Look, the price must be negotiable. Finance professionals are all cheeky. If you can't even do this, then don't get involved in this business. President Feng was annoyed when seeing Xiao Feng, so he hurriedly made his own way, never mentioning the source of funds and the purpose of business. Problem. Anyway, as long as you don't ask him for a loan, everything is easy to say. Okay, don't make another day. My friend is urging me in a hurry, just tomorrow. If it's inconvenient for you, then I'll find someone else to ask. Xiao Feng was not polite with President Feng, because he was really anxious, and President Feng heard that Xiao Feng was so happy. Where else could he pretend to be? If there is no problem tomorrow, I will contact you later and call you tomorrow morning. President Feng is also happy when Xiao Feng is so anxious. Where does he care about where his funds come from? What is the purpose of his business? Anyway, as long as the real money is brought in, as long as the money from the winery is sold without asking for a loan, and you can get dividends at the end of the year, then everything is easy to say. Early the next morning, Xiao Feng received a call from President Feng, saying that the visit to the winery had been arranged, and the two of them made an appointment to meet and went straight to the village. Zhuangxi is a county-level city under Binqing. It is located in the northeast of Binqing. It is a famous agricultural county in the area under the jurisdiction of Binqing. Because of the suitable climate conditions, it is rich in fruits, apples, grapes, blueberries, strawberries, etc., which are all local specialties. The fruits are of very high quality, especially blueberries are the main force in foreign exchange earning by exporting all the year round. The winery recommended by President Feng is located in the south of Zhuangxi, in a small valley, with a highway on the west side of the valley and a big river on the east side. The water resources are abundant. There is a small basin of about 5 or 6 square kilometers in the valley where grapes are grown. The hillsides on both sides of the valley are full of apple trees, orange trees, and pear trees. However, many buildings were built at the entrance, which looked like a residential area. Seeing this layout, Xiao Feng was a little confused. Isn't this a winery? How does it look more like a residential complex? When President Feng learned about Xiao Feng's question, he could only shake his head and smile. The winery was originally called Oak Manor, which was invested and constructed by an old wine manufacturer in Zhuangxi. This man started in the red wine business and has been doing business for decades. In fact, his winery has been doing well in the past. The original red wine produced is mainly sold to Jiangnu and Changchun and other famous domestic wine markets for OEM sales. But precisely because of this, the boss felt that the big profits had been taken away by these big-name wine merchants, and that he made a little hard money. So he had the idea of diversified operations. Competition in the wine industry is fierce. It is not easy for you reading www.uukanzu.com to create a new brand. It is better to engage in diversified investment. Therefore, when the real estate market was booming a few years ago, he planned to develop high real estate and turn it into a senior housing estate. As a result, the project has not yet been completed. It caught up with the industry downturn, the direct capital chain was broken, and then it ran away. At that time, the owner of the loan was Banhai Commercial Bank. After the boss ran away, it became the asset of Banhai Commercial Bank. In recent years, Banhai Commercial Bank has been looking for a suitable receiver, but has not been found. Yesterday Xiao Feng and President Feng mentioned that they wanted to start a wine business. The first thing that came to the mind of President Feng was this winery. The land and buildings have property rights. Because the development was early that year, Zhuangxi was also building suitable agricultural projects, so the land use period of the winery here is specially approved, and there are still 60 years. This is also Zhuangxi. If you are willing to take over the old and difficult projects, our firm can go to negotiate with the government and guarantee that the number of years will give you continued preferential treatment. Xiao Feng is very satisfied with the conditions of this winery. The transportation is convenient, and the buildings are all ready-made. Don't worry about it, you can use it directly. Well, I think it's pretty good here. How much do you offer, President Feng? Chapter 237 Unexpected Surprise. Xiao Feng is very satisfied with this oak manor. The location is suitable, the buildings on the ground don't have to worry too much, and there is a history of winemaking. The most important thing is that the fruit trees in this small valley are more than just grapes. In the valley, there is a small lake left by the melting of the snow on the mountain. Behind the entrance of the plot is a flat grape planting area. The planting area is about 1,000 acres. There are also many apple trees, and the orange trees were planted by the boss in the early years for the purpose of old age gimmicks, and now they have reached the fruit-bearing period. The bank invited nearby farmers to take care of it. According to President Feng, the soil, climate, and water resources here are very suitable, so the quality of the fruits produced is very high. In recent years, the bank has provided benefits to employees. Almost all of them are produced here. During the negotiation, the bank's entourage also brought a lot of apples and oranges from here, and asked Xiao Feng to taste it. The taste was really good and the sweetness was very high. Xiao Feng's impression of these fruits is very good. With these ready-made fruits, it is only natural that this winery can produce cider and orange wine by then. So he was very satisfied with the manner, and started to inquire directly without talking nonsense. Seeing Xiao Feng so happy, President Feng was also very surprised. He originally thought that Xiao Feng would pretend to be pretending to hold down the price, but he didn't expect that people would directly inquire about the price. Well, Mr. Xiao, the boss here owed our bank. Forget it. What did you tell you about this? Wait a minute. President Feng picked up the phone directly and started calling. He usually focuses on the mortgage and deposit-taking business of the branch. The manor is now in charge of the bank's asset management department. Although today, the asset management department is also accompanied by 2 people, but the level is too low, and it's really hard to make up your mind about the price of this manor. Moreover, even if the 2 people were asked to make an offer, President Feng was not at ease. He was afraid that these 2 lions would open their mouths and scare Xiao Feng away. After all, Xiao Feng is a customer he focuses on, and such customers must not be offended. So he directly called the person in charge of the asset management department, introduced Xiao Feng's situation, and asked the other party to give a real offer. After a few minutes of communication, President Feng put down the phone. Mr. Xiao, I just passed the gap with our asset management department. What they mean is that the price here is 120 million. Look at this price. If it was a few years ago, when the real estate market was booming, if the retirement estates here were really built and sold, 120 million would not be considered a high price. But now the real estate market is like this, plus this is still a real estate project that is not finished, and not exactly a real estate project, plus the location here, this 120 million quotation is a bit high. Xiao Feng touched his chin and pondered for a while. 100 million, if you can accept it, then I will take it here. After all, this is not the main city of Binching, and it is even a distance from the main city of Zhuangxi. It is not only surrounded by wild mountains and ridges, but also other grape plantations. Although the area is not small, the price is already not low anymore. After hearing the quotation, President Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately picked up the phone and communicated with the person in charge of the asset management department. This time it was faster, and only took 3 minutes to put down the phone. The transaction is only 100 million yuan. Congratulations, Mr. Xiao, for winning a good asset. If Mr. Xiao has no objections, We will let people prepare the contract and we can sign in the afternoon. This manor can be said to be a heart disease of Mumbai Bank. It has been in the hands for many years and has not been able to deal with it. After all, the bank is not a business, and there is no time and energy to operate such a manor, which can be resold. But for the bank, a kind of relief, let alone the price is not low. With this performance, when the bonus is paid at the end of the year, President Feng can at least get hundreds of thousands more. Okay, arrange for someone to prepare the contract. I will also contact a lawyer to check it out. After all, for a business of 100 million yuan, although Xiao Feng knew that Mumbai Bank could not lie to him, he still contacted a law firm in the city and invited several lawyers to help review the contract. The rest of the matter was left to the lawyers to handle, and President Feng took Xiao Feng to continue wandering around the villa, and introduced him to the manor. By the way, the senior care real estate project at the entrance of the manor originally planned to build a total of 5 30-story residential buildings. The original plan was to hype the landscape, the air, and the suitable elderly care as a gimmick. As a result, only 2 buildings were completed, and the remaining 3 the siege has not yet started, and the original boss ran away due to a break in his funds. The 2 buildings were turned around under the leadership of President Feng, because Mumbai Bank had to take care of the manor in the past 2 years and prevent the manor from being abandoned and devalued. It also hired a team to manage and operate the manor. Therefore, the 2 buildings were simply decorated. One building was used as an office building, canteen and staff dormitory, and the other building was renovated into a hotel. The main reason is that the bank considers that the resources here should not be wasted. When the bank organizes internal meetings or team building activities, they must come here to save money. On the other hand, the environment here is really good. Xiao Feng is very satisfied with this design. www.mentalnovel.com, which saves him a lot of heart. The developer originally planned to eradicate all the vineyards behind and build a golf course. As a result, he hasn't waited for a plan. After the implementation, he went bankrupt and ran away, so he kept it. In the past 2 years, the bank's team has carefully taken care of the vineyard, and the fruit-bearing rate of the grapes here is pretty good. And the next discovery made Xiao Feng feel quite surprised. At the foot of the mountain on the south side of the hill to the north of the manor, is the wine cellar of the manor, which was built by the original owner. After all, his previous main business was winemaking, and the ground is also a factory for preliminary grape processing, which has been in 9012. In addition, this is not the place where precious red wines are produced. Of course, it is impossible to make them purely artificially like the wineries of famous wines. There is also an 8-stream new production line in this factory. From fruit selection, stem removal, crushing, juicing, fermentation, storage to the final wine, there is a complete set of processes. There is nothing missing here. Although the production line is not the most advanced, but it still makes Xiao Feng very satisfied. However, what Xiao Feng is most satisfied with is the wine in the cellar. Mumbai Bank has taken over the winery for several years and has not slackened. The grapes they produce each year are produced by the team they hire to produce red wine, which has not been sold on the market, but as a benefit distributed within the bank. Chapter 238 Management Team. The reason why the team hired by the bank takes care of this manor with such care is actually very simple. That is, they don't want the assets in their hands to depreciate. The real estate project here has not started, and the current real estate market is not good. So the biggest gimmick of this manor is the winemaking industry here. If even the grape fields and wine industry are abandoned, who will buy this manor? The bank's original idea was to package this winery and sell it to several major domestic red wine producers. As a result, the domestic red wine market is now very competitive. In recent years, a series of national import policy adjustments have led to high tariffs on imported red wine. As a result, a large number of foreign red wines poured into the domestic market, leading to difficult times for several major domestic red wine brands. In addition, they had already set up their own wine production base in the early years. At this time, They were thinking of selling this winery to others. They were not willing to take over at all, so they could only hold it in their own hands. This pressure lasted for several years. For a few years, the people at Mumbai Bank have been worried. Now that someone is willing to take over, they are of course unhappy, although this person seems to them to be taken advantage of. Mr. Qiao, let me tell you, don't look at the red wine we produce here and not sell it on the market, but the quality of the red wine here is really good. Xiao Li, hurry up and get some wine for Mr. Qiao to taste. To tell you the truth, in recent years, Mr. Qiao, the red wine used in our bank annual meetings or various receptions has been produced here, and even the red wine produced here is used for our year-end welfare. The quality of this wine really doesn't mean that I myself usually drink 2 glasses at home. Now that the winery has been sold to Xiao Feng, President Feng of course has to say something good about the winery. At this time, he is taking Xiao Feng around in the wine cellar below the production plant. To be honest, compared with the factory above, Xiao Feng is more satisfied with the condition of the wine cellar. The area of the wine cellar is large, divided into upper and lower floors. It is very clean and tidy. It can be seen that the maintenance is very careful. Each floor of the wine cellar has hundreds of wine barrels, large and small. It can be seen that a lot of wine is stored. The wine barrels are all oak barrels imported from the United States. It can be seen that the investment in the construction of this wine cellar was very large. That Xiao Li is the team member who is responsible for the daily operations of the manor here. He is usually responsible for the winemaking work. Today the bank is going to resell the manor. They already know that the young man in front of him is probably their new boss. So of course he dare not neglect. As soon as President Feng finished giving orders, he came to a wine barrel and used a decanter to settle a half bottle of red wine out. Mr. Xiao, the 50 barrels of wine here are from 3 years ago. The quality of the grapes that year was good, so the quality of this batch of wine was also good. We have been keeping it, and you will taste it when you sober up. Xiao Li picked up the wine and came to Xiao Feng. And the head of the winery's operation team said to Xiao Feng with a full smile at this time. President Feng glanced at this man, and then quickly introduced to Xiao Feng, Mr. Xiao, this is Han Zhengguo, the person in charge of this winery, a native of Zhuangxi, and his family used to make red wine. After graduating from university, he was in several well-known domestic wine companies, have worked and have done winery operations. After we took over the winery a few years ago, we recruited winery operations. At that time, he just wanted to go back to his hometown to develop, so he came. Here is already I have been working for 4 years. I am very capable and capable. You have seen the situation of this manor. It has been managed well, you see. President Feng is quite authentic. The manor is sold, but what about the management team? The bank will definitely not accept them, so you have to count on Xiao Feng. If Xiao Feng doesn't want them, then they will be unemployed. For Xiao Feng, buying this manor is actually just a cover for the red wine produced in other worlds. As for how much red wine the manor produces, or the quality of the red wine produced, he actually doesn't care. And he doesn't usually stay in this manor. This manor really needs a suitable butler. If he goes out to recruit again, it will be really troublesome. This Han Zhengguo looks pretty good at the moment, so let him try. Han Zhengguo is a tall and thin man in his early 40s. He has a dark complexion. When shaking hands, he can feel that his hands are all calluses. He can even see the mouth of his tiger and the vine cut on the back of his hand. He can see that he often comes and goes. In the field, he is a down-to-earth person, but it is still not easy to draw conclusions, and he has to observe for a while before speaking. Well, it's okay. Since President Feng is so solemnly recommended by you, Han Zhengguo, you and your team will stay and work first, with the same treatment, but I can talk about it first. The 3-month trial period. If your job does not satisfy me, then I have to find someone again. Hearing that Xiao Feng agreed to their stay, Han Zhengguo was quite happy, including Xiao Li, who was beside him, was also full of joy. Now that's it. Everyone doesn't need to look for jobs again. You can rest assured, Mr. Xiao, we will work hard in the future and will never let you down. Well, let's not talk about those first. You can tell me about the number of employees of this manor and the income and expenditure. Han Zhengao quickly introduced the manor to xiaofeng.mtlnovel.com. There are currently about 100 employees in the manor, mainly the waiters and chefs of the hotel in front of them. There are a total of about 50 people in the manor. There are about 20 plumbers and about 30 orchard workers. Everyone has a clear division of labor, but during the grape picking period, winemaking, and annual spring pruning, some temporary workers will still need to be added. Daily staff's salary is about 500,000 yuan a month, plus the miscellaneous expenses of manor maintenance and other miscellaneous expenses. There are about 800,000 to 1 million expenditures a month. In the past, the bank was self-operated. Whenever the bank came to meet or purchase benefits, it would also pay them a certain fee. But in general, it still operates at a loss every year. Xiao Feng touched his chin. A year is probably more than $1,000 in expenses. If the fruit wine produced here can be sold for more than tens of millions, then it's nothing at all. And when Han Zhengao just introduced, a lot of data came out, and he could see that he was really attentive to the management of the manor. It seems that he is still reliable. The next thing to see is whether this person's mouth is strict enough. If it is reliable, then you can stay. Chapter 239. Go to the whole country at noon. I ate in the villa, prepared local treasures, and drank the wine produced in this estate. At the same time, Xiao Feng also asked Han Zhengao to introduce more about the management status of the manor, and Han Zhengao's business ideas after the transfer. After all, he will not be resident here in the future, and although this winery is a channel to cover foreign wines, if it is best to be able to be self-financing in addition to selling other worldly wines. Boss, I think it is necessary to keep this hotel. In the past, our winery was a bank asset, so it was not open to the outside world and its profitability has been restricted. But in fact, I think this hotel is still very good. After drinking for 3 rounds, Xiao Feng had almost understood the general situation of Oak Tree Manor, and he asked about Han Zhengao's thoughts on the management of the manor. He didn't expect this guy to really say something that made his eyes shine. Oh, tell me what you think. Han Zhengao looked up at President Feng, only to see President Feng looking down at the wine glass in front of him, and thinking that they would not be members of the bank anyway, so he was not afraid of offending people, so he just started talking. In fact, it is still a matter of management thinking. We used to be the assets of Mumbai Bank, and Mumbai Bank's definition of this estate is different from the market-oriented operation. After all, they are banks, not companies that specialize in operating wineries. So at that time the definition of a winery is to maintain its value. It is okay to operate the winery normally without loss and depreciation. So at that time our winery was basically not open to the outside world. It only hosted the internal meetings of the bank every year, plus some sales during the Chinese New Year. The red wine and fruit produced by the winery earn part of the income. But in fact there is still a large part of the potential that has not been tapped. It can be seen that Han Sung-Cook has a lot of grievances about Mumbai Bank's business philosophy, but after all, it was the other bank that had the final say. Now he has changed the boss, and it seems that the boss is still very open-minded. Of course he has to express his own ideas, especially after seeing Xiao Feng nodding in agreement with his previous words. He was even more excited. In fact, in the past 2 years, there have been a lot of self-driving tours around the city on weekends or small holidays. We have beautiful scenery, good mountains and rivers, and there are several large-scale newly developed scenic spots. We come every holiday. There are a lot of tourists, and many nearby wineries with similar conditions have also launched special tourism activities. When the fruit is hanging, tourists are allowed to pick it. By the way, buy some red wine, and you can also engage in some farm entertainment projects, such as fishing, etc. There is still a large open space behind our valley that has not been used. There is a golf course that the original owner planned to build, but only a large artificial lake was dug. and then it didn't start. I think you can plant some strawberries, cherries, and wait for the fruits that are picked in season, and then raise some fish in the lake. We can also carry out self-driving tours to attract tourists, and our guest rooms are ready-made, so we can earn money from tours every year. A lot of money. And there are several hot springs in the back of our valley. If these are developed, they can create gimmicks. After hearing what Han Zhengao said, Xiao Feng really felt that this idea was very good, but the bank was unwilling to engage in business in the past, so these ideas of Han Zhengao have not been affirmed. But now Xiao Feng is the owner of this manor, he thinks these ideas are very good. Well, this idea can be there. So you first organize a team, form a plan of ideas, make a feasibility report, and plan all the projects at the same time to see how much investment is needed, and let me see when it is done. If there is a real deal, I can make additional investment to complete this project. Xiao Feng agrees with Han Zhengguo's ideas. Although this is just a cover, if you can make money, even if it is only self-financing, it is not bad for his boss. Seeing that the boss agreed with his idea, Han Zhengguo was full of energy and agreed. In the afternoon, the contract was finalized and the lawyer had read it. Xiao Feng signed it directly, and then prepaid part of the deposit through the overseas bank Xin. The remaining funds will not be transferred until the property rights are completely transferred to his own name. But the next part is left to the lawyers. Back in the city, Xiao Feng and President Feng said goodbye and went straight back to celebrity chef manufacturing. This time he called Lingo, Zijing, and Kata all over. The last time he sold diamonds in India for more than 50 million US dollars, 300 million yuan. It is not a problem that all this money lies in the bank. He intends to invest all the money and spend it. In addition, he plans to go to another world in a few days, and he must explain his work for a period of time in the future. The loans for the 3 branches in the urban area have been basically settled. Next, you will run more. Xiaolin, try to use the fastest time to decorate these 3 stores and open them as soon as possible. In addition, the performance of celebrity chefs has been good. Now I have a certain reputation across the country. I plan to hold a franchise conference early next year. You will be responsible for this matter to zijing.mtlnovel.com. Katia, you are responsible for assisting with the financial issues on both sides. In addition, I plan to inject a sum of money. After Xiaolin finishes the decoration of the 3 stores, you will go to Beijing, Puhai, Yangqing, Pengqing, Jinling, Suzhou, Rongqing, Shuangqing, and Sanhan. We must also pay attention to these first-tier and new first-tier cities in China. The consumption capacity there is strong. I plan to open a flagship store in each of these cities. Your job, Kobayashi, is to go to these places to choose locations. Don't be afraid. Expensive. We'd better buy the house directly. In these cities, we are not afraid of holding assets. In addition, Katia, you have to worry about the factory side. You must increase the production capacity as much as possible so that the workers can be familiar with it as soon as possible. For those production lines, once we start the nationwide investment promotion, you must ensure that the factory is fully fired and the supply of our cooking kits. Xiao Feng gave the several important managers present all the tasks, and after listening to his instructions, everyone was eager to try, and finally the celebrity chef manufacturing was going to the whole country. If this step is successful, then in the future, celebrity chef manufacturing will be the future Huago caving cuisine and golden arch model, and it will be a matter of minutes for successful listing. Don't worry, boss. Leave it to us. After assigning the job, Xiao Feng went directly to Zuzuki. The girls had been following for several days, but he had been busy with work recently, and he didn't say much to others. Chapter 240 City. When I found Zuzuki, she happened to be with Yaoyao. Zuzuki was also in the university in Binqing, and was quite familiar with Binqing. There were many classmates here, so during the period when Xiao Feng was away, she is not depressed. Of course, her university roommate Yaoyao was the one who left. Xiao Feng directly invited them to dinner. Yaoyao, seeing Zuzuki and Xiao Feng's tired expressions, of course knows what happened between the two. but she wasn't surprised. Xiao Feng is so handsome and young and rich. If there is a woman who doesn't like it, then there will be ghosts. She also knows herself well, knowing that it is completely impossible for herself and Xiao Feng. So although she is a little bit good about Suzuki and Xiao Feng, she quickly accepted this reality. After eating, Yaoya urinated and left, leaving enough private space for Suzuki and Xiao Feng. After coming from Greentown for a few days, Xiao Feng has been busy with work and didn't make much time to accompany Suzuki. The girl was very resentful towards Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng took Suzuki to a shopping mall, bought a few sets of big-name cosmetics, and then watched a movie. The girl's grievances disappeared immediately. And in the process of getting along, Xiao Feng found that this girl was really sensible. He wanted to sell some bags and big-name clothes to the girl, but the girl just didn't let him sell them. She said that she had all these things, so don't waste money. I only spent 1,000 yuan to buy a few sets of cosmetics. She is really a rare girl. When he returned to the hotel at night, Xiao Feng was not in a hurry to eat the girl. He liked the feeling of getting along with the girl very much. The girl was also happy, lying in his arms and drawing circles. But when he heard that he wanted it again when she was away for a while, the girl suddenly raised her head. You still have to go? Yeah. Didn't this just order a batch of caviar from Russia? There can be no more mistakes this time. The French is very picky, so this time I have to stay. Xiao Feng made a very lame excuse, but he was so touched by the girl. Xiao Feng worked so hard, but it was all for their family. Or, I'll go with you. No, it's quite cold over there right now, and the places I go are all deserted mountains and ridges, where I have been to their production base before. They are all rough men. Are you a girl? It's convenient, and I'm not at ease. I'll be fine if I go by myself. Don't worry, if it is fast, it will only take half a month. If it is slow, it will be back in about a month. Xiao Feng's thoughtfulness made the girl's tearful eyes hazy, and he stamped Xiao Feng with just one bite. This was the first time Suzuki offered to kiss Xiao Feng so actively, and Xiao Feng's brain throbbed. It has been a while since she got close to the female act, and the ammunition stock is very sufficient. Xiao Feng felt hot all over, and put the girl in his arms and pressed it down. One night at early the next morning, Xiao Feng left the hotel, returned home, and went straight to another world. When I came to another world again, it had already entered the midsummer season. Looking around, there was a green rice field. On the other side of the rice field, there were flocks of cattle and sheep on the grass. People worked in the fields in an orderly manner. It seems that the base area did not stop functioning because of his long absence. On the contrary, several leaders took care of it in an orderly manner. The cavalry team trained by the Kyle Knights was the first to discover about Xiao Feng. Now when they are not trained, they are responsible for patrolling the base area on horseback to maintain order in the base area. The nature of their work is similar to that of a patrolman. The Kyle Cavaliers ushered Xiao Feng back to the cave. Xiao Feng also rode a local tall horse for the first time. I have to say that this local horse is very distinctive, strong in physique, and very gentle temperament. Xiao Feng has never before. I have ridden a horse, but this is the first time I ride a horse. I don't know if it's the horse's character, or whether the indigenous people's methods of domesticating horses are so good. After hearing the news of Xiao Feng's return on Friday, Kayla and he also rushed over on horseback, accompanying him to inspect the situation in the base area and brief him on the situation. This year's rice planting was a big success due to the participation of the Black Elves. Under Xiao Feng's instructions, the Black Elves successfully opened up a lot of planting areas. The soil here is very fertile, and the temperature is also very suitable. Therefore, the growth situation of rice is very good. According to the estimation of the Black Spirit, this year will be a bump per year. The food produced will definitely be enough for the 20,000 people in the base to be self-sufficient, and even part of it can be stored. In order to ensure the nutrition of humans in the base area, The Black Elves also opened up a piece of land and planted many local vegetables and fruits to ensure the local people's vitamin supplement. Seeing the gratifying growth of the grain and vegetable fields, Xiao Feng was also very happy, and the soybeans he brought, after being crossed with the local concentrated high oil crops, made Xiao Feng feel very happy with the oil produced. The Black Elves have carried out classification research on concentrated oils. Several different types of hybrid crops are not only suitable for food, but also suitable for industrial use, and have very high calorific value and are suitable for burning. Different fats made Xiao Feng think more. I don't know if these oils and oils have common characteristics with the petrochemical products on the earth. Novel.com. If they can be used on internal combustion engines, they will be developed. Once the output is up, not only can it be brought back to the modern world for sales, but it can even be considered to increase the internal combustion engine to increase local productivity. After walking all the way to understand, I came to the vicinity of the cave without knowing it, and when I arrived here, the first thing I saw was a camp on the open space in front of the cave. According to Xiao Feng's plan, this place has become a new development by the locals. A living area, rows of houses, straight and tidy streets, and children playing on the streets. The smoke rising from the houses adds a lot of life here, and the people living here are all red and healthy. It was much better than the state he had rescued from Blackwind Gorge before. It can be seen that a period of recuperation here has restored these people to a healthy state. What makes Xiao Feng most happy is that there are many new children here. Having children means having a future. Looking up to the side of the cave, you can see the row of tall city walls that stretch down next to the mountain, and the soldiers patrolling the walls constantly give people living here a full sense of security. Reminiscent of the smiles seen on the faces of those people, Xiao Feng knew that the city had basically taken shape. Chapter 241. Fruitful Master Bilodes is currently leading a cattle catching team to catch cattle on the wasteland outside. Now the cave is almost full. As a last resort, we have dug a few new freezers suitable for storing beef. This loyal dog leg introduced the results to Xiao Feng on Friday. Xiao Feng nodded to express his satisfaction. Then he went to the freezer with Friday and transferred all the hundreds of tons of beef into the space. After all, the freezer was full. Now, if we don't clean it up, Bilodes and the others come back, and the beef they brought back has no place to store it. These beefs are all money to get to the modern world. There can be no waste. Right, where's Bloom? Xiao Feng asked casually, and this time it was Night Kyle who replied, we went out on patrol. Since the beginning of the spring, our sentry has been outside the city wall, and we have constantly found traces of half-orcs. It is estimated that they were sent by half-orcs, the spies. They must have known our location, but they have not sent an army to attack. Obviously they want to know more about our situation. It's summer, and I discussed it with Bloom. Don't worry, he decided to take the team outside to expand the patrol range. Once he finds an army of orcs coming, he can also give early warning. Xiao Feng was very satisfied with Bloom and Kyle's ability to maintain such a highly vigilant attitude. After all, this is his foundation in another world. When he is away, there is such a person responsible for guarding. It is worth rest assured. By the way, what about the Yingzi people? What have you been up to lately? They built a few boats, and recently they went out to hunt cattle with Your Excellency Bilodes. Friday's answer surprised Xiao Feng. Seeing Xiao Feng's puzzled appearance, he quickly explained. That's it. They took the waterway. After Master Bilodes led the team to hunt the bison in the wasteland, he dragged all the cattle and goods down the river and loaded them on the boat. After all, the boat can hold more cattle and goods. Bring a lot of ice to ensure that the beef does not deteriorate. Once the ship is full, you can quickly take the waterway to transport the cattle back. Their shipping speed is much faster than the land. This can increase the catch. The efficiency of cattle expands the radius of cattle hunting. Hearing Friday's explanation, Xiao Feng was really surprised. He really underestimated the wisdom of the local indigenous people. So soon he thought of the division of labor and cooperation. Sure enough, human beings who have been nurtured by civilized society will use their minds and brains more effectively. Wisdom. It's no wonder that the beef in the cave was stored so quickly this time that in order to expand the reserves, they dug a few more caves, which seems to be the result of the huge increase in hunting efficiency and radius. Very well, when they come back this time, I will give them credit. Xiao Feng is very satisfied with the people of Yingzhou. They can take the initiative to contribute to the base so quickly. Of course, such people have to entrust them with important tasks. What's more, in the future, his caviar business can still count on these people to help. What about the dwarves of Groin and Dean? What have you been up to lately? Xiao Feng asked about the recent situation of the dwarves again. This time Kayla introduced the situation. Groin has been busy expanding his iron workshop recently. Dean found iron ore on a nearby mountain. His blacksmith shop production capacity has expanded a lot. Now our manpower here has increased so much. There is a shortage of iron everywhere. His blacksmith shop is very busy. Recently, Dean has found a lot of batching mines. You mentioned cement. Recently, he has been following the method you gave him. In the research and development of cement production, trial production has successfully produced a batch of them, all of which are used for pavement hardening, and he is also busy expanding production capacity. After listening to Kayla's introduction, Xiao Feng was very satisfied with the results of the work of the dwarves. What about the dark elves? Where are they? Take me over and see. Since he rescued a lot of dark elves last time and learned that these guys are good at farming and making wine, Xiao Feng has regarded these dark elves as an important part of his future career development. Especially the fine wines they brewed have already brought him real benefits. It is necessary to expand production capacity in the future, otherwise how can he expand in the modern world? Soon Friday they took Xiao Feng to the dark elves' workplace. Because Xiao Feng showed special attention to the dark elves, Friday and Kayla decided to divide a large area for them on the east side of the cave platform. Living space. Here these dark elves are not only responsible for domesticating cattle and sheep that cannot be caught in the wild, but also researching crop breeding, fruit tree planting, and winemaking. Xiao Feng first inspected the cattle and sheep domestication and breeding grounds that the black elves are responsible for. Although it is very simple, it can be seen that the work of the black elves is very effective. Wild sheep, now they seem to be a lot more docile. Each of the livestock grows fat and sturdy, and they can survive the winter safely. They have not lost a lot of staff due to the cold weather or lack of food. It can be seen that their work is very effective. However, what interests Xiao Feng the most is the orchard at the foot of the mountain. In the orchard, you can see a lot of dark elves working, and the leader Majestic walks in the fields constantly, watching according to the results of the work of those dark elves. Once they find something wrong, they will go forward to correct them, and even teach them by themselves. When learning that Xiao Feng came to inspect, this magistrate all the way to Xiao Feng and reported to him the results of his recent work with a smile. 30 slopes of orchards have been cultivated, and many fruit trees have been transplanted from the mountains, all of which are adult fruit trees. Now the main task is to eliminate insects and prevent pests. Basically, the fruits have already been harvested, and the harvest season is in the autumn. You can make wine directly after you come down. In addition, I have asked a lot of fruits to be picked from the mountain, and the wine has already started. However, the quality of these fruits is relatively average, and the quality of the wine is estimated to be average. Mujzi's requirements for the quality of wine are very high, but for Xiao Feng, even if it is a fruit wine of general quality, It is already good for those who have been exposed to this foreign fruit wine for the first time in the modern world. It's rare and delicious. And this world is so unique. The fruit trees that grow in the wild can still produce sweet fruits without being carefully cultivated. These dark spirits don't even need to replant fruit tree seedlings to cultivate them slowly. Some fruit trees need to be transplanted from the mountain. If this is to allow those on the earth to plant fruit trees for a few years, they have to wait for them to wait until the fruit growers know that they will not be jealous and explode in place. The news of Xiao Feng's return was quickly informed by flying pigeons to Biluides, who was hunting outside on Friday. As a result, the next morning, Biluides and the others returned together in Yingzhu's boat. Base. Seeing Xiao Feng standing on the shore smiling, Biluides plunged into his arms. After such a long time together, Xiao Feng had long since become her mainstay from the original savior. After comforting Biluides, Xiao Feng saw Ying Ran standing in front of him. This General Yingzhu had a darker skin than before, and his body was much stronger. The spirit of the whole person was restored. Yes, it can be seen that during this period of tribal life, he and the sailors have recovered well. At this time, the sailors were carrying beef under the boat. The beef was packed in large wooden barrels. There was about an eighth herd of the ice cubes under the wooden barrels, covered with beef. I didn't expect these guys to know ice. The principle of bucket preservation. My lord, these things are the results of this hunting trip. Ying Ran reported to Xiao Feng, and Xiao Feng focused his attention on the man-made boat on Yingzhu. There are a total of 3 wooden boats, which are similar in shape to the ancient Chinese ships, but there are still some differences. The boat is about 30 meters long. Because the world is rich in tall trees, we are looking for suitable shipbuilding. The keel is nothing difficult. Xiao Feng was very curious and boarded the ship. This ship uses sails as its power. It also uses hard sails similar to ancient Chinese. However, the bow is also equipped with soft sails, keel design, and underside of the ship designed with watertight cabins. The most interesting thing is that the ship is equipped with rudders at both ends, so it is very flexible to change directions in the river. Women's walls are also designed on both sides of the ship's gunman.mtlnovel.com to prepare for combat. Looking at the whole ship, it is a little bit of the shadow of an ancient Chinese warship and a bit of a fishing boat. The design of the 2 rudders is very similar to the ships of the Ming dynasty in China. The combination of soft and hard sails combines the advantages of his world's western ships and eastern ships. In short, this ship looks like 4 different things, but in this the world is definitely a very qualified inland ship. Moreover, it is very comprehensive, suitable for both fishing and transportation, and also very suitable for combat. Under the leadership of Ying Ran, after understanding the design of the entire ship, Xiao Feng could not help but sigh. He really underestimated the natives of this world. Wisdom. Think about it again. People from Yingzhou have lived in this world by fishing for hundreds of years. They must have a lot of experience in ship design. Although Xiao Feng doesn't know much about shipbuilding, he also knows that this type of ship is only suitable for inland canals. Under good sea conditions, it can sail a long distance offshore. If you want to set off to the ocean, it maybe needs a lot of improvement. However, he is not in a hurry. These ships are local ships that Xiao Feng asked Yingzhou people to trial produce. The purpose is to understand the level of human shipbuilding in this world. After they have an understanding of their ships, Xiao Feng will follow their shipbuilding skills, provide them with reasonable suggestions and guide them to make improvements. Chapter 242. The army is coming at present. It seems that the shipbuilding skills of the Yingzhou people are not bad. At least it is far from the level of rowing boats. This makes Xiao Feng very satisfied. Perhaps in the near future, under his guidance, these Yingzhou people you can build a ship that crisscrosses the ocean. My lord, this is the rainbow trout we caught this time, and the caviar made from their roe. Unfortunately, it's not mandarin fish. When it migrates with the osmanthus, these kinds of fish, a large number of migratory spawning is the best time to fish and make caviar. especially sweet Zentidosmanthus. After the sailors had finished moving the beef, they removed a lot of wooden barrels from the ship, but these wooden barrels contained some fish and caviar processed by the Yingzi people with their special methods. This Yingran is still very clever. He knows that Xiao Feng likes caviar. When they usually wait for Bioluides to catch cattle on the boat, they don't have time. They caught a lot of fish in the river by the way. This world the material is also rich enough. Even if they do not have any large modern fishing tools, they can still receive quite a lot of fish. Looking at the red, soy-sized roe in the wooden barrel, Xiao Feng couldn't help but dig a spoonful to taste it. It was delicious and sweet, and it was a completely different flavor from the caviar he had eaten before. I can't help but sigh. This world is indeed full of treasures. If this kind of caviar is taken back, it will definitely cause a sensation. Seeing that Xiao Feng was very satisfied with the caviar of the rainbow trout, Ying Ran hurriedly continued to introduce. This rainbow trout is actually the most common fish here. To say it is delicious, it must be sweet Zentidosmanthus fish and Huangzuniu caviar. That's the real top caviar. Oh, osmanthus fish and yellow trout. What kind of fish are these? Xiao Feng had never heard of these two kinds of fish in his world, and he couldn't help but be more interested. If the taste of this species is not as good as Ying Ran said, then bringing it back will definitely cause this. The interest of the world's richest gluttons. The flesh of Osmanthus fragrans itself has a wonderful scent of Osmanthus fragrans. And the yellow trout is golden all over, and the roe produced is also the top golden yellow. Taste. Ying Ran's introduction flashed Xiao Feng's mind about the pictures of these two fishes, as well as the characteristics of their caviar. Just listening to Ying Ran's description, Xiao Feng knew that these two fish must be more than beautiful, but also very delicious fish, and the same is true for caviar. The taste and appearance are the best in caviar. The most important thing is these two kinds of caviar. His world hasn't yet. If he can bring it back, it will definitely cause it sensational. Well, just by listening to your description, you know that these two kinds of fish and caviar are amazing. Ha ha, Ying Ran, you have a very heavy task. In the future, whether I can eat these two kinds of caviar, it depends on you. Oh, Xiao Feng laughed and patted Ying Ran on the shoulder, and this unconscious act of intimacy made Ying Ran's whole body tremble even more moved. He knew that his position in the Lord's heart must have improved a step further. Don't worry, Lord, I will never humiliate my life. This winter, I will definitely let you taste the best osmanthus fish caviar and yellow trout caviar. Well, very good, I know what you want. But don't make more caviar. When it's autumn, make more and store it. I will use it. Don't worry, Lord, I promise you will see mountains of caviar in autumn. Ying Ran, who was entrusted with a heavy responsibility, not only did not feel the pressure, but felt that he was valued. Shaking with excitement, Xiao Feng is also very satisfied with his state. It is better for feudal society. It feels like it's better at the top, but at the bottom, it seems that it is also good. It's no wonder that so many people like to be officials. The feeling of being flattered is really cool, and sometimes there are many things that you don't need to say clearly. The people below will try their best to please you. It seems that being a powerful person, being sought after by his subordinates, the feeling of kneeling and licking is really cool and crooked. Basically all the main leaders of the base came back, so that night, Xiao Feng still held a grand bonfire party according to the old rules, and took out some junk food he brought from the modern world, plus some local food. I found a lot of fun for everyone, and made everyone eat a dish. This made the people of the entire tribe smile, and everyone's loyalty to Xiao Feng has automatically increased a lot. You must know that although Xiao Feng's life is stable now, everyone can have something to do and have food to eat, but it is not an easy task to get enough food. After all, the current tribe is no longer a small tribe with a few hundred people and 1,000 people in the earliest days, but a large tribe with 20,000 people. It is not an easy task to guarantee more than 20,000 mouths to eat every day. What's more, This is still an era of extremely low productivity. Just after breaking away from the ideology of tribal civilization, with the addition of the Black Elves, farming civilization and tribal civilization began to be gradually derived. Although the material in this world is extremely rich, it has not been able to reach everyone's daily the state of being able to eat a full stomach. Ordinary tribal people have 2 meals a day, and they're basically porridge in the morning and dry rice in the evening. The salted wild vegetables for the accompaniment are not bad. As for the meat, they can only rely on a little soy, the squeezed oil. The other is to eat some offal soup and fish soup every 3 to 5 to get protein supplement. It's not that Xiao Feng doesn't want to give them something to eat. It's that the whole tribe is in the initial stage of development. If you want them to eat something good, you should wait until the autumn harvest this year and the tribe has a certain amount of accumulation. Therefore, this celebration meal made the people of the tribe very satisfied. They were even grateful to Xiao Feng. You must know that although they usually eat poorly, their lives are much better than their original lives. After all, their previous lives' living conditions are also precarious, and eating a full meal is also an extravagant hope, but now at least you can eat meat every 3 to 5. And the Lord can give everyone a meal when he comes back. That night Xiao Feng and the main leaders of several tribes were also drunk. Of course, when they went back in the evening, they naturally enjoyed the ecstasy of the duo of Winery and Caviar. After sleeping 3 rods in the sun, after Xiao Feng got up, he was refreshed. The fruit wine brewed by the Dark Elf is indeed magical. I drank so much yesterday, but today I can't drink it at all. It is really a rare good wine. My lord, it's not good. Bloom is back. Xiao Feng was being served by Winery and Caviar, enjoying breakfast, but Friday and Kyle rushed in a panic. Seeing the panic on their faces, Xiao Feng knew that something was definitely going on. What happened? The two panicked. Xiao Feng couldn't panic. He got up and followed them to the meeting room of the cave, only to see that Broom was sitting on a stone bench in embarrassment, and his armor was damaged in many places. There are several bandaged wounds, and bloodstains seeping out can be seen. My lord, it's great for you to come back. This time, seeing Xiao Feng walking into the meeting room, Bloom stood up abruptly and said excitedly. Before he went out on patrol this time, Xiao Feng hadn't come back yet, and he ran into an army of half-orcs, and finally got rid of those guys and came back. As he fled all the way back, he was also nervous all the way to death. This time he saw the army of half-orcs is quite large. If the adults are not there, he really doesn't know if they can hold the base just by relying on them. But now that Xiao Feng is back, his tight heart relaxes. After coming down, the original nervousness and anxiety were all wiped out. This is the feeling Xiao Feng gave him. Safe with him, they have the backbone. No hurry, say it slowly, take care of your injury first. Is it a serious problem? Xiao Feng's concern made Bloom's heart warm, but at this time he couldn't take care of the wounds. It's all skin injuries. It's okay. Your lord, this time, the big thing is not good. And the army of half-orcs is here. Oh, army? How many people did you meet? Speak carefully. Xiao Feng also frowned. The reason why he rushed to another world in a hurry this time was to prevent the army of half-orcs from attacking. The previous few times they made such a big disturbance. Their base is in the half-orcs. There must be no way to hide it. Novel.com with the character of a half-orc. It is impossible not to retaliate. If he wasn't there, Kyle and Bloom would not be able to hold it even if they doubled the wall height. After all, he had seen the vigor of those half-orcs. I'm not sure how many people there are, because I couldn't get too close, but I counted them far away, at least more than 5,000 people. Hearing this number, Xiao Feng's brows tightened. These half-orcs were the most difficult group of barbarians in the Cold Weapon Age. They were brave and not afraid of death. They were tall and tall. If it weren't for thermal weapons, even if he encountered these guys, he could only choose to run away. 300 to 500 people were already very difficult to deal with. This time, more than 5,000 people came, and this time it should be led by a lion general. There are tauren, pighead, werewolf, leopard, and a few golden eagles in the team. It was the golden eagle who found me and injured me. Bloom reported the information he had learned about these half-orcs to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng felt that this time was more interesting. I only heard that some half-orcs also showed up before. This is fun. I don't know about this. What is the habit of half-orcs? Chapter 243. Take the initiative. Okay, I probably know the situation. You go back to clean up the wound and take a break. Other leaders, all called to the conference room, and we have a meeting. Xiao Feng ordered Bloom and Friday, and they took their orders. After a while, all senior leaders of the base except Bloom came to the meeting room. Everyone had heard the news that Bloom brought back, so the atmosphere in the meeting room was very dull this time. I have had experience fighting half-orcs in the past, but this time I heard that more than 5,000 half-orcs have arrived. It is impossible to say that they are not afraid. You should have all heard of the situation. The news that Bloom brought back is that this time the half-orcs dispatched at least 5,000 troops. Let's talk about it. What do you think? How can we hold ours this time? Camp. The atmosphere in the conference room is very solemn. Seeing everyone's lifeless look, Xiao Feng decided to listen to their thoughts first. After all, almost all of these people here have experience in fighting with half-orcs, and they are also familiar with half-orcs. Maybe there are any new ideas. Well, our city wall is so high, and there are masters sitting here. I think we will be here waiting for them to arrive. When the time comes, let them suffer several times in front of the city wall, and they will naturally retreat. Xiao Feng asked everyone to talk about their thoughts. I didn't expect these people to sit there and say no one. In the end, Kyle couldn't stand it and said a few words, but these words are obviously very representative. After listening to Kyle's words, everyone nodded and agreed, and Xiao Feng sneered frequently. These people were obviously shocked by the army of half-orcs. When they heard that an army of more than 5,000 came, they were frightened. Kyle Knight's proposal is very reasonable. It is unwise to fight against half-orcs in the wild. Although humans may have an advantage in weapons and equipment, their physical disadvantages are also very obvious. It is better to be honest than to fight against half-orcs in the wild. Really defend the city. But torturous defense is not a tactic that Xiao Feng likes. This time the orcs dare to attack by a large army. Then they must be hurt. Let them remember that they are not a soft persimmon that they can knead. It's best to let them have a long memory once, and don't dare to commit the crime easily next time, or else these guys will come to the base to harass each other. How can the base develop here, and how can they create wealth for Mr. Xiao? Moreover, Xiao Feng also plans to take these people to fight with the half-orcs in the field several times. Firstly, the soldiers can quickly accumulate combat experience, and secondly, it is also to increase the confidence of human beings, so as not to run away after seeing the half-orcs in the wild. In addition, Xiao Feng also has some other ideas. This world is so big, and there must be some human resistance forces in other places. If they can hurt the orcs this time and become famous in World War I, if the news spreads, so when other humans hear this news, will they come to take refuge? If it really attracts more people to take refuge in, then his base will be easy to develop. It's better than looking for someone like him going out to find a needle in a haystack. I think we can set up an ambush for them halfway and catch them by surprise. Just staying here on the wall is not enough. We want these half-orcs to increase their memory and let them know that we are not easy to provoke. My lord, you must be cautious. That is, we only have a total of 1,000 soldiers. Even with the hunting team, we can barely make up 1,500. The opponent is a half-orc with more than 5,000. We don't have the advantage just by the number of people. Yeah? However, as soon as Xiao Feng proposed the idea of taking the initiative to attack, he was opposed by everyone. Obviously, the impression left by the half-orcs was really terrifying. Originally the number of people was not dominant, and he had to take the initiative to go out of the city to make peace. Half-orcs fight in the field, don't they go to death? What's more, setting up an ambush for half-orcs is actually so easy to do. Yes, sir, you have to think twice. If you want to ambush those half-orcs, the ambush ring is not so easy to do. Those half-orcs army will send out bright spies every time they march. There is gold flying in the sky. Eagle, there are kobolds patrolling at night. Those guys have very good eyes and noses. We humans are 3 miles away from them, and they can smell the human scent of us. Academician Richardsman spoke up, and his words evoked everyone's sympathy, and they nodded frequently. But Xiao Feng didn't want to listen to their nonsense at all. Okay, I have decided, so you don't want to make noise anymore. Don't worry, I have my own way to deal with those kobolds. As a modern person who is influenced by science and technology and still carries so many thermal weapons on his body, if he is still afraid of these half-orcs, then Xiao Feng might as well buy a piece of tofu and kill him. He resisted all opinions and insisted on going to ambush. Seeing that he had made up his mind, the others stopped talking. Although his eyes were full of anxiety, no one dared to speak out against it. After all, Xiao Feng was here. The status in the team is outstanding, and his previous record against the orcs is enough to shut up all of these people. Although everyone didn't agree with the matter of going out to fight an ambush in their hearts, but at the thought of the series of victories that Xiao Feng led everyone before, they were all shaken at this time. After all, standing in front of them was invincible man. His position in everyone's heart is equal to that of God. Kyle, you must gather the army immediately. This time we will take 500 people. The rest will be led by Biludes, Kyra, and Richardsman, who are ready on the wall. At the same time, notify the people of the tribe so that they are also ready. Xiao Feng made a final decision and began to give orders, and everyone took their orders. At the same time, just a few hundred kilometers north of Xiao Feng's camp, an army of half-orcs was also camping and preparing for lunch. It's been more than 20 days, and only halfway there. What do you think? Do you want to avenge your dead brothers? You are simply the shame of half-orcs. The Lion General Tadel stood in the camp and roared loudly at the other half-orc generals, his golden mane trembling with his roar. The other half-orc leaders in the camp have different expressions. The Tauran leader Hainjuo is looking up at the sky, the pighead leader Nixuana is rubbing his feet on the mud with his feet, and the other kobolds and werewolves. The leader of the team is obedient, but their status in this team is not high, and they can't say much. As for the leader of the Golden Eagle, Linkai is even more like an old god, sitting next to Tadel in the starting position. Arnold is there and he doesn't say anything. As soon as he saw the state of being a half-orc leader, Tadel felt like a moment of powerlessness. What's more, every time the coalition went out to fight these guys, he would pull each other back, especially if some oily waters were not enough. In a big place, these guys couldn't beat their energy. Of course he knows why these guys are doing this, because in their opinion, this mission is too little oil and water. Recently, the army of the Orc Alliance is encircling several southern human nations on the continent of Methodos, where there is a lot of oil and water. For half-orcs such as half-orcs that made their fortunes mainly by looting, that place was their real interest, and the small human tribe that suddenly appeared on the south side of the land bridge, of course, could not arouse the interest of these guys. What's more, I have had several contacts with this human tribe before, and learn from the surviving half-orcs that this human tribe is very difficult to mess with, because they have a powerful archmage sitting in the town, and this mage will attract with the power of the sky thunder. Many half-orcs were beaten to death without even seeing the human shadow. Instead of eating the meat, they will come and chew on the hard bones. So of course these half-orcs are not willing. Not to mention that these Tauran and pigheads are unwilling to come. Even Tadel himself is unwilling to come, but what can be done? This task, but the order issued by the high priests of the highest command of the Alliance, even if he does not want to come, he has to come. And although this time the Alliance also regarded this human tribe as important, It didn't send any elite soldiers. It just stuffed him with a few soldiers from small tribes. To be honest, the quality was not good. If you were reading www.uukanzu.com had the attitude of today's Tauran and pighead leader when he was in the coalition army before, Tadel would dare to let people chop them up and make dinner. But this time there were not many lion soldiers he brought with him. Attacking this human tribe mainly relied on the heavy armored infantry of these Tauran and pigheads, so he could not help but hold his nose to endure these two tribal leaders. Such a bad attitude. Of course, Handa the Tauran and Nixuan the pig-headed man are not willing to come to this muddy water. The human kingdoms south of the Methodox continent have all heard that they are extremely wealthy, not only rich. There are also women. Men who are captured can also be slaves. Such a good task is not their turn, but they are sent to this barren mountain to attack an unknown human tribe. Of course they are reluctant, and more besides, they also heard that there is a great mage in this tribe who is very difficult to provoke. So on this road marching, they are all violations of righteousness and yin, and they walked hard, and they will be able to walk in half a month. If they have walked for more than 20 days, they have not reached the place. No wonder they will thunder that Tadel's anger. Okay, I don't think it's too early, and the general shouldn't be angry anymore. I think there is already a cloud coming over outside. It will definitely rain in the afternoon. Even if you march quickly, you can't go too far. When the rain stops tomorrow, everyone speed up, and strive to be in front of the walled city gate at night and attack the city the day after tomorrow. Chapter 244 Fire Company. Seeing that the atmosphere in the camp was a little cold, the Golden Eagle leader Ling Chi hurriedly came out to make the rounds, and Handa and Nixuan hurriedly said, "Yeah, the general, calm down. Tomorrow we will march with all our strength and strive to rush to camp in front of the walls of the human tribe at night." The two gave the steps, and Tadel was not happy to continue the attack. He could only nod dejectedly and said, "Well, that's it for today. We will rush to the human tribe tomorrow and attack the city the day after tomorrow. After the city is broken, it will not be sealed for 3 days. Knife, after fighting this battle, I will ask the high priests of the Alliance to ask them to agree that we also join the war in the south to help the Alliance end this year's war this morning." With this sentence, the faces of Handuoa and Nixuana below finally showed a smile. "Thank you for the general's kindness. We will definitely live up to the general's expectations." Tadel cursed a few words in his heart. "When the war is over, I will want you to look good." But on the surface it didn't show it. Instead, I greeted the servants, served good wine and food, and let people take some human beauties. They entered the camp and gave them singing and dancing performances. Afterwards, everyone became even more animalistic. The painful screams of human women and the wild laughter of half-orcs continued to be heard in the camp. The heavy rain lasted for a whole afternoon, and waited until the evening to stop for a while. The night after the heavy rain in the mountains was very cold. The kobold senators took the patrol team and started the night patrol mission. After the rain, a cold mountain breeze blew up in the mountains, which made him wrap a few pieces of burlap tightly. There were only a few pieces of rough cakes and wild vegetable soup for dinner. The heat from that little food was blown by the mountain breeze. The smoke disappeared. When I walked past the camps of pigheads, Tauran and werewolves, I smelled the smell of meat from these guys' camps, and the screams of human women constantly coming from the camps. Sanatsi couldn't help being fierce. Spit on the ground. These turtle grandchildren, why can they eat meat all at once, and have women playing? Marder, aren't we kobolds human? However, he only dared to say this in his heart. After all, in the Orc League, the hierarchy is very strict, and their stratum depends almost entirely on their ancestry. For example, the Tauran and Pighead are not high-ranking nobles in the Alliance, but they are indeed the backbone of the Alliance. The most savage heavy armored infantry, so even if they are the beasts of higher bloodlines, did not dare to underestimate them. Who made them crowded? Kobolds and sheafheads are not good. They are completely at the bottom of the chain of contempt, and their combat effectiveness is not good. They can only rely on the talents of some tribes to spend their lives in the alliance, so that they will not be reduced to the rations of other high-level orcs. So of course it will not be respected in the alliance army. This is most evident in the supply of munitions and the distribution of trophies. Sanatsi wrapped her rags tightly, then looked back at the few kobold brothers who were constantly swallowing behind him, and then whispered, "Look at what you see, don't hurry up, wait a few days. After that human tribe is defeated, we can also eat spicy food and have women." A group of kobolds started their patrol trip again, because they were not worried that someone would provoke the orcs in the wild. So the camp did not repair the fence at all. The security work is all dependent on the kobolds who patrol at night. These guys have very noses. Sensitive, even if there are humans who want to steal the camp at night, I am afraid they will find them before they get close to the camp, so the half-orcs will be lazy and make an open camp. But this time when Sanatsi and the others walked not a few hundred meters away, suddenly a pungent smell penetrated their nostrils, and a group of kobolds quickly began to cough violently, and soon burst into tears. Lying on the ground, only stretched out his tongue to gasp. Looking at the kobold patrols in the luminous binoculars, all of them fell to the ground in pain, tearing tears, and couldn't growl. Xiao Feng couldn't help but sneer in bursts. Dogs' sense of smell is 1,200 times more sensitive than humans. This is what they are most proud of, but this is also their weakness in Xiao Feng's eyes. The sneak attack team led by him, standing on the upper wind, constantly released chili powder. These chili powders are encountered by humans, and they will be burst into tears. What's more, these kobolds with more sensitive smell? The chili powder alone is enough to turn the proud kobold patrol into a blind eye. And Kyle and Bloom, who were standing next to him, saw the kobolds fall to the ground, and they couldn't help but clenched their swords. The first step of the entire sneak attack plan was considered successful, but the next step was the key. Next, they will lead a team close to the camp of the orcs to set fire to the camp. Although the kobolds are all down, the other orcs are not affected too much. Although most of the unsuspecting guys at this time they are all in the tent for fun. But who knows if they will run into these guys after they pass. If there is a hidden conflict, I don't know if they can come back. Seeing that Kyle and Bloom were still so nervous, Xiao Feng smiled and patted their shoulders. "Don't worry, don't be too nervous, you don't need to lean too close. You can pour oil after 300 to 500 meters. Remember that the main purpose of your trip is to burn their camp. The main goal is their baggage, and the mounts of the wolf cavalry." The half-orcs have been hiding from the rain in the camp in the afternoon, while Xiao Feng and the others have already gone ashore in the afternoon and walked around the back of the half-orc camp. They have been observing their camp for one afternoon. The layout of the half-orc camp has long been it's already clear to the chest. This time their sneak attack came in a boat from Yingzi people. A total of 2 boats came, and they were still dragged by Xiao Feng's rubber boat in front of them, so that they could guarantee their boating against the current. When they walked to the back of the orcs' camp and landed ashore, the orcs did not expect that humans would dare to attack, so they were not serious about choosing the location of the camp, because it was windy and rainy in the afternoon. So they chose a camp at the south side of the soil slope. I wanted to rely on the soil to block the mountain wind from the north, and then dug a few simple diversion canals around the camp. And even the outer camp wall was not set up. This gave Xiao Feng and the others the sneak attack created very convenient conditions. Xiao Feng brought 500 people over this time, and he didn't intend to confront these half-orcs head-on. Although he was not afraid of these half-orcs, he also knew that just relying on this person to fight the half-orcs was undoubtedly going to hit the rocks with pebbles. So he intends to outsmart this time. This time he brought a lot of oil drums with him. Both of them were filled with a kind of local special oil. This kind of oil is mainly derived from the soybeans he brought and the local high. The hybrid varieties of oil crops have a very high oil yield, but the oil produced is not suitable for consumption. but it is very flammable and has extraordinary thermal efficiency. It is more suitable for lighting and burning. This time he intends to use these oils to teach the half-orcs a very profound lesson and give them a burning company. After observing the camp layout of the orcs in the afternoon, he also specially sent someone to gather some tools nearby. Broom and Kyle took the human hands and pushed the oil barrels to the dirt behind the orc camp quietly, and easily solved a few kobolds who had been smoked on the ground, and then asked them to take out one from behind the roots of the thick bamboo poles. These bamboo poles are special species of this planet. They are very thick and tall. The initial diameter can be about 15 centimeters, and the height can be more than 30 meters. Xiao Feng asked him to collect many such bamboo poles from nearby mountains and forests in the afternoon, opened up the gap in the middle, then connected these bamboo poles together, and then poured the oil along the bamboo poles into the camp of the half-orcs. Dozens of barrels of oil poured into the camp of the orcs, and the orcs who were having fun in the tent at this time had no idea what would happen next. There were still a few barrels of oil left. Xiao Feng stopped Bloom and Kyle and the others. The two of them were very puzzled why Xiao Feng stopped them. But Xiao Feng opened their eyes on the wooden barrel in their puzzled eyes. He took a small mouth, and then stuffed a few towels into it. The towels were quickly soaked by the oil in the bucket. Xiao Feng took out the lighter, and when he approached the towels, blue quickly appeared on the towels. The flames of color.mtlnovel.com. Xiao Feng was also taken aback. He had only heard the dark elf introduce him to the characteristics of this oil before. How could he have thought it was so flammable? I didn't dare to let these barrels of oil stay for more. I kicked the barrels of oil off the hillside when I lifted my foot. Several barrels of oil rolled all the way from the hillside into the camp of the orcs, and one of them just hit. After a half-orc's camp, there was a sudden loud noise. The flammable liquid in the oiled drum and the high-temperature compressed air caused a violent chemical reaction. The kinetic energy generated by the huge explosion directly moved the center of the oiled drum within 10 meters. Any obstacles within it were all exploded into powder, leaving only a 2-meter-deep pit in the center of the explosion. Such a violent explosion scared both Kyle and Bloom, and even Xiao Feng did not expect the power of this kind of grease after the explosion to be so powerful. It looks like it is not inferior to the gasoline on the earth. The several barrels of oil that rolled down exploded violently one after another. After each loud noise, the life of any creature within a radius of 10 meters would be taken away. The grease and sparks scattered in the explosion quickly ignited before being poured into the grease in the camp. The grease flowing across the ground of the orcs' camp was quickly ignited, forming a line of blue flames. Those panicked orcs rushing out of the tent. As long as they are contaminated with these blue flames, they will be one by one. They were all ignited quickly, and soon became a human torch. Chapter 245 Shelling. This is also to blame for the incomplete evolution of these half-orcs. They are all covered with unexhausted animal hair, and the thick grease on their bodies makes them flammable objects. When they are contaminated with such flammable grease, it is very the ghost crying and howling wolves were about to be burned, and the whole camp was screaming. Tadel and several other orc leaders, who were having fun in the tent, were also stunned by the sudden loud noise. Several people got out of the camp. The tragedy in front of them stunned them, and they were full of fire everywhere. The half-orcs scurrying around, the whole camp is full of flames. Oh, my brothers! The Tauren Han duo immediately wanted to rush into the sea of fire to save people, but he was dragged over by Tadel and fell to his feet. He had a nerve in his head. Just when he thought of resisting, he saw that Tadel was full of fierce eyes, looking at him. A big mouth of blood was spraying a stench at him. Obviously, if he dared to say more, this Tadel wouldn't mind breaking his neck in one bite and turning him into a plate of Chinese food. The half-orc's natural blood was suppressed, so that he did not dare to resist. And Tadel even pulled over a werewolf who bowed his head and fled, raised his hand in the air, and directly tore the werewolf into 2 parts, and there was a rain in the air fishy wind, and then suddenly yelled. Like tigers, Lions have the title of king of beasts. They are large beasts on land. The only difference is that tigers like to live in the mountains and forests and live alone, while lions live more on the plains and like to live in groups. However, these two big cats have a special skill when hunting, that is, howling loudly, and their roaring can have a very ideal deterrent effect for other small animals, and some are timid, can even be frightened and fell to the ground. At this time, a lion roar from the chaotic camp quickly stunned the dizzy orc soldiers. After all, this was their instinctive fear of powerful animals. What are you doing in a daze? Go ahead and put out the fire without organizing manpower. Seeing those half-orcs running around like headless flies finally stopped, the lion roared loudly again. The chaotic half-orcs finally found the backbone. With the instructions of the lion general, these guys finally knew what they should do. Soon the tauren and pigheads organized and began to carry wooden barrels to the surrounding camp. I went to get water in the blisters to put out the fire. A heavy rain in the afternoon formed a lot of puddles near their camp. There were still a lot of water in them, which happened to be convenient for them to put out the fire. The half-orcs came this time with more than 5,000 troops. In the afternoon, Xiao Feng probably counted at least 8 to 10,000 people. Because the ship is not big, the oil barrels they bring are limited, only 300, which cannot cover the entire camp of the orcs, but also covers the storage area in the northwest corner of the camp. When the other half-orcs were organized, the fire was quickly under control. Xiao Feng glanced at the scene below the breakthrough, and then said to Kyle and Bloom, "Let the soldiers shoot freely and let them see some blood." The scene of the burning of the company camp, but Kyle and Bloom's tense nerves finally relaxed. At least more than 500 orcs can be burned to death. This is already a very glorious result. At this time, they too, after finally getting rid of the fear, these half-orcs are nothing but urchins. Xiao Feng's order came down, and they immediately arranged for his men to start shooting arrows. The half-orcs who were busy fighting the fire never expected that these sudden arrow rains on the hillside would be shot to the ground immediately. What's the situation? Where are the arrows? It's the human being attacking. Ling Kai, come on, kill them for me. The fire that was originally contained, because the orcs fighting the fire were suddenly shot down one after another, and suddenly became fierce again. This sudden change has blown up Taedong. You must know that there are several wooden warehouses in the middle of the fire, pretending to be the few grains and grass they brought this time. If all were burned, then this battle would be impossible. The golden eagle was no longer in the Buddha system at this time. Flapping its wings and carrying a few of his men went straight to the humans on the hillside and pounced. These humans actually rushed to sneak attacks. This time Lao Tzu is going to stop these damned guys. Torn to pieces, Ling Chi thought viciously when he flew high. But it only flew up to 300 meters, and before he got close to the humans on the hillside, he saw a red light flashing in the human front, and then there was a loud noise around him. And one of his men even screamed. Before it could be sent out, it was directly broken into 2 pieces and dropped from the air to the ground. What's the situation? Ling Kai felt that his brain was not enough, but at this moment the Golden Eagle's supervision saved him. He looked up and saw a strangely dressed guy in the human front, kneeling on one knee, carrying on his shoulders. A strange tube was aimed at him. Years of battle gave him an instinctive sense of danger. He almost instinctively shook his wings to the left, and his whole body tilted to the left. At that moment, a hot yellow light flew by his right wing, and he felt a sharp pain in his right wing. Turning his head to see that there was only half of that wing left. The other half was not known anymore. Where did you fly? The other golden eagle behind him was bad luck, and was directly hit by the yellow light in the chest. Ling Chi could even see the back from the front of the brother, and the golden eagle was the same. Without a cry, he fell to the ground. Retreat quickly. There is a human mage on the opposite side. Ling Chi endured the sharp pain from his right wing, and slammed his wings desperately, and ran around with a few golden eagles. Such a scene frightened the lions, pigheads, and Toran watching the battle on the ground. This is the proudest golden eagle among the half-orcs. It can be pulled very hard at ordinary times, and it is also very powerful. How could two of them die without being seen by humans? And then all the rest ran away. After fighting off the golden eagle, Xiao Feng sneered and collected all the RPGs. Stupid animals. Guys in Lao Tzu's hands. Tanks can be beaten, let alone you flat-haired beasts. The rest of the time, it's time to deal with other half-orcs. It's not enough just to burn. He also prepared shells for these guys. The RM-38 mortar was set up, and the distance of more than 500 meters was just within the range of fire. Now that it is here, then simply give these half-orcs a good time. This gun has not been used since I bought it, and it happened to be practiced today. The orcs under the soil did not lose courage due to the defeat of the Golden Eagle. Instead, they quickly gathered under the command of the Lion General. A battle formation, slowly leaning towards the of the soil. Obviously they also couldn't accept the result of being stolen by a human being in such a big way, and then retreating all over the body. The dense formation of the opponent made Xiao Feng no longer need to aim too seriously. He just adjusted the shooting elevation angle, and then a shell was dropped down the barrel. With a boom, the cannonball bounced out of the barrel. The RM-38 mortar was a type of mortar used in the early Soviet Union. It has a caliber of only 50 mm and a range of only 800 meters. To be honest, the lethality is very average, and it is not even as good as the grenadier used by the Japanese. But when Xiao Feng bought it before, he didn't have too many choices. Liu Jin's warehouse had only this gun that suits him best. The more powerful 2K21 rapid-fire mortar was too expensive for shells, so Xiao Feng can only choose this one. Although this mortar is an old and backward weapon in the modern world, it immediately becomes a big weapon for the gods to block and kill the gods in this wild era. We must know that the long-range strike method in this world is still in the age of bow and arrow. An excellent longbowman can cover a range of more than 100 meters behind. The mortar with a range of 800 meters is undoubtedly for the natives of this world. It is a weapon comparable to an artifact. The cannonball fell, and the flying fragments swept all the self-supporting creatures within 15 meters in diameter. The few heavy infantry battle formations that the Lion General Tadel had just organized. Before he could even get out a few steps, he was forced by Xiao Feng. The blasting shells fell to pieces. Wearing heavy armor, coupled with their own rough skin and brute force, this allows half-orcs heavy-armored infantry to face human armies. www.mentalnovel.com. The army fought a lot of falling flowers and flowing water. But what happened today has completely subverted their previous concept of war. Black dots fell from the air and landed in the battlefield. Then the soldiers weighing more than 300 kilograms were unexpectedly caught by that. The shockwave brought by the violent explosion overturned into the air, and there was more than one that was even more terrifying. It was a few people who were blown up, the unlucky ones near the explosion point, and the broken limbs that were blown up flying horizontally, belching on the spot. Orc soldiers a little further away from the explosion center are not much better. Even if they are not injured by the shockwave of the bomb blast, they will be hit by the fragments generated by the explosion. In the past, human soldiers wielding knives and guns could hardly break the heavy armor. In front of those shrapnel fragments, it turned out to be like a piece of paper, and it was completely vulnerable. The initial velocity of the shell fragments produced by the explosion is several hundred meters. Wonderful, although only the fragments the size of a fingernail. Under the blessing of such acceleration, the lethality brought by it is not weaker than that of a bullet. If you are hit by an unprotected face door, your head will be smashed on the spot. If you are hit on the torso, because of the irregular shape and irregular movement pattern of the fragments, you can only see a very small area from the outside. Wounds. But once the fragments invade the inside of the body, it will often bring about a very serious cavity effect. Hitting the limbs will directly break the limbs. Chapter 246. Big Killer Debut. Boom, boom, Boom! The explosion sounded one after another, and there was a burst of fire. Everywhere there were confused half-orcs, who could only run away. From time to time, there were hapless guys who were blown into the air by the shockwave of the bomb explosion, and it was terrible when they landed. Basically immortal and broken into two pieces, it is the tragic state of being divided. The half-orcs were blown up by the ghost crying wolf howling. If they were killed directly, it would be okay to be afraid that those shrapnel fragments would hit the upper body. The small fragments would mess up the internal organs. If you want to die, you won't be so happy. You can only lie howling miserably on the ground until the last drop of blood dries out. The orcs have no experience in how to deal with shelling, so as long as the shell explodes near them, it will basically be the end of a burp on the spot, and those who are hit by fragments can only lie on the ground and wait for death. Bloom and Kyle, who stood beside Xiao Feng, were shocked. They had only seen Xiao Feng using the artifact to summon lightning. The lightning was like a sickle of death, sweeping the battlefield. As long as you hit it, the result is neither death nor serious injury. And this time Master Mage actually summoned the Thunder God out. This guy is even more powerful. Every time the iron pipe around him makes a dong-dong sound, there will be a huge explosion sound in the opposite half-orc camp, accompanied by in the fire, and those half-orcs and heavy armored infantry who had left them at a loss before. The ghosts and wolves who were blown up were howling. Corpses all over the field. Each explosion can directly blow up 4 or 5 half-orcs, and at the same time sweep a large area nearby. The 4 or 5 half-orcs infantry phalanx that had been lined up was instantly torn apart by the bombardment. What are you doing stupidly? Don't hurry up and let go of your arrows and kill them more bitches. Kyle's excited eyes turned red. When Xiao Feng proposed to ambush the orcs before, he was skeptical, but now he regrets it. At that time, he shouldn't doubt the Almighty Master. After all, he was God. A mage who can summon thunder and lightning. Isn't he a god? Not only Kyle was excited, but the soldiers behind him were also excited. Most of these guys were the Turon Empire, or the collapsed soldiers of the Kataran Empire, or the natives and elves, all of whom were destroyed by the orcs. The experience of and these half-orcs have a sea of blood and deep feud. Some of them have not seen Master Xiao Feng's miracles before, but have only heard the legend from others, and today witnessed Master Xiao Feng summoning Tenel, bombarding the orcs. Each of them feels that their blood is boiling. Before facing the heavy armored infantry of the half-orcs, they could only fail again and again, and flee again and again. Originally thought it was hopeless to find the half-orcs for revenge in this life. But now it is different. There are adults standing like gods. On their side, they feel that they are finally hopeful for revenge. At this time, after listening to Kyle's call, he rolled up his sleeves one by one, and desperately fired arrows at the half-orcs, standing on the slopes, coupled with the state of excitement, made their bows and arrows more accurate than before. It's a lot better. Although they can't cause much damage to the heavy armored infantry, the half-orcs who are busy fighting the fire and are not armored have been shot and killed by them. At this time, the Lion General Tadel was also shocked by this series of explosions. He had also heard from some defeated soldiers earlier that there was a very powerful archmage in the human tribe on the peninsula, who would summon thunder and lightning. But he doesn't really believe it, because he had encountered great mages when he was conquering the human empire with his large forces before, and those mages were not so powerful, so he felt that those legends were just excuses for his failure and incompetence by the defeated soldiers. And this time, the cruel reality made him believe that this human archmage is really amazing. Even people from the family have not seen it. His heavy armored infantry phalanx has been bombarded by the sky thunder. Even if the half-orc soldiers are not afraid of death, they can't face it like this. When understanding the attack, it naturally collapses. The two infantry phalanxes were directly shattered by the bombardment. The more than 100 half-orcs in the phalanx were all dead and injured. The other two phalanxes immediately dispersed, even if these half-orcs were stupid in their brains. It can also be seen that under the attack of the sky thunder, lining up in a dense formation, it is completely dying. Retreat, retreat, reline up to the back, and bring the werewolf to me. The werewolf Meng Lang. Tadel looked at the infantry phalanx that had collapsed in front and spit on the ground fiercely. At this time, if he didn't order the retreat, it is estimated that the pigheads and Tauren would rebel. But Tadel doesn't believe in evil, and he knows the weakness of human beings for many years. That is, he can't fight in close hands. After all, there is a huge gap between the physical quality of humans and half-orcs. The half-orcs who have not fully evolved have a natural overwhelming advantage over humans in terms of physique. Now the enemy's situation is already clear. It is just the few hundred people standing on the north side of the camp. The men and horses he came to bring this time, but there are about 10,000. If these humans cannot be kept today, then if he spreads it out, Tadel will become a joke in the Orcs League. So he cannot accept failure. Upon receiving Tadel's instructions, the Orcs quickly retreated beyond the range of the mortar. Seeing that the humans on the top of the mountain could no longer threaten themselves, Tadel was also relieved. In fact, this is based on his previous wars. Judgments derived from experience. The leader of the Tauren, Huduoa, the leader of the Pighead, Nixuana, and the leader of the werewolf, Meng Lang, all came to Tadel. The Golden Eagle leader Lin Kai has disappeared with the remaining Golden Eagles. Tadel he cursed a few words, but he was helpless with those Golden Eagles. But now is not the time to consider accountability, but to consider how to keep these human beings. Handa, Nixuana asked your people to push our trebuchet over. Meng Lang, you and your people ride on the wolf, under the cover of the forest on the right, go around from there. Although they are there are mages, but don't be afraid, we don't deal with humans once or twice. As long as we get close, they're done. Okay, let's all go, just do that. I don't want to run it today. Human beings, wait for that mage, I want to catch alive. I want to make his head into a wine vessel. Tadel was able to become a general. Of course, it was not for nothing. Although the Orc Tribal Alliance did not form a professional army and did not have any decent education in the art of war, hundreds of years of war history made these Orcs generals. The tactics still have their own unique insights. If you can't make a breakthrough head, then turn around. This has almost become the common sense of any leading general with common sense. The Tauren and Pighead quickly turned around, and soon pushed them from the back of the camp. 5 tall catapults. The workmanship of these catapults is very rough, but they look very tall and strong. With a twist, the strong punk metal style fits the attributes of these half-orcs. Moreover, these catapults are taller than the catapults made by human beings that Xiao Feng has seen. The counterweight is also very large, and the projection arms are longer. It can be seen that these catapults can throw more stone eggs and launch them. The distance will also be farther. Such a catapult would be very difficult for humans to operate, but for a large orc, it is not difficult to operate at all. I didn't expect these guys to even learn weapons like catapults. Seeing those catapult Khal Knights was also a little lost. When they were defending the city in the Talon Empire, they used such catapults to deal with half-orcs. At that time, the half-orcs had no decent siege equipment. It has only been a few years since the half-orcs actually have such weapons. It seems that they have also learned a lot from the war. My lord, should we retreat? Seeing the Tauren and the Pighead slowly approaching the catapult, Khal turned his head and asked Xiao Feng. He also saw that the projection distance of these orcs must be very far, and it could threaten them. Hey, there are only 500 of them, while there are thousands of half-orcs. Today, their sneak attack is considered a success. They have burned the baggage of the half-orcs. Although they failed to burn the mounts of the wolf cavalry, they also gave half the orcs have caused more than 500 people to be killed and wounded. Today is enough. It's time to accept it. But Xiao Feng didn't think so. Retreat? Why retreat? I didn't expect these half-orcs to have catapults. Until novel.com. Then since they were discovered today, I will solve these catapults here, so as not to turn around and use these catapults to attack the city wall. Seeing the half-orcs in the distance pushed the catapults to a place about 1 kilometer away from them, and then began to transport the stone eggs from behind, ready to launch. The humans on the soil were still very happy, and it instantly fell to the ground. At the bottom of the valley, they all knew the power of this thing very well. A stone egg thrown over it, if it can't dodge, at least it can take away the lives of dozens of people. However, Xiao Feng took out the anti-aircraft machine gun from the space without a hassle, opened the triangle bracket, and quickly installed this old gun. This Dishka heavy machine gun may not be as famous as Make-Kin in terms of fame, but in terms of power, Make-Kin has to stand aside. This machine gun was specially developed by the former Soviet Union to fight planes in the early years. A low-altitude aircraft within 2 kilometers encounters an air defense firepower array composed of 4 to 5 such anti-aircraft machine guns, only to flee. Seeing the half-orc who was pushing the catapult slowly into the battlefield, Xiao Feng had a grin on his face. I wanted to see if it was your catapult or his big killer. Chapter 247 Anti-Aircraft Gun vs Catapult. This Dishka is not only a good way to fight planes on the battlefield of World War II, this big guy is also a kind of suppressing firepower for the infantry to support the front line. It is also a matter of attacking some light armored vehicles. The 12.7 by 108 bullets look like one. A thick carrot can easily penetrate a 15mm steel plate within 500 meters. This time the half-orcs arranged the catapults at a distance of 1 kilometer away. At this distance, it was not a problem for Maxim to kill the soldiers, but it was a little incapable of dealing with those catapults. But this Desco is different. It can shoot down the plane within a range of 2,000 meters. How many wooden stakes 1,000 meters away are considered a fart? The orcs in the distance are humming and pushing a large wooden cart to the side of the catapult. The wooden cart is loaded with graphite-sized round stone eggs. These stone eggs have been polished, and you can see these half-orcs have studied this heavy weapon very deeply. Several Tauren and pig-headed men who were over 2.5 meters tall and weighed more than 300 kilograms, with muscular muscles, quickly came to the wooden carts, then yelled and picked up the stone egg the size of a millstone, and walked up a few times. Step into the rolling groove of the catapult, and then rolled the stone egg into the launching leather bag. The dozen orcs behind pulled up the rope of the counterweight and yelled at the counterweight. When I got up, I waited for the card slot to be in place, but at this moment, there was a continuous sound of dong-dong on the opposite dot. With a firing rate of 600 rounds per minute and a firing speed of 850 meters per second, Dishka's heavy machine gun, from the perspective of Xiao Feng's era, is completely a slow fire rate, unwieldy and lagging behind the times. So basically at the end of World War II, this gun was eliminated, but later it also spawned countless improved versions, which are still on the battlefields of the Middle East and Africa. But for the natives of this world, the bullets fired by such a master's gun are absolutely irresistible artifacts. At this time, a Tauren was holding a huge stone egg and was about to install it on the catapult, but the people around him only saw a flash of yellow light, and then this guy with a physique that can crush the Guinness World Records of human Hercules, on the spot. He cut his waist into 2 pieces, his upper body fell backward, and the stone egg in his arms directly crushed the Tauren's lower body into meat sauce. Another pig head holding a stone egg was even more miserable. The stone egg in his hand was hit on the spot. After a few hits, the huge stone egg broke apart, and the pig head behind the stone egg was even more drilled. The bullets of the stone egg fell to pieces on the spot. The bracket of a catapult whose rubber band had been stretched was hit by a yellow light. The 30-centimeter thick wooden pile broke on the spot. The 50-meter high catapult fell sideways and stood on the catapult. The hapless guy next to him was immediately smashed and his brain burst, and he burped on the spot. After the baffle of a wooden cart full of stone eggs was smashed, the stone eggs on the wooden cart fell along the car body and rolled on the ground, crushing the orcs standing near the wooden cart. the ghost cries and the wolf howls. Chaos. The originally orderly battlefield was immediately messed up because the humans on the opposite soil instantly turned into a mess. There were wolves running around and half-orcs everywhere, and they couldn't figure out what the humans on the opposite were. What weapons were used, but they knew one thing very well, that is, if they continue to stay where they are waiting for death. At this moment, the instincts of animals have the upper hand. Any fear of death is nonsense. Now they don't even see what the enemy looks like. Who wants to stay in place and die? Those strong men whose personalities are numbered even in the tribe of half-orcs, are vulnerable to the mysterious weapons of mankind, and are beaten to pieces like rag dolls. These ordinary half-orc soldiers, where is the courage to stay? Come down to resist. With 5 catapults, Xiao Feng only used 2 bullet chains, and he was beaten up and down, like disassembled toys, scattered on the battlefield. The absolute sequel result was not only stunned as Bloom and Cavalier Kyle standing next to Xiao Feng, but Tadel, who had been hiding behind the orcs team, was also dumbfounded. Is the mage on the opposite side really a mage? Isn't it a god? Why aren't the human mages I've encountered before so powerful? Could it be that the so-called human mages I met before were all liars? At this time Tadel felt that he had begun to doubt life. The weapon used by the other party was completely beyond his cognition. If he was so far away, he could take human life. Isn't this a method that only gods can use in the legend? How to fight against such an enemy? Want to get close? Don't be kidding. He didn't even see clearly what the enemy looked like since the other party's sneak attack. The catapult in front was completely finished, and the only thought in his mind at this time was to retreat. Behind the catapult, he also arranged 5 infantry phalanxes. These are light infantry organized by kobolds and werewolves, and they charge faster. That kind. Before his idea was to use the catapult to disrupt the opponent's team, and then the light infantry rushed to melee in one breath. Now it seems that he doesn't need to think about it. Even if he wanted those kobolds and werewolves to charge, they wouldn't charge because they were scared. And on the entire battlefield, his only hope was the werewolf cavalry who attacked in a roundabout way. The half-orcs on the frontal battlefield receded like a tide. Xiao Feng felt that it was extraordinarily uncomfortable. This Dishka heavy machine gun was very powerful and had a very long range. The longest range could cover more than 5,800 meters, but the weakness was also obvious. That is, the bullet chain is relatively short. Because of the relationship between the rate of fire, the supply of ammunition, and the maintenance of the machine gun's stability, this gun can only be equipped with 50 rounds of ammunition chains. Soon he burned out both of the ammunition chains, and he changed the gear of the ammunition chain, and the opposite half-orc has withdrawn far away. Just when he cried out that it was a pity, suddenly there was a violent explosion in a forest on the right-hand side of their phalanx. Xiao Feng quickly turned the muzzle, just in time to see hundreds of pairs of green eyes flickering in the forest. The dim light did not affect Xiao Feng's vision at all. He could see clearly that those green eyes came from giant wolves the size of adult bulls on the earth, and those giant wolves were still riding lightly, the werewolf cavalry of at this time, shouting fiercely and rushing from the forest line. However, after only more than 10 meters, the pioneer of the werewolf cavalry was overturned into the air by the sudden heat wave on the ground. A series of violent explosions suddenly bounced from the ground with countless black spots, and then suddenly exploded in the air. Countless steel and fragments blocked all areas of the entire forest line. The wolf cavalry who had just rushed out of the forest line were blown up by this fierce thunder attack before they even waited to get close to Xiao Feng and his team. Many skilled wolf cavalry, although they have tried hard to control the giant wolf under the crotch to jump into the air, trying to avoid the shockwave of the ground explosion, but they can't resist the steel and fragments that erupted after the thunder explosion. More than 200 wolf cavalrymen were blown down on the spot just after they dashed out of the forest line. Most of the remaining 100 came with injuries, But looking at the humans who were already close at hand, these wolf cavalry were also red-eyed, and roared and charged forward. Xiao Feng immediately turned his guns and aimed them at the werewolf cavalry who charged. The gunfire of Dong 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 immediately resounded throughout the battlefield. The red-eyed werewolf cavalry, even if the rage value is max, is not a body of steel, carbohydrate body. How could it be able to stop those violent metal projectiles? Within such a short distance, the deska in Xiao Feng's hand quickly swept the entire battlefield. The powerful bullets often interrupted the wolf cavalry in front, and then stopped the following wolf cavalry again. The situation of one shot and two lives frequently appeared on the downloaded battlefield. After the 50 rounds of ammunition were lighted up, Xiao Feng quickly took out the RPD light machine gun. Although the power of RPD is not as powerful as Deska, the faster rate of fire helped Xiao Feng quickly block the entire battlefield. The 7 kilograms light machine gun seemed to be nothing in Xiao Feng's hands. Although the power of the 7.62 by 39 intermediate bomb was not as powerful as the 12.7 caliber Deska, but at such a close distance, it would also be wounded by scratching, and it would be dead if it hits it. After the thunder jumping and heavy machine gun baptism, the wolf cavalry on the opposite side only had more than 30 men. Although the weird booming sound finally stopped, these wolf cavalry had been shocked. Although they are close to the humans on the opposite side. Mentalnovel.com, the wolf cavalry at this time has completely lost the sturdiness of the previous ones, and the only little energy and spirit has been exhausted long ago. When they saw a human on the opposite side, holding a strange iron pipe, walking to the front of the team, and then fired a rain of metal bullets at them again, these wolf cavalry were already weak in nerves. Can't stretch it anymore. I don't know which leader screamed, then turned around and ran away, but unfortunately, not long after running out, he was knocked to the ground by Xiao Feng with an RPD behind him. Even with those fierce hungry wolf mounts, they did not escape the doom of being killed on the spot. The more than 200 wolf cavalrymen, but only in the blink of an eye, were slaughtered by Xiao Feng alone. And when these wolf cavalry suddenly came out from the side forest, Bloom and Kyle inevitably got a little flustered, and even brought the human soldiers with them. But before they came back to their senses, these wolf cavalry, who used to be extremely sturdy in their eyes, were all knocked down on the spot by Xiao Feng, and many of them were blown to pieces, and there were not a few corpses, but make them happy and scared. Chapter 248 Break the Barrier. Kyle and others are pleased that Master Mage really has boundless mana. Such a fierce wolf cavalry, in front of Master Mage, can't even get close. What is afraid is that Master Mage's magical weapon is really powerful, and it is them. It can be regarded as being killed in the sea of blood on the mountain, but I have never seen such a sure field. Most of the corpses of the wolf cavalry were torn apart. It was a bit unlucky, let alone torn apart. It was simply the end of the scattered bones. This scene seemed really scary. When they came back to their senses, Xiao Feng had already put the heavy machine gun into the space. Bloom and Kyle Knight looked at Xiao Feng. They didn't dare to make any decisions this time. They had already made a decision. Resolve. As long as you are on the battlefield in the future, you must be the leader of the adults, and the adults will do what they say. Never doubt their abilities. Today, although it was not the first time they followed Xiao Feng in the Wildwood Half-Orcs, it was the first time that the frontal hard steel was 500 to 10,000. And in such a situation, Master Mage alone beat the half-orcs to piss, and these people just helped wave the flag and shouted a few words next to them. What else could they say? They felt that they were no longer qualified to give any advice to Master Mage, as long as they followed Master Mage's instructions. Go down and take a look, harvest some loot and come back by the way. The army of orcs on the opposite side had already evacuated their original camp far away. Even if Tadel was unwilling, he knew that he couldn't stand up against this group at this time. Who knows what other means they haven't resorted to. Although he didn't see the battle on the dirt very clearly, he could hear and see the explosions, fires, and the screams of the wolf cavalry. Anyone with toes can know that those wolf cavalry must have been wiped out, and the half-orcs under him have basically bottomed out their morale. In this savage age, the morale of an army is very important. An army without morale is the same as an army without soul. At this time, you are asking them to bite the bullet and charge, which is likely to cause a bombing. Even if the blood of his general lion has a natural suppressive effect on these pigheads and tauren, but if these pigheads and tauren knew that he would just let them go to death, these guys would act brutally. They would also treat him like this. The lion is torn to pieces. So Tadel could only order the camp to retreat. Although he still had thousands of soldiers and horses, it was the right way to retreat and reorganize the army at this time to improve morale, instead of staying here and struggling with those humans. At this time, he even saw a scene that made him gritted his teeth with hatred. Instead of retreating, the humans walked down in a big way and came to the camp that was lit by the fire. Some human soldiers even made up for the wounded and abandoned orc soldiers. Others even rushed into the camps they had no time to take away and began to scramble for the spoils. Tadel almost didn't crush a bit of steel teeth in such a scene. When did humans dare to be so bold? His army hasn't gone far yet. At this time, as long as he wants, their army of orcs will soon be able to kill a carbine. But after looking back at the dejected pigheads and tauren around him, and then at Honua and Nixuan, seeing his dodgy eyes, Tadel could only sigh in his heart. It's useless, these guys. Already scared. At this time, if they were to kill them again, it would be impossible for them to execute the order. And Xiao Feng had already seen the lion general who led the team. He looked at his hideous face. The more angry the other party, the happier he was. Of course he knew that these half-orcs had the ability to counterattack. He took these human soldiers to walk down hastily. In fact, he was taking risks. But this risk must be taken, because the group of soldiers under him no longer know how many times they have lost under the hands of these half-orcs, and many of them have even formed psychological barriers. The future war with the orcs will not be over in a short period of time. It may last for several years or even decades, and it is impossible for him to always guard behind the city wall. So he must have a group of people who dare to go out of the city wall and fight the orcs in the wild. Elite soldiers. So the psychological barriers of these soldiers must be overseen. This time he took these human soldiers on an adventure, just to break their mental barriers and let them know that there is nothing terrible about these half-orcs. Of course, this requires the accumulation of many times of victory experience. Not once or twice can make these people break the barriers in their hearts, but today is finally a good start, isn't it? The joy of victory, coupled with the large amount of seized spoils, caused the morale of the human soldiers to burst rapidly. Cheers erupted from time to time in the camp. Xiao Feng also felt that the time was almost up. He turned his head and waved at Bloom and the others. Withdraw. Looking at the messy camp, the wailing of the wounded continued to sound in his ears. The Lion General Tadel looked gloomy at this time. I didn't expect this expedition to be so unsuccessful. Before even the human camp was touched, they were sneak attacked by these bold humans. These humans are really different from the humans they encountered before. In the past, the humans they encountered, because of the experience of many failed battles, were often half-orcs charging, and before they even rushed to the front of the human battlefield, the humans had collapsed. But this time these humans were very different. They have great courage, and their methods are very powerful, and it can even be said that they are beyond imagination. Before Tadel set out, he also heard from some soldiers who had come into contact with these humans before. There was a great mage in this human tribe. He had a very good method, but he didn't believe it before. He thought it was nothing but deserters for himself, an excuse for his incompetence. But now he believes it, and even when he thinks of the thunder explosions and bombardments from his camp half a day ago, he feels chills in his back. With the wisdom of these half-orcs and the level of civilization in this world, they simply can't understand the power of thermal weapons. So what they can't understand can only be attributed to magic and witchcraft. What should we do now? The Tauren leader Qiandao stood beside Tadel and smelled it, and his eyes were filled with deep fear. What happened before was really terrible, and they didn't even see what the enemy looked like. He was defeated, and he didn't want to fight such a battle. Or let's retreat first and report the situation to the high priests, and see what the high priests say. Pighead leader Nigzuana also said next to him. He and Qiandao just touched their eyes, and both sides understood each other's thoughts. Neither of them wanted to fight such a battle. No, you can't just withdraw like this. Send someone back to ask for help. I don't believe it. I can't deal with these damned humans. Tadel's attitude is very decisive, and his previous failures have brought him a lot of pressure, but he firmly disagrees to retreat. The reason is simple. Once, if he goes back like this, his reputation will be completely ruined. In the future, in the tribal alliance, he will be labeled as incompetent. Since the war between half-orcs and humans, there has never been such a big defeat. He absolutely will not allow this beginning to happen to him. Secondly, he has a little bit more general view than this Qiandao and Nigzuana. If they retreat this time, then the tails of these humans will not be up to the sky. When they face the orcs in the future, it will the little psychological advantage established by the first half-orcs will quickly disappear. And if the deeds of this group of humans defeating the orcs, if they are spread, it will undoubtedly boost the morale of those human countries and armies that are still resisting. If they unite, it will be even more difficult. So this time you can't easily retreat, and you have to find the place back. General, forget it. You have seen this human mage's method. Even the proud golden eagle man Linkai ran away. We retreat back. No one else will say anything. Of course, Handa knew that Tadel did not want to lose face easily, and wanted to persuade him again. But when he spoke, Tadel was a roar, and then he slapped the Hanua on the ground with a slap. I stepped on his head and screamed at the Tauren with a grim face. Untilnovel.com I said no retreat is allowed, but no retreat, you stupid bull. Or just follow my orders obediently, or I don't mind turning you into today's dinner. At this moment, the Lion General no longer presents the facts before, and he is kind and reasonable. He has no patience. The brutal factor in the lion blood has the upper hand in his body. Of course he knows that the Tauren and Pighead are thinking, what? But he has no patience to explain to them, these low-level creatures, if they don't obey, they might as well die. The suppression of the half-orc bloodline played a role at this time. Although Hondo's head had been stepped into the mud by the lion, she did not dare to get angry at all, because he knew that if he had any rebellious behavior, these lions can really tear themselves to pieces on the spot. Nigzuana, order the two kobolds to go back and call me all the remaining soldiers in the tribe. This time I must break the human city. I will not seal the sword for 3 days after breaking the city. I don't want any trophies, it's all yours. A slap and a sweet jujube. This Tadel still knows how to imperial. He really heard that the sword has not been sealed for 3 days, and the lion himself does not want any loot. And the pig-headed man's eyes have also started to red. Chapter 249 Siege. The main reason why the pig-headed leader Xuana and the Tauren leader Hanua were unwilling to work hard before was because even if this war was won, the Lion General would take a third of the spoils even if he didn't do much. Now everyone has said that all the trophies are theirs. Of course they are energized. Okay, General. This time we are going to break that city so that those humans will know the fate of fighting our army. Nissan replied with a grinning grin. At the same time, Xiao Feng had already taken the ambushing team along the river and returned to the base. The journey went very smoothly, and the morale of the human soldiers was much easier than before. The laughter of the soldiers could be heard everywhere on the ship. Obviously this ambush went smoothly, which boosted the morale of the human soldiers a lot. Xiao Feng was also relieved when he saw such a scene, and his goal was finally achieved. Otherwise, an army of tens of thousands of half-orcs would come to attack the city and rely on 2,000 soldiers with low morale to defend the city wall. Even if his thermal weapons were powerful, they might not be able to hold them. Biluaris and Kayla, who had been waiting for them at the base, cut down. Xiao Feng returned safely with his team, and even no one was killed or injured. He was very happy, especially those soldiers who took Xiao Feng. After the miracles displayed on the battlefield were publicized to everyone's knowledge, the morale of the originally low morale rose in an instant, and the originally panicked people's hearts were stabilized. Although most of the people in the base have heard of Master's boundless powers, after all, they have not seen it with their own eyes and are not very confident in Xiao Feng. This time I heard that the Orcs' army is coming, and many of them even had their feet oiled. And now I heard those soldiers describe the scene where Master showed great power on the battlefield and attracted the attack from the sky. That little cautious thought was instantly extinguished. When he saw the 10-meter-high city wall in front of him, Tadel felt his head buzzing. How could this be possible? Before he set off this time, he made full preparations and asked all the Orc soldiers who had patrolled the area before. According to them, there was no wall at all here more than a year ago. But now when he saw the 100 meters long and 10 meters high wall in front of him, he felt that the blood vessels in his temples were about to explode. How did these humans do it? In a year's time, built such a high wall? When he went to conquer the human empire with a large force before, it was not that he had not attacked the city, but the walls of those human empires were not so tall at all, even if he only saw the walls of the capital of the highest human kingdom. But it was only 7 or 8 meters high, and they were all made of stones. According to the human captives they captured, the humans in this country had been repairing it on and off for more than 300 years just to build a city, and hundreds of thousands of people died. And how did the humans here build such a high wall in more than a year? And these city walls don't know what material they are made of. From the outside, they look very neat and even colorful. How did these humans do it? Could it be that mysterious mage again? At this time, the few Orc chiefs standing next to him looked at the tall city wall in front, and they were all silent. It was obvious that these guys were shocked by this tall city wall. The army of Orcs stopped about 1,000 meters in front of the city wall, but after having been attacked before, they pitched the camp far away this time, about 1,500 meters away from the city wall. To be honest, it's very detrimental to launching an attack. After all, infantry starting from the camp, wearing armor, carrying weapons, and walking to the city wall is also very exhausting, but compared with the exhaustion of energy, this Lion General Tadel is obviously more. He was unwilling to be bombarded by the thunderbolt. The painful lesson last time left him deeply impressed. Over the past few days, he had been pondering the scene of that day. Later, he finally wanted to understand one of the weaknesses of thunder bombardment that day, that is, distance. That human mage is powerful, and obviously he can't do it yet. Let the sky thunder bombard the entire battlefield. So as long as he maintains a safe distance from humans, he won't worry about being attacked. And when these half-orcs were observing the city wall, Xiao Feng also led the leaders of the base, standing on the wall to observe these half-orcs. Although the previous sneak attacks were successful, Xiao Feng believed that the ambush was not enough to make these half-orcs spontaneously retreat. So after returning, he did not let the people at the base relax their vigilance. These days, they have been preparing for war. But unlike before, the morale of the human soldiers has risen a lot this time. The entire base is operating in an orderly manner. Everyone is preparing for this upcoming battle. Xiao Feng has been inspecting the city wall for several days. When he left before, he once asked the anthropologist Charles Mann and Carl to be responsible for repairing the city wall. He hadn't checked it carefully before. This time, Charles Mann was really right. During this period of time, many improvements have been made to the defense of the wall. For example, on the top of the city wall, this guy built a tower that protruded from the city wall and used it for archers. When the enemy ants attached to the climbing wall, the archers could enter the tower that protruded from the city wall and climb them from behind. The enemy of the wall shoots to reduce the dead angle of defense. In fact, The concept is similar to the bastion of Xiao Feng's world. It is an offensive-defensive method. It uses the tall city wall. For the civilization of this era, you can think of this. 1 point. This is enough to show that this Charles man is not an idiot, but still has some ideas. In addition, he and Kyle also built a row of solid female walls on top of the smooth container walls so that archers could hide behind the walls and shoot like enemies. They also installed several catapults and long-range large crossbow arrows on the walls. These are the strength of the ancient city to defend the city, and Xiao Feng is very satisfied with these reconstructions. Kyle also took pictures of cats and drew tigers. During Xiao Feng's absence, based on the previous experience of defending the city, 3 deep and wide moats were dug in front of the city wall. The appearance of these defensive methods, coupled with the presence of Xiao Feng, undoubtedly gave the more than 2,000 people on the wall the courage to confront tens of thousands of orcs. In fact, it is mainly Xiao Feng who is the backbone. If otherwise, even if there are so many defensive methods, let more than 2,000 people go against tens of thousands of half-orcs, they may still be scattered. After all, before hundreds of thousands of them, no benefit was gained against half-orcs with less than 100,000. Now the number of opponents is 5 times theirs. How can they be confident that they can hold on? Xiao Feng put down the binoculars in his hand, and he could see the half-orcs on the opposite side of the battlefield. Compared with the previous sneak attacks, the number of people has increased a lot. The number should exceed 10,000, and many of them are wearing armor. Hey, from a distance, can't see exactly what these people look like, so it's not easy to judge their characteristics. Tadel on the battlefield also knew the human wall and defense system almost clearly. He turned his head and waved his hand. Let's start. Hundreds of werewolf soldiers pushed groups of human, elves, and dwarf slaves out of the battlefield. These slaves were ragged and thin, all men, women, and children. The werewolf soldiers walked back and forth loudly in front of the slaves. After passing, and then kept talking about something, soon everyone's hands were stuffed with a rougher pancake, and these slaves quickly gobbled up the rougher pancake, and then each carried a full of dirt on his bag, walk in the direction of the moat. Some were smart and walked slowly, but the werewolves who followed came up with a knife and hacked them to death. Such a scene immediately suppressed the slaves who had ideas, and everyone was as fast as flies without their heads, rushed towards the moat. And behind these slaves are hundreds of tauren and pigheads, calling their trumpets and pushing the giant trebuchets ahead. The humans on the city wall were stunned when they saw this situation. Obviously no one had expected that these half-orcs would actually lead the slaves of various races to fill the pit. Not only the human soldiers didn't know how to deal with it, but even an experienced soldier like Kyle didn't know how to deal with it, so he could only turn his head and look at Xiao Feng. Seeing the half-orcs driving the slaves of various races to fill the moat in front, Xiao Feng was a little surprised at first, but he soon calmed down. The entire history of the modern world he lives in is a history of war. www.mentalnovel.com. The mutual conquests between humans have a history of thousands of years, and such a method, in the history of China in his time, was as early as more than 1,000 years. Someone used it years ago. To tell the truth, the civilians are driven to fill the hole. If it happened in his world, he would have a headache, because in his opinion, the people in his world are the same people as him. But this world. After all, he was in a barbaric era, with a civilization gap of dozens of centuries in the world he lived in. In his eyes, these slaves were not even humans at all, but only conscious lives. So when he met these people, he didn't feel soft. When he saw Kyle's eyes, he just said indifferently, "What are you still hesitant to wait for them to rush over?" The result now is that they're not dead. We die. So is it hard to choose? After listening to Xiao Feng's cold words, Kyle was also shocked. It was indeed not the time to be soft-hearted. He turned to look at the academician and said, Let the soldiers start. The bachelor was obviously more sensible than the others. He nodded, and then took a few apprentices to the front of the catapult and began to order the soldiers to reload. Chapter 250 Projection. These trebuchets were all designed by him, and the operators were trained by him, so he was responsible for the long-range strike. He took a few apprentices and kept running back and forth behind the trebuchets on the city wall. Correct the movements of those soldiers so that the catapult can operate normally. Soon the trebuchets on the city walls projected the first batch of stone bullets. Because there were no Hercules-filling hands like half-orcs, the stone bullets thrown by human trebuchets were not as big as those thrown by half-orcs, but each one is the size of a basketball. In addition, they are launching condescendingly, and the weight of the stone projectile is small, so they can project a very far distance. A basketball-sized stone projectile is about 30 kilograms. The trebuchet they use is a counterweight trebuchet. The counterweight uses a 10-ton weight. Of course, it does not use brute force like a half-orc when it comes to strength. Instead, it uses a large number of pulleys and winches. The first batch of projections, in order to achieve the effect of long-range killing, so the lightest stone bullet is used, and the throw distance is greatly increased. Those slaves of various races carrying sandbags just came to the front of the first moat. Before they could throw the sandbags into the river, they saw the roaring stone bullets hit the crowd, even though they were far away from the city wall. It is about 800 meters away, but these falling from the sky are stone eggs still carrying huge kinetic energy. Like a meteor, the stone bullet fell from the sky and hit the crowd, and immediately set off a wave of storms. The 30 kilograms of stone, with huge potential energy, fell from the sky, often killing 4 or 5 slaves at once. After landing, it is because of the ground comparison. It was hard, and it would continue to bounce and roll, but all the slaves who blocked the path of the stone bullet were knocked to the ground, and as long as they were hit, they would be basically helpless. After the first batch of stone bullets fell, a second batch of stone bullets fell immediately. Although there are not many trebuchets on the walls of human beings, the victory is that they use winches and pulleys to boost their strength, so they don't fire too much effort to ensure a certain firepower density and continuity. And these slaves who have never been on the battlefield, have they experienced such a scene? The people who were just around, the big stone dropped from the sky in the blink of an eye, and the brain burst from the smashing. Such a scene stimulated many people. Almost when the third batch of stone bullets fell, these slaves collapsed. Fleeing back in a rush, the 100 or so werewolf supervising team behind, although they tried to chop down dozens of those who took the lead, they could not sustain the collapse of tens of thousands of people, and they were soon scattered by the slaves who fled. It was pushed to the ground and stepped on to become mashed flesh. And Tadel and a few half-orc leaders standing at the back couldn't help getting angry when they saw this scene. But it was the first temptation. These slaves collapsed. It can definitely be said that it was a bad start. Taraki, take your people up, stabilize these slaves for me, cut a few more for everyone to eat at night, so as not to waste food. But don't kill too much, you will use it in the future. Tadil spoke with a gloomy face to the werewolf leader beside him, and the werewolf leader with red eyes stretched out his tongue and licked his fangs. I know the general. Then he turned and rode a calf-sized wolf, greeted him, and rushed to the battlefield with hundreds of werewolf cavalry. These werewolves were also ruthless enough to hit the broken slaves. The broken slaves are like sheep surrounded by shepherd dogs. After hundreds of people were chopped off their heads, they immediately stopped, and then continued to line up under the kicks and butchers of the werewolf cavalry. As soon as the team was lined up, the Tarek asked people to continue to give out sandbags to everyone, and then he pulled out all the more than 100 people in the front of the team, and cut their heads directly in front of these slaves. The mist and the pungent smell of blood made all the slaves present red their eyes, and Tarek shouted to them viciously, "This time, if anyone dares to run back again, This is their fate. You have listened to me. What you have to do today is to fill in the trenches for me. Don't try to run away. If your life can rush under the wall, I promise you will be able to enjoy it in the future. The slaves also understood the situation, and today they had no choice but to rush towards the moat in front of the moat again while holding the sandbag under the butcher knife of the werewolf cavalry. They also understood the density of the stone bullets on the city wall is limited, and it cannot kill all of them, but if they flee, these half-orcs can chop them all immediately, so they can only grit their teeth. Looking at the slaves under the city wall who were still working hard to fill the river despite the stone bullets falling from their heads, Xiao Feng could only sigh. There was no way, he was actually leaving the country like them now. He had no choice in order to survive. Although the trebuchet on his side was still throwing stone bullets, but after all, this stone bullet did not explode like a cannonball, and its lethality was still limited. The first moat was quickly filled up at a speed almost visible to the naked eye. With a 10-ton counterweight and a 15-meter-long boom, such a trebuchet is a heavy weapon in the medieval period according to the standards of the human world. Xiao Feng has also learned about history. Such a trebuchet can weigh up to 90 a kilogram of stone bullets projected a distance of 300 to 400 meters. But now because the 30 kilograms of stone bullets were being projected, plus it was launched from a 10-meter-high city wall, the projected range has at least more than doubled. The distance of more than 800 meters is completely within the projection range of the trebuchet, and in terms of the weapon power of the cold weapon era, the power of a dozen trebuchets on this city wall is absolutely huge. So far, at least 300 or 400 slaves have been killed, but after all, these are just slaves and have not really killed a half-orc, except for the initial chaos for those slaves. And then those slaves, under the threat of death, he was numb to the killing of this trebuchet. The launch speed of his trebuchets has gradually slowed down. Although these trebuchets use winches and pulley blocks to wind, after all, the manpower is limited, and hundreds of operators are projecting hundreds of stone bullets. After that, exhaustion has begun to appear. Richardsman had to ask some energetic soldiers to replace those operators, but the catapult was just built not long ago. Not all soldiers have been trained in operation, so the speed of projection has also slowed down. There were even 1 or 2 trebuchets, and they were damaged due to improper operation and poor quality. Richardsman was taking his apprentice to replace the 2 trebuchets with broken booms. The decrease in firepower density on the walls of the human city boosted the morale of the slaves and half-orcs under the wall. Soon those slaves carried sandbags and rushed to the second moat 600 meters away, and the half-orcs also. The giant catapult pushing them slowly came to the second moat. This moat is about 600 meters away from the human wall. Many soldiers on the wall can already see the hideous faces of the orcs on the opposite side at this distance, and the atmosphere on the wall suddenly becomes tense, especially seeing the giant catapults pushed forward by the orcs. These catapults are more than twice as tall as the catapults on their city walls. If such a catapult is a human, it will not be able to operate at all, but because of the natural physical advantage, operating such a trebuchet is not a problem for half-orcs. A few more experienced half-orcs officers, after roughly measuring the distance, began to order to stop advancing, and then began to anchor the catapult, and then a few flexible-headed half-orcs, they turned their heads to let people take the humans. The stone bullets fired from the city wall were picked up and put into the projected net bag. The stone bullets the size of the grinding disc in their ammunition car were not used. A beefman officer, after seeing that the catapult was ready, immediately issued an order to launch. According to human standards, their catapult is definitely a heavy catapult. If they launch their standard millstone-sized stone bullets, they can project a distance of 300 to 400 meters, but now they are projecting a small stone bullet of 30 kilograms. and the projected distance is directly doubled. There are dozens of catapults pushed to the front by the orcs. Until novel.com. Although some are obviously new and shoddy goods, this does not affect the launch range and killing efficiency of the catapult. Soon there were a few roaring stone bullets flying over the city wall and hitting the back of the city wall. This shows that if you throw this type of stone bullets, you can already cover the humans on the battlefield. The morale of the orcs was greatly boosted, chanting chants one by one, and began to reload the catapult quickly, with strength. And Xiao Feng did not expect that these half-orcs would actually think of such an idea, because he had also paid attention to half-orcs' catapults before. According to his inference, if they projected standard stone bullets used by half-orcs, their effective range would be 300 meters, which means that they must reach the first moat before they can pose a threat to mankind. But he did not expect that these half-orcs actually knew about the on-spot flexibility. They actually replaced the stone bullets on the spot and used the small stone bullets they fired. It was like a more powerful slingshot and suddenly used a small bullet, so the range of the slingshot it will be greater, although its power will decrease. But its killing and deterring effects on personnel will be greatly improved. Some stone bullets hit the wall of the container at his feet, making loud noises, and the humans on the wall suddenly changed their faces.